हेलो हेलो हेलो।
अच्छा।
हेलो।
हाँ, एक नहीं यार, लिंक क्या डाउनलोड हो गया ना।
डाल भी दिया होगी, शेयर कर दी।
एक बार देख लेते हैं, लेकिन
ठीक है, हमने यार।
ये वाला ना। यही है ना। हाँ, क्या है? दीप है।
पीपीटी कर दे, पीपीटी को भी होना सर,
PPT
पीपीटी भी डाल दो इसी में।
हाँ, इसी में
इसी में डाल। हम तो देखेंगे, बोलेंगे भाई।
इसको चालू कर दूं क्या? जूम में।
चलो।
हाँ, बैकड्रॉप है ना इसमें।
तो ये वाला।
हाँ।
शेयर में जाके
चैट लेना ऑडियो, मतलब पोस्ट में कर दे।
ठीक है। क्या करना है? चेक ला।
ओनली पोस्ट को होल्ड कर, पोस्ट को होस्ट देखिए ना, वहाँ पे सब जगह दिखा रही, फिर वो नाटक मारते के जान सकते।
Very good morning to you all. Respected Director Sir of AIIMS Raipur and Dr. Vadiraj from CCRYN, Dean Academics, Sir Professor Dr. Alok Agarwal Sir, and resource persons and faculties and delegates. And also, I welcome all those who have joined us online. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this national workshop on qualitative research methodologies in yoga, organized by Department of Yoga and Naturopathy and CCRYN Center for Mind-Body Interventions through Yoga, AIIMS Raipur, in association with Palliative Medicine Unit, Department of Medical Oncology, AIIMS Raipur. First of all, I'd like to welcome our chief guest of the day, Professor Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar, sir. I request Dr. Sunil Rai, Medical Officer, Ayurveda, to welcome him. I also request Sir to be seated on the dais. Professor Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar, sir, the founder, director, and CEO of AIIMS Raipur. He's a renowned ENT surgeon with more than 25 years experience in ENT and head and neck surgery. Finest academician and a prolific administrator. The way he manages his time to fulfill all these three roles efficiently is amazing and inspiring. His vast clinical and academic experience in various reputed medical institutions of the country has yielded more than 80 national and international research publications, and his fine administrative skills has resulted in the initiation and development of not just one, but 4 AIIMS institutes in the country. So it's because of his vision and swift implementation, AIIMS Raipur became the first medical institute in the country to fully establish Ayush department with all 5 streams of Ayush. And also, among all new AIIMS, AIIMS Raipur is the first to establish Center for Integrative Medicine, Education and Research. So on behalf of everyone, I welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Vadiraj. I request Dr. Adnan Mastan to welcome him. Dr. Vadiraj, PhD in Yoga and Cancer Care from S. Vyasa, Bangalore, with more than 15 years of experience as a research officer at CCRY in Delhi and multiple publications in national and international journals, he now heads the Yoga and Naturopathy Research Wing of CCRYN. He is also the in charge of CCRYN CMBIY project, which is functional in AIIMS Rishikesh and PGI Chandigarh, along with AIIMS Raipur. He's also the in charge for the Yoga and Naturopathy Extramural Research Program of Ministry of Ayush, and also a member of DST Task Force for Satyam, the Science and Technology of Yoga and Meditation Program of Department of Science and Technology. On behalf of AIIMS Raipur, I welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to welcome our Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Alok Agarwal, sir. I request Dr. Lakshman Kumar, Medical Officer Siddha, to welcome him. Professor Dr. Alok Agarwal, sir, Dean Academics, AIIMS Raipur, also the HOD of Department of Orthopedics, a well-known academician and orthopedic surgeon with more than 30 years of experience as as a academician and researcher and surgeon, has a lot of numerous national and international research publications to his credit. He has always been supportive to us. More interestingly, he's both supporter and practitioners of yoga, and all his presentations and prescriptions, if you know him, there'll be a yoga slides or yoga in them. So he's also the president of National Indian Stem Cell Study Group. I welcome you, sir. Thank you for coming. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sarita Agarwal, ma'am, Dean Research, AIIMS Raipur. I request Dr. Ashutosh Tripathi to welcome ma'am. Professor Dr. Sarita Agarwal, Research Dean, AIIMS Raipur, also the HOD of Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. Brilliant and energetic academician and physician with more than 30 years of experience, she has multiple national and international research publications to her credit. She's also the chairperson of Center for Integrative Medicine Education and Research CIMER Committee in AIIMS Raipur, also heads the research cell AIIMS Raipur. Right from the start of the Ayush at AIIMS Raipur, she has been associated with us for research and clinical activities. So she has always been a guiding force to us. I welcome you, ma'am. I would also like to welcome our resource person today, Ms. Asha Albuquerque Pai, research consultant and expert qualitative research from Prasanna School of Public Health. And I request Dr. Avinash Tiwari, palliative medicine physician, to welcome her with a bouquet. I also welcome all other delegates who are not yet here with us, and also the resource persons who will join us online throughout the day. And now I'll just give a small introduction about today's workshop. This national workshop on qualitative research methodologies in yoga is designed to be a common platform for all medical practitioners, academicians, and students to learn about qualitative research. Obviously, this is a vast area of research. But for us in health research or interventional research, it opens up a new dimension in patient care, because usually in quantitative approach, what we have, the usual approach for research, the subject or the patient has a passive role who just receive the intervention and undergoes assessments of various outcome measures. But in qualitative research, it gives voice to the patients or subjects and opens up a new perspective about the intervention given and helps us to know about the improvement in their quality of life. So I'm sure this workshop will be very helpful to all of us, and we'll get to learn new things. And it's a small beginning. We'll be going further with further such workshops and seminars and conferences. Now it's time to get learned and inspired from the eminent experts and guests on the dais. First, I would like to call upon Dr. Vadiraj, Senior Research Officer, CCRYN, to share his experience with us. First, I request, before starting any program, we start the lighting of the lamp. So I request all the delegates and guests on the dais to light the lamp. Now I request Dr. Vadiraj sir to share his feelings with us.
Good morning to all of you. Respected Director AIIMS Raipur, Dean Academics and Dean Research, faculties of AIIMS Raipur, and the delegates who are present here offline as well as on the online platform. Let me introduce first what is CCRYN. So CCRYN is the Central Council for Research in Yoga and Naturopathy, an autonomous organization under Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. So the main aim of CCRYN is to take these traditional systems of medicine, a non-pharmacological intervention, a mind-body intervention such as yoga and naturopathy, and a scientific lines. So whenever we say a scientific lines, the first thing comes is to generate evidence. So to generate evidence, we need to conduct a lot of research projects. If you look yoga in the PubMed, if you search a yoga term in the PubMed, we get almost nearly 7,000 and odd articles. And in that, if we still filter it with only randomized controlled trials, we get only around 900 articles. And happy to say that most of these 900 articles are from mostly 80 to 90% are from Indian origin. The rest is from the West. At the same time, there is another thing called the meditation. So if we click meditation in PubMed, we get that also almost 9,000 articles. And unfortunately to say that most of these articles are from the West. The reason why is because in India, we consider meditation as an integral part of yoga. But whereas in West, they consider meditation as a separate entity. And also they are trying to compartmentalize this yoga. So in our system, yoga means it's a integrated approach. Means we also have a basic fundamental philosophical approach followed by yoga asanas or the physical postures, then the pranayama, then meditation, relaxation techniques, so on and so forth. All these things put together is called as integrated yoga. But the West considers it as a separate entities. The physical postures, it's a separate entity. For them, pranayama itself is a separate entity. And they defining the terms for each and everything, and they're trying to claim that it is from the West. Okay? Just for the pranayama, they say cardiac coherence breathing. It's nothing but pranayama. Okay? So what I mean to say is, though yoga is originated from India, but somebody else is taking the pride of it. So it's a high time for us to preserve that and to generate more and more evidence from the land of origin so that we will be the masters in this one. Okay. So to that, so there are many randomized control trials. I said there are almost around 900 randomized control trials. But all these are small randomized trials with small sample size. So we need to generate a large, means we need to conduct a large multi-centric trials with large number of sample size, so that then only that can be incorporated in the model medical system management. So that's how it can become a policy. So with that aim, the CCRYN started establishing this collaborative centers for mind-body interventions through yoga, so that we can have expertise from this, expertise faculties from established reputed institutions like AIIMS and Postgraduate Institute Chandigarh. That's how with that aim, we established this collaborative center. And already we had collaborative research center with NIMHANS in Bangalore. And that's how the NIMHANS started their research work with our collaborative research center. And then they started publishing more and more articles. And now they are sufficient. They have established their own permanent integrated health center in the NIMHANS. So with that same intention, we have established at AIIMS Raipur, Rishikesh, as well as at PGI Chandigarh. And we are also planning to establish at all the AIIMS centers so that we can generate more and more evidence and we can preserve our traditional system, and also they can establish at the later stage a permanent center. Okay. So with that intention, we started this collaborative center. And one of the main objective under this collaborative center is to conduct a workshop once in a year. Okay, there's a provision for conduction of a workshop once in a year. That is just to introduce to the new research methodologies or the research evidences and so on and so forth, to encourage our students or the students from the yoga and naturopathy background to get accustomed to these newer methodologies so that they can adopt these things in their clinical practice or so on and so forth. Okay. With that intention, this is the first program, the first workshop. As already he has introduced a qualitative research methodologies in yoga. Of course, it's a new topic and very, very essential for systems like mind-body interventions, because where the mind is going to play a major role in our interventions, and the recent research methodology, we don't know how to accountable all these mind portions. Mainly the emotional aspect. So where patient will have lots of suppressed emotions and so on and so forth, but we don't know how to quantify or how to present those data. So that's where this topic is very, very apt for today. And I wish grand success for this program. And I thank the faculties of AIIMS and Dr. Vikram Pai for organizing such workshop. Thank you.
Thank you for inspiration, sir. And I always remember our directors are also says us the same. Generate evidence. The road is not so easy for you. Generate evidence and you'll be succeeding. And the same has been repeated by Dean Ma'am also. In every meeting, she encourages us to conduct more and more research trials and publications. Now, I request Professor Dr. Alok Agarwal, sir, Dean Academics, AIIMS Raipur, to share his feelings with us. Thank you, sir.
Respected Director, Professor Nitin M. Nagarkar, sir, our Chief Executive Officer, AIIMS Raipur, Professor Dr. Sarita Agrawal, Dean, AIIMS Raipur, Dr. Varadraj S., Senior Scientist, Grade 2 from the Ministry, delegates joined with us from AIIMS Bhubaneswar, AIIMS Bhopal, and other online centers as we are on Zoom, and Madam sitting here as a faculty. So yoga is not new to us. Yoga is a way of life which we start learning right from childhood, and it goes throughout our whole life. In Indian people, yoga is what we breathe, what we eat, what we think. You cannot go apart from yoga. The thing is that the allopathy people have to understand the difference between what is quantitative research and what is qualitative research. Like I and Dr. Mrityunjay are involved in a yoga study where we are assessing role of yoga in backache patients. Here's Dr. Mrityunjay. But we're coming out with quantitative research. How much is the change in EMG, in the nerve conduction velocities, muscle strength, range of movement? So it becomes quantitative. But then, if you see, most of the studies in allopathic researchers are also having SF12, SF24, SF36. They are quality of life questionnaires. So it is important to find out that if you did this yoga, how did your life become better? While doing this yoga, did your movements of the joint become free? So it has to go through an interview. It goes through a documentation process, and you have to learn the art of taking this interview and collecting the data, analyzing them. It takes time. It is slightly more difficult than our quantitative research. So I'll request Dr. Vikram Pai to again float this in the faculty group. This yoga research workshop is not only yoga, it is a research methodology on quantitative research. And the people who are interested into this, the CFM people who go for field visits, who take interviews, it will be wonderful. Now, there is a study that the Tai Chi balancing exercises reduce the rate of falls in osteoporotic patients. It is from China. And what is Tai Chi exercises? You stand in front of the mirror and make a posture and try to balance you for longer times. Now, we have been teaching Vrikshasana to all of the people, Tadasana to all of the people. What are these? These are balancing exercises. But we did not try to prove them that with how many cycles of it, for how many days, if you are doing Tadasana at a mass level, what will be the rate of fall in older people? But they have done a randomized control study. So there is a great way to go for these things. And I have to congratulate Dr. Vikram Pai, the organizer for this thing, Dr. Vadarajan, who is helping him out, and the most, our professor, Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar sir, who thought that it is worthy and permitted this workshop. And I wish all success to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll definitely keep that in mind and work on standardization of yoga practices and the modules. Definitely, sir, but that was a good input. Now, I request Professor Dr. Sarita Agarwal, ma'am, Dean Research, to express her feelings with us.
Namaskar, respected Director, AIIMS Raipur, the man behind every good thing at AIIMS Raipur. And because of him only, I think everything is happening in the AIIMS Raipur. There are something bad things at AIIMS Raipur, but you and all can understand that every time the leader cannot be 100%, do everything where you need a team approach. And despite of a good team, some lacunes can be there, and which is always there. And that can be our expectations. Diye dil mange more. And because of that, we feel that yes, this could have been done better and this could have been done better. I really appreciate our director and CEO sir's efforts for everything what is doing good for the AIIMS Raipur. At the same time, I can't forget to address Dean Academics, Dr. Alok Agrawal sir. He has taken the post of the Dean Academics and all the goods for the students, whether it is MBBS, MD, PhD. The all credit goes to Dr. Alok Chandra Agrawal sir. He is my senior, he is my mentor. कहते हैं ना, यदि किसी के पद चिन्हों पे चढ़ना है तो आपके जो सीनियर्स होते हैं ना, वही सिखा के जाते हैं. शायद मैं उन्हीं के पद चिन्हों में चलने की कोशिश करती हूँ और उसके कारण बहुत कुछ कर पाती हूँ. थैंक यू सर फॉर बीइंग विद अस. डॉक्टर वादिराज, जिन्होंने हमें कंसेप्ट दिया है मेडिटेशन और योगा के बारे में बताया है, CCRYF, जिसके बारे में शायद हम बहुत लोग नहीं जानते थे. साइमर, I heard this word from Dr. Vikram Pai. See, these are the things which are unnoticed. Why these are unnoticed? The reason for that, we forget our ancient logies, which is yoga and meditation. हम यदि गुरुकुल प्रथा को देखें, योगा सबसे पहले. हम अपना बचपन देखें, हम स्कूल जाते थे तो पीटी की क्लासेस हुआ करती थी. And then this, and that used to make us, yes, PT is something which is important. We find to be fit for the whole class. But now in the school, these needs are lacking. And this is why I think that right from the childhood, we are not learning the importance of all this thing, which is very, very important. Now, I'm really thankful that the ministry has taken an initiative to have an Ayush with all these yogas and Ayurvedas and Siddha to be incorporated, which are our Prachin Paddhati, जिसको हम कभी भूल नहीं सकते हैं. यदि हम लिटरेचर में देखें, हम रिसर्च को भी देखें, just close your eyes and imagine we are coming back to our ancient India. We are coming back to our ancient treatment methodology, which we forget for years together. So that is what yoga is. I just want to read one Sanskrit shloka on yoga, I think which will be able to explain everything to all of us. And that is, Vyayamata labhate swasthyam, dirgha ayu pushpam balam sukham. आरोग्यम परम भाग्यम स्वास्थ्यम सर्वार्थ साधनम, यानी कि व्यायाम से स्वास्थ्य, लंबी आयु, बल और सुख की प्राप्ति होती है। निरोगी होना परम भाग्य है और स्वास्थ्य से अन्य सभी कार्य सिद्ध होते हैं। तो जब योगा से हमें स्वास्थ्य मिलता है तो क्यों ना हम योगा और मेडिटेशन पे बल दें। और अभी हम बात करते हैं, हम जिम जाएंगे, ठीक है, एक्सरसाइज करेंगे। See, these are all the parts of the initial ways of we talk to us about the physical fitness things and all. अब जब हम रिसर्च की बातें करते हैं तो we talk about the quantitative research and the qualitative research. Quantitative research is all play of numbers. जब हम numbers की बात करते हैं, statistics की बात करते हैं. But when we come into that, we are proving certain thing which is existing, or we are disproving something which is in existence. So what we do in the qualitative research is based upon the interviews. It tells you about certain concepts. It tells you the personal experiences of the people, and the open-ended questions are there. So we are not making our research to be close-ended things. And that is what I feel, the open-ended things are coming up with a new concept. We are actually going to build up the new things to come up to understand what exactly behind that. And therefore lies the importance of that we should move on to the qualitative research. Of course, it is in a difficult exercise. It is not as easy as in a quantitative research. The researcher has to be a true researcher if they want to do a qualitative research. They had to give time, they had to think, they had to be into it. Beyond that, nothing can be done. You know, quantitative, just make a case record pro forma. The yes, no, tick, 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 and all numbers are there. You give it in the software, and the software calculates everything for you. If you're not happy with the result, you just go and apply certain different formulas and you get the result what you want. So this cannot be done in the qualitative research. The researchers has to be more involved in this research. And then only we come with the experiences, we come up with the concept, and these concepts actually heals. This concept is, so I think we have to move on. I really appreciate the Department of Yoga in AIIMS Raipur, who had really worked hard to start the research, at least quantitative research, or almost 10 research projects are there with the yoga department, Department of Orthopedics, as Dr. Alok has said, Department of Medical Oncology, Dr. Amit, then the Department of General Medicine, Department of Psychiatry also, and Medical Oncology also, and Forensic Nephrology. Yes, the nephrology department having 2 and 3 projects in the research with yoga, and they are finding excellent result in the chronic kidney disease. So how this is coming? As Dr. Vadiraj has told, it improves your mental health. It is yoga and the meditation which improves your mental health. And हम सब यही जानते कि जो stress है ना, दिमाग की जो अशांति है ना, वो सभी बीमारियों की जड़ है. तो यदि अशांति हट जाए, तो definitely हमारी more than 50% diseases तो वैसे ही कम हो जाएंगी. So दवा कहते हैं ना, दवा से दारू ज्यादा असर करती है कुछ लोगों को. ये दारू असर कैसे करती है? ट्रांजिएंट वेलनेस देती है, मेंटल पीस देती है, स्ट्रेस हटाती है, बट वो ट्रांजिएंट इसलिए है क्योंकि उसके लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट्स आर बैड. परंतु जब हम योगा की और मेडिटेशन की बात करते हैं, इसके शॉर्ट टर्म एंड लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट दोनों लॉन्ग लास्टिंग है. तो वी हैव टू बिलीव ऑन योगा. So with that, I really congratulate once again to the Department of Yoga and Department of Medical Oncology for conducting this workshop. And once again, Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar sir, who is the vision behind everything. So thank you very much for promoting us, inspiring us for doing all these things.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well said. She has explained almost every mechanism of action we think of in yoga, that is psycho, neuro, endocrino, immunology aspect, and she has beautifully explained that angle. So now it's time to honor our guests who are with us on the dais with a memento. First, I would like to request Dr. Amit Kumar, Assistant Professor, Medical Oncology. Huh? Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry, sir. Chief guest of the day will be the concluding remarks. I request Professor Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar, sir, for his remarks.
Thank you very much, and warm welcome and good morning to everybody. Our honored guest, Dr. Vadiraj, very senior scientist researcher from CCR in Delhi, and thank you for being the mentor for AIIMS Raipur and being supportive at all times. Our Dean Academics and HOD Orthopedics, Dr. Alok Agarwal, the Dean Research and HOD Obs Gynae, Dr. Sarita Agarwal, the wonderful team of AIIMS that we have, Dr. Vikram Pai and his wonderful team, very energetic, enthusiastic, and they have been, setting up their subspecialties and interacting, I think, with the leading specialists at the national and international level, the ministry, and I think taking it forward. Very happy to say that under one roof we have all the facilities, but of course, the time is that we continue to grow. Again, warm welcome to all our resource persons who have come from different parts of the country, and of course, the city of Raipur also, our faculty members and staff, and my dear students. So I think the topic was very well chosen, and Dr. Pai has been discussing for a long time that we have been supported by CCRYN, which is directly under the Ministry of AYUSH. And I think it was one of the first departments, at least in the new AIIMS, apart from maybe AIIMS Rishikesh, to go ahead with the Center for Mind-Body Interventions through yoga, and of course the CIMER, the Center for Integrated Medical Education and Research. We also recently have received communication from the Ministry of our own secretary that all AIIMS are to develop integrated approach, including all streams of medicine, and of course AYUSH. And I'm very happy that we've already done that. But very important, I think, what has been discussed today, and Dr. Vadiraj, and we all keep on talking about it every time, that we need to generate research, evidence, because whatever we are going to practice is based on evidence now. And yes, there is a huge amount of traditional knowledge and wisdom which exists, but we need to quantify it. We need to bring it out. We need to establish that as through the scientific perspective, and that's how it gets accepted. And that's the norm today. So I think this traditional knowledge and wisdom, which is most certainly there, we are aware that it has got huge benefits, but to directly use it in the practice for holistic care, we are doing that also. But I think for even more acceptability across the globe, we really need to quantify it. And I think AIIMS Raipur will be most willing, along with CCRYN and all the leading specialists, to do that. And I think a very important step forward is this one-day national workshop, which is being conducted, and warm welcome to all those who joined us online as well for this qualitative research methodologies workshop, which I think, like Dr. Alok has just rightly mentioned, it's for everybody. Whoever is a researcher should understand what is quantitative research, what is qualitative research, and quality of life, how to assess that, what the questionnaires. And everybody should have that research bent of mind, and as AIIMS, we need to have that environment of research. So I think if the institution has actually got to progress to the next level and be established as a world leader, as a teaching institution, so of course patient care is always there, because it's a teaching institute, medical teaching institute, but teaching and research is what will actually distinguish you and take you to the top. So I'm sure that we have the potential, we put the efforts in the right direction, and thanks to mentorship by Dr. Vadiraj and his team, we'll continue to grow, and we'll continue to have these kinds of workshops for the benefit of the faculty, the residents and staff here at AIIMS Raipur. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you, sir. And we'll assure you this will carry on with a huge success. And thank you for all your support and encouragement at each and every step. And most importantly, to erase all the administrative hurdles and everything, whatever we propose, sir immediately approves it, and there are no as such administrative hurdles. So that's why we could do this very efficiently and so fast. Now it's time to honor our guests on the dais. So first, I would like to request Dr. Amit Kumar, Assistant Professor, Medical Oncology, to honor our director, sir, Professor Nitin M. Nagarkar, sir, too, with a memento. Now I request Dr. Avinash Tiwari to honor Dr. Vadiraj with the memento. Now I request Dr. Mrityunjay Rathod, sir, to honor Professor Dr. Alok C. Agarwal, sir, with the memento. Now I request Dr. Sunil Rai, Medical Officer, Ayurveda, to honor Professor Dr. Sarita Ma'am, Dean Research. Now we have reached the last part of the program. That's the vote of thanks. I take the privilege to acknowledge and thank all the persons who have supported us in this venture. First of all, on behalf of the gathering and AIIMS Raipur and CCRYN, I would like to thank our chief guest, respected Director, sir, Professor Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar, sir, Director and CEO, AIIMS Raipur, for being with us and guiding us. Thank you, sir. Now I thank the Director of CCRYN, Dr. Raghavendra Rao. Unfortunately, he is not with us today because of unavoidable circumstances in the ministry. So I thank him for his financial support and also for establishing this wonderful mind-body medicine, Center for Mind-Body Medicine in AIIMS. I thank him. And from CCRYN, we have Dr. Vadiraj, sir, who is there with us to guide us today. I thank him for his support. I would also like to thank our deans, Dean Academics and Dean Research, for being with us and a guiding force always in every step. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank Dr. Avinash Tiwari and Dr. Amit Kumar for associating with us in organizing this workshop. Thank you, sir. I also like to thank all the associate deans, all the HODs and faculties of AIIMS departments who are ready and who are already collaborating with us in research and clinicals. Thank you all. And I like to thank all the members of CIMER committee, especially Dr. Mrityunjay Rathod, sir, for being a part of CCRY and CMBIY. Thank you, sir. I also thank all the deputy medical superintendents for being with us and smoothing the administrative process in the Ayush department, AIIMS Raipur. Thank you all. I thank my colleagues of Ayush, the medical officers and CMBIY staff, research officers, yoga therapists, and MTS staff who are with me in every step and every day in and day out. Thank you all. And I thank all the nursing superintendents and officers available here today for your participation. Thank you all. I also thank all the nursing officers of AIIMS, Ayush department, and data entry operator, hospital attendants who have wonderfully worked day and night to organize this very beautiful workshop. Thank you all. I thank also IT department and PRO team AIIMS Raipur for their support. And I thank all the persons directly and indirectly supporting us in this program. And I thank one and all. Thank you.
Want to again add? Do that. हेलो, कोई नेटवर्क इशू है क्या? मुझे आवाज नहीं आ रही है क्योंकि कोई बता सकता है?
Actually, we are yet to start.
Okay, thank you.
The conference recording is now resumed.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning and welcome back. Let's resume and the workshop and start with our technical sessions. First, our first speaker today is Dr. Avinash Tiwari. He completed his MBBS from Sevagram and his PG from Tata Memorial Hospital in pediatric care, palliative care. Then he also has a certificate course in pediatric palliative care from Ontario, Canada. Now, I request Dr. Avinash Tiwari to take over the dais and give an introduction to in his presentation will be about the introduction to qualitative research. So I welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me opportunity in this scientific content of this program and organizing this program. And thank you, CCRYN, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to thank all the administration and my seniors over here for supporting us. So here pointer. So good morning, everyone. I would like to ask first, how many of us have been ever exposed to any qualitative research? You can just raise your hand. So very few. And I would like to start my slides with this very famous statement from Albert Einstein, that not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. This is how, this is in a nutshell, an approach for the qualitative research methodologies. Next, इसी से होगा ना? ठीक है, thank you. So let me start our background with this slide. Like, see the research, what exactly happening in the domains of qualitative research. Like in initial 90s, there were very few publication across the world as far as the qualitative research was concerned. And you can see there is sudden rise in publication because there is saturation in the outcomes of variable data. There have been many hypotheses. Those hypotheses have already been proven. So we need to generate more hypotheses and we need to generate theories. So what our classical approach has been? To start with a hypothesis and to prove that hypothesis. Like what qualitative research? It gives you new theory, and based on those new theories, we generate new hypothesis. So this is what we do in qualitative research. So that is the very impeccable importance of qualitative research. So classically, so approach to inquiry has been has gone into two directions, like deductive and inductive. So like what I said earlier, deductive is from theory to generation of hypothesis, then observation, or then confirmation or rejection of that hypothesis. And what qualitative research is? Observe the pattern, generate some generalizability in this pattern, generate an hypothesis, and then develop a theory. This is what this is the main difference between quantitative and qualitative methodologies also. So inquiry can be two types: inductive, developing a theory, and deductive, testing that theory. That is what we are going to discuss today. So I'm not a qualitative research expert, ma'am is expert, but yes, I have done bit, I have some research, I have some done work in qualitative research, and one of my study experience of prognostic discussion in caregiver and patient during prognostic discussion. So I can't quantify this experience. I need to document this experience, and I have to come through a generality in the statement of different patient and their caregivers. So this is what we do in qualitative research approach. So what exactly is qualitative research? Research method that relies on collection, analysis, and interpretation of non-mathematical data. Like emotion, you can't count on it. You have to just observe it, you have to listen it, you have to feel it. So that is what qualitative research is about. And it is specifically effective in obtaining cultural specific information. Like different culture has different beliefs, different attitude. What kind of patient is there in India? In European country, you will see a total different attitude and practice, and also in the level of knowledge. So if you want to eventually quantify it, you have to first do a qualitative assessment. So it is about the observation of the values, beliefs, and opinion in the social context, particularly in the different population. So qualitative research is often exploratory. We need to explore, we get new things, we further explore it, we get new things, then we further explore it. So it's about a different strata. We need explore, and we come to a generalizability in those experiences. So it is suited in the kind of inquiry which are often the precursor of quantitative analysis. So whatever research we are doing as of now in quantitative domain, those theories has been developed with the background of qualitative studies. And what are the essential component a qualitative research must have? So it answers how and why rather than how often and how many. So what we do in qualitative research, we measure magnitude and frequency, mean, mode, median. But how this is happening, why this is happening, this pattern we observe with the help of qualitative research. Qualitative research concerns with subjective meaning, and quantitative research concerns with the objective, which is so obvious for all. A subjective is a person's experience, a person's belief, a person's attitude, a person's value, or a community values, belief, or studying a system with a more exploratory way is what qualitative research contains. And evidence of meaning comes from analyzing what people say and what they observe rather than quantifying those domains. So when do we need qualitative research approach? So particularly you have some research idea, but you are in confusion whether I should choose a qualitative research approach or quantitative research or mixed method, which is more common nowadays. So why qualitative research? To gain in-depth information about any experience, any event, any program, you choose qualitative research to better understand about any phenomena. जो आप देखते हैं अपने डेली लाइफ में, जो आप सुनते हैं, जो आप महसूस करते हैं, उसको हम phenomenal inquiry बोलते हैं. ऐसे each such type of inquiry is needed, you do qualitative research. And to gain a new perspective, what has already been known about the system, but you want to know some new things about it. So you need to explore those things, and you need to gain some new perspective in those domains. Then we do a qualitative research. So I am giving just one example so that आगे के slides हमारी understanding ज़्यादा अच्छे से रहे. So there are some 3 questions I have just conceptualized. How patients with chronic illness conceptualize yoga session. So a patient have suppose with myofascial pain comes to your yoga clinic, and we are planning some yoga session, and his severity decrease. Okay, patient come with moderate intensity pain. Now the patient has moderate. We have documentation of those data, but what was the experience? He tells in form of stories. He says in or we observe it. Or or we take an interview of the patient. What was your experience during this session? So that is what qualitative research, and it is very important because a new hypothesis or new theory can be generated with the help of this this type of approach. What family expect from palliative care? And research for reason for poor compliance to a tailored yoga program, patient and family perspective. Like we have quantified many domains, but we want to know what family and patient thinks about yoga. So this is what you can't quantify it. So we need to do some observation. We need to do some interviews to explore these things. We need to know some new perspective. Then we will choose a qualitative research. So there are 3 spectrum of qualitative research as far as yoga and palliative care is concerned. So what are the main differences between quantitative and qualitative research? Because it has been from our medical education, it has been embedded in our mind that a lot of quantitative research. And qualitative research is comparatively new thing for us. So there are some basic differences. The main differences in the brain. Like quantitative study is more of objective, and qualitative is more of subjective. Means objective means you can calculate, you can numberize, you can do mathematical analysis. But in a qualitative, a person's personal experience is more important. And we deal with deductive approach in quantitative method, and we deal with inductive method, what we discussed earlier in this earlier in the slides. And in quantitative, most of the things are generalizable. If you are doing a study in India, you can replicate in the Europe. But in qualitative, there might be many contextual factors. So you can't generalize the things. So it is not all the time, but it's most of the time it is non-generalizable. And in quantitative study, words, numbers are more important. And in qualitative study, words are more important. And quantitative study, numbers are more important. So how you select or how you plan? So when you are planning for a quantitative research, you have to have some testing objectives, and you have to have some some aims and objective. You have different variables, and depending on the variables, you have different outcome, and you measure those outcomes. While in qualitative study, you explore and understand the new things by interview, by observation, by careful listening, and sometimes reading certain books. If you want to suppose I want to explore a person's ideology, I will read his book and I will mark some commonality is in thinking process, and I will quote those words, and I will come to a conclusion that this is the generalizability in his statement. So this is also a form of qualitative research. And it's more of phenomenological. जैसे मैं बताया, what is phenomenological? जो हम देखते हैं, सुनते हैं, महसूस करते हैं, उसको हम रिकॉर्ड करते हैं. This is known as phenomenological inquiry. So the main the comparison in different domain of quantitative and qualitative studies. Like first difference in aims and purpose of research. In the quantitative research, we test or prove or disprove a hypothesis. In qualitative research, we mainly explore and we generate a new theory, and we want to make a new hypothesis. And it is more of flexible. Flexible doesn't mean it is a very easy study. Quantitative, you have fixed program, and your adherence to the program will be the approach will be very fixed. What qualitative study, this is very flexible, but it is not so easy. Relationships for data to theories. So what data we record and what theory we have hypothesized, there is some relation in both, the different relation in both the methodologies, like deductive in quantitative and inductive. Deductive means from theory, from theory to hypothesis to proving or disproving those hypotheses. And in qualitative, you take some generalizability in the statements, and you come with a new theory. And then in quantitative study, you, depending on that theory you have generated, you can do mathematical calculation, and you can prove or disprove those theories. So this is what main difference in quantitative and qualitative. Methodological plan in most of the studies in quantitative methodologies, it is predetermined. It is experimental design. It can be non-experimental, but it's most of the time it is analytical rather than descriptive. What qualitative study we have in our medical school, we have been taught that there are two types of studies: analytical study and descriptive study. Qualitative study is a type of descriptive study. And setting is likely to be artificial. And the most important point in qualitative research is it has very naturalistic setting. We don't control the research. It just go in the flow. Sometimes it can't be time bound. Yes, in many methodologies, it is time bound, even in qualitative study. But we can't control the situations. We can't control the research timeline, and we can't control the patient's behavior. That's why it is done in naturalistic setting. Outcome variables, it try to isolate one or two variables as primary outcome measures. So there is some interlink between the variables and primary outcome, or even the secondary outcome. So, but in qualitative, either there are no variable or there are range of variables and which are not clear, and you will come across those variables when you are exploring the study. Or measurement of outcome might be quantifiable in quantitative study, but in the outcomes are not predictable, and rarely you can quantify. एक patient क्या सोचता है आप उसको predict नहीं कर सकते, और इसलिए outcome को भी आप predict नहीं कर सकते. Can study be replicated? The prevalence of cancer-related pain in Chhattisgarh. If you can replicate in Madhya Pradesh, you can replicate in Rajasthan. Yes, sir, frequency, mean mode, median magnitude में difference आ सकता है, but एक जो हमारे रीजन का population है वो दूसरे रीजन के population से totally अलग है. इसलिए यहाँ पर generalizability qualitative study में नहीं होती है, इसलिए replication of study is difficult. हम लोग इसके बारे में और भी आगे डिस्कस करेंगे. Are results generalizable in quantitative study most of the time? Yes. In qualitative study most of the time, no. So which research methodologies we have to choose in different, if you have different research question. So you need like किसी दीवार में हमको कील ठोकना है तो हम किसी ग्लास का या किसी लकड़ी के डंडे का इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे. हम एप्रोप्रिएट टूल्स के लिए हमारे पास हथौड़ा है, सो दैट हम एफिशिएंट वे में उस चीज को कंडक्ट कर पाए, उस प्रोसेस को कंडक्ट कर पाए. इन द सेम वे कौन सा मेथोडोलॉजी ऑफ क्वालिटेटिव स्टडी आपको चूज करना है, ये डिपेंड करता है कि आप क्या एक्सप्लोर करना चाहते हैं. जस्ट अ मिनट. सो दिस आर डिफरेंट डिजाइन. सो कंफ्यूज नहीं होना है, डिजाइन अलग है, मेथोडोलॉजी अलग है और अप्रोच अलग है. ये तीनों टर्म हम इंटरचेंजेबली यूज करते हैं. आई विल टेल यू व्हाट द डिफरेंस इट हैज. So this slide actually contains the type of qualitative research methodologies: one-to-one interview or focus group, ethno research, case-based research, record keeping, or qualitative observation. So these are designed. What are the data collection technique? Madam will tell more about it. I'm just dictating those techniques. In-depth or narrative. In-depth means case-based study. Narrative means like of storytelling. Focus group, you choose a group, you have a certain context, and you explore the groups about their ideology. And participant observe, you just don't interrupt the patient, patient, or you do not answer them, you just observe them in their day-to-day life, and you have your own way of recording those observations. So the first type of qualitative research is narrative research. It is nothing that a storytelling. You interview many of the patients without any context. Like आप अस्पताल में आए, आप अपने बारे में बताइए, आप अपने अस्पताल में आने के अनुभव के बारे में बताइए. तो पेशेंट विल keep telling. He will take like मैं बस्तर में हूँ, मैं किसान हूँ, मैं यहाँ रायपुर आया हूँ बस से आने के बाद मैंने यहाँ पर नाश्ता किया. सो हो सकता है वो आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट ना हो, बट आप उसमें पेशेंट को इंटरप्ट नहीं करते हैं, उसको फ्लो के जैसे जाने देते हैं और इस चीजों को आप रिकॉर्ड करते हैं. फिर आप दूसरे पेशेंट के लिए यही करते हैं, फिर तीसरे पेशेंट के लिए भी यही करते हैं. फिर आपके पास सर्टेन जब सैचुरेशन लेवल आ जाता है कि चीजें बहुत सारी कॉमन आती हैं, आप वो स्टडी को रोकते हैं और उसके बाद आपके पास एक स्टोरीज की सीरीज हो जाती है. फिर इस स्टोरी को जब आप प्रेजेंट करते हैं तो आप अपने वे में इसको सुनाते हैं. तो दिस इज व्हाट नैरेटिव रिसर्च इज अबाउट. तो इसमें क्रोनोलॉजी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है जब हम इसको प्रेजेंट करते हैं. ठीक है. तो जैसे कि एक एग्जांपल अगर मैं इफ आई एम रॉन्ग प्लीज करेक्ट मी बिकॉज दिस आर मेरे दिमाग की उपज है. सो द डिफरेंसेस इन इमोशन एक्सपीरियंस बाय डिफरेंट जनरेशन इन इंडियन सोसाइटी कमिंग टू हॉस्पिटल. लाइक एक सोसाइटी के लोग आ रहे हैं तो उनका एक्सपीरियंस अलग है, दूसरे सोसाइटी के आ रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरे को इसको स्टडी करना है तो मैं यहाँ पेशेंट को बस सुनते रहूंगा, मैं रिकॉर्ड करूंगा और लास्ट में मैं इसको एनालाइज करूंगा. एनालिसिस कैसे करते हैं इसके बारे में सब्सिक्वेंट लेक्चर्स में आप लोगों को बताया जाएगा. एंड दिस शुड बी इंटरेक्टिव सेशन. दिस इज नॉट अ टीचिंग प्रोग्राम. ओके, दिस इज वर्कशॉप. आपके अंदर जो डाउट है हमसे पूछिए और मुझे कुछ सीखने को मिल सकता है आपसे, और आपको मुझसे कुछ सीखने को मिल सकता है. So what second type of qualitative research is phenomenological research. ये phenomenological का जो रूट है ये ना फिलोसॉफी और साइकोलॉजी से आया है. And what we explore in phenomenology, किसी घटना को कोई आदमी कैसे महसूस कर रहा है. Like if a patient is enrolled in a first we get some theory about it. A lived experience during an event or during an program. What we say is a phenomenological research. And this it is a more of in a descriptive way. And it is more of in a philosophical way, and most of the time we conduct interview for this. Example के तौर पे अगर मैं आपको phenomenological research बताऊं, so what it's like to be diagnosed with a terminal disease when a patient become parent. अच्छा, ये क्वेश्चन मेरे दिमाग में आया. I had a patient who became recently father and also diagnosed with stage 4 glioblastoma multiforme. So I was talking to him and he started telling what was his experience. So we explored the many emotional aspects of him, but our context was what was his experience during terminal stage after becoming parent. So इसमें context है. नरेटिव में हमारे पास context नहीं था. आप हॉस्पिटल में आए, अपना स्टोरी बोलना शुरू करिए. फिनोमेनोलॉजिकल में क्या है, आपने इस घटना को कैसे अनुभव किया. What is your experience? How you have been gone through after happening this, after occurring of this event. So this is how phenomenological study are different with the narrative synthesis. Grounded theory, like इसमें शब्द है grounded. So what is grounded? The views of participant is grounded in his own explanation. और थ्योरी, इसमें हम थ्योरी डेवलप करते हैं. जब शुरू में हमने बात की कि थ्योरी कैसे डेवलप करते हैं, तो मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम व्हेन वी नीड टू डेवलप अ न्यू थ्योरी हम इस मेथोडोलॉजी का यूज करते हैं. तो यही एक्चुअली ट्रू मीनिंग में एक इंडक्टिव मेथड है जिसमें कि हम जनरलाइजेबिलिटी के बारे में बात करते हैं. अगर मैं आपको और इसका जो रूट है ये बेसिकली सोशियोलॉजी से है, ग्राउंडेड थ्योरी. अगर एग्जांपल के तौर पे आप उनको बताना चाहूं तो हाउ टू इम्प्रूव एडहेरेंस टू योगा थेरेपी. अलग अलग लोग आते हैं पेशेंट, 10 पेशेंट हैं हमारे पास. हमने उनका योगा के आउटकम तो हमने उनके जान लिए, अभी हमने उनका एक्सपीरियंस भी जान लिया, लेकिन अब हमें पर्टिकुलर कंटेक्स्ट है कि मेरे को योगा थेरेपी के प्रति पेशेंट में एडहेरेंस को बढ़ाना है. ये तो मैं एज्यूम नहीं कर सकता. आई कांट हाइपोथेसाइज. So I have to develop a hypothesis why this header and what are the factors जिससे ये adherence प्रभावित हो रहा है. तो I will interview those patients. There might be many type of interviews. I will do an interview and I will get to know what are other factors which are affecting the एडहेरेंस टू योगा थेरेपी। हो सकता है बहुत सारे पेशेंटों का एक कॉमन स्टेटमेंट हो कि हमको बहुत दूर से आना पड़ता है, हमारे बहुत पैसे खर्च होते हैं। तो हमारा एक हाइपोथेसिस क्या डेवलप हुआ कि फाइनेंशियल स्टेट कैन अफेक्ट द एडहेरेंस टू योगा थेरेपी। अब ये हमारे पास एक हाइपोथेसिस बन गया कि फाइनेंशियल फैक्टर एक वेरिएबल हो गया और आउटकम हो गया एडहेरेंस टू योगा थेरेपी। अब इसको हम क्वांटिफाई करना चाहते हैं तो हम क्वांटिटेटिव मेथोडोलॉजीज का यूज कर सकते हैं, बट उस चीज को जानने के लिए, वो हाइपोथेसिस करने के लिए हमको एक ग्राउंडेड थ्योरी अप्रोच शुरू में रखना पड़ेगा। सो दिस इज अ ब्यूटी अबाउट क्वालिटेटिव स्टडीज। एथनोग्राफी, एथनोग्राफी शब्द आया है एंथ्रोपोलॉजी से। व्हाट इज एथनिसिटी? लाइक वी आर इंडियन एथनिसिटी हम बोल सकते हैं। अब जैसे आप अफ्रीकन में आते हैं तो अफ्रीकन एथनिसिटी होते हैं। व्हाट एथनिसिटी? एथनिसिटी इज डिफाइंड एज जिसमें कुछ शेयर्ड बिलीव हो या शेयर्ड प्रैक्टिस हो, उसको हम एथनिक बोलते हैं। और जब आप ये शेयर्ड वैल्यूज को और शेयर्ड प्रैक्टिस को स्टडी करना चाहते हैं किसी पर्टिकुलर कल्चरल ग्रुप में या किसी डेमोग्राफिकल ग्रुप में, तो आप इस स्टडी का हेल्प ले सकते हैं। अगर एग्जांपल के तौर पे आपको समझाऊं, फूड हैबिट इन छत्तीसगढ़ इज टोटली डिफरेंट इन फूड हैबिट इन राजस्थान, बट यू वांट टू एक्सप्लोर इन मोर एंड मोर इन एक्सप्लेनेटरी वे। सो आप जाएंगे, आप पेशेंट से कुछ बात नहीं करें, आप देखेंगे लोग क्या खा रहे हैं। आप छत्तीसगढ़ जाएंगे, आप राजस्थान जाएंगे, वहां देखेंगे लोग क्या खा रहे हैं। आप चीजों को ऑब्जर्व करेंगे एंड देन यू विल रिकॉर्ड दोस, यू विल डॉक्यूमेंट दोस एंड यू विल गेट टू नो यस देयर इज सम डिफरेंस इन द फूड हैबिट इन दिस टू कल्चरल डिफरेंट डोमेन एरिया। सो दिस इज व्हाट इन एथनोग्राफी स्टडी वी डू। एक फिफ्थ प्रकार का है केस स्टडीज। केस स्टडी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट व्हेन वी वांट टू डू इन डेप्थ एनालिसिस ऑफ एन इवेंट, ऑफ अ प्रोग्राम और ऑफ अ प्रोसेस। अगर एग्जांपल के तौर पे इनको समझाना चाहूं तो इन डेप्थ एनालिसिस ऑफ आउटकम ऑफ टेलर्ड योग्राफ्रॉम फॉर क्रोनिक मायोफेशियल पेन सिंड्रोम। लाइक मैं यहाँ पर मेरे पास कॉन्टेक्स्ट है। व्हाट इज कॉन्टेक्स्ट? अ पेशेंट विथ मायोफेशियल पेन सिंड्रोम। और क्या कॉन्टेक्स्ट है? पेशेंट हु आर कमिंग टू योगा डिपार्टमेंट एंड आई एम टेकिंग अ इंटरव्यू फॉर ऑफ दोस पेशेंट एंड आई एम डूइंग अ इन डेप्थ एनालिसिस कि व्हाट, हाउ आई कैन इंप्रूव माय सर्विस और हाउ कैन आई कैन डू बेटर इन दिस प्रोग्राम। सो आप जब किसी चीज को इम्प्रूव करना होता है, किसी सर्विस को इम्प्रूव करना होता है, तो हम उसमें इन डेप्थ एनालिसिस करते हैं, तो इसको बोलते हैं केस स्टडीज। सो अगेन एक समराइज करते हैं हम चीजों को, क्योंकि बहुत सारे बातें मैंने बहुत नटशेल में बोली। सो एथनोग्राफी इज मोर कल्चरल ग्रिप, more of natural setting. We observe the people over time and we take interviews. Grounded theories, abstract theory of a process, action and participation, which is embedded in the perspective of participant. That is what it is called, grounded. It is embedded and grounded in the participant's observation. In-depth analysis of an event or data-related source is known as a case-based study. Phenomenology is more of essence of human experience और phenomena, जो हम देखते हैं, सुनते हैं, उसको ऑब्जर्व करना और उसको रिकॉर्ड करना है फिनोमिनोलॉजी। एंड लाइफ्स ऑफ इंडिविजुअल के बारे में देखना, उसको सोचना, इट इज मोर ऑफ एथनोग्राफी। सो व्हाट वी फोकस इन डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ स्टडी। ये स्क्रीन थोड़ा सा हो सकता है कि फुल स्क्रीन नहीं आ रहा है, मतलब ऊपर का कट जा रहा है, ठीक है। So what ethnography, we focus on cultural group. In grounded theory we focus on the patient's perspective. In case study we focus on in-depth analysis. In phenomenology we focus on the lived experience. And narrative research we focus on the individual experience and how he says the story. Next me. थैंक यू। सो ये तो एक ओवरव्यू की बात हुई, डिटेल में हम और भी इसके बारे में डिस्कस करेंगे, बट देयर आर सम एथिकल इश्यूज, नॉट ओनली जस्ट विथ क्वालिटेटिव स्टडीज, विथ क्वांटिटेटिव स्टडीज, और even it is more important in qualitative research because it is a very sensitive methodology. Because a patient जो आपको एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करता है, हो सकता है वो पुराने इवेंट को याद करते हुए रोने लगे, तो आप उसको एम्पैथाइज नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप पूरे हैं आपका इंटरव्यू बस खत्म हो गया और हमको जाना है, तो इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट। देयर आर मेनी एथिकल इश्यूज इन क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च स्टडीज, इसलिए उनका अप्रोच अलग है और इसमें हमको इसमें कुछ स्पेशल चीजों पे ध्यान देना होता है। एक एक डोमेन को हम एक्सप्लोर करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सो प्रायर टू कंडक्टिंग स्टडीज, जहां पर आप IRB अप्रूवल लेते हैं, वहां पर कुछ हर्डल्स आ सकते हैं। कभी कभी क्वालिटेटिव स्टडीज इन मेनी प्लेसेस विदाउट IRB अप्रूवल लिए गए हैं, तो वो एक एथिकल इश्यूज हैं। आप किसी लोकल एरिया में करना चाहते हैं, किसी गांव में वो स्टडी कंडक्ट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन आपने वो गांव की मुखिया से ही बात नहीं की है। मैं फूड हैबिट्स इन छत्तीसगढ़ जानना चाहता हूं, लेकिन मैंने वहां गांव के सरपंच के बारे में बात की नहीं, मैं डायरेक्ट गांव में जाके ऑब्जर्व कर रहा हूँ। सो प्रियर टू कंडक्ट दिस स्टडी आपको ये सब हर्डल दूर करने होंगे। वी विल शेयर द स्लाइड, यू कैन सी द slides and go to the theories, but what I want to say, we need to explore those domains जहां हम फंस सकते हैं if we are designing a qualitative research methodologies. बिगिनिंग ऑफ द स्टडी के हमने पर्पस को ही डिस्क्लोज नहीं किया है, और हमने पेशेंट्स के कंसर्न नहीं लिया है। ये दोनों ही प्रकार के मेथोडोलॉजीज में कॉमन प्रॉब्लम है। या हमने पेशेंट्स के जो कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट्स हैं उनको ही उसमें ध्यान नहीं रखा है जब हमने जब ये क्वालिटेटिव रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी उनके लिए डिजाइन किया है। या फिर हमने जो सेंसिटिव वैल्यूएबल जो पॉपुलेशन है उन पे स्पेशल फोकस नहीं किया है, जैसे कि चिल्ड्रन, उसके लिए थोड़ा स्पेशल अप्रोच रखना पड़ता है। सो इन वन स्लाइड आई हैव वन कॉलम आई हैव टाइप ऑफ एथिकल इश्यूज, and in another column I have how we can tackle those ethical issues. We will share the slide, you can go through it. What are the ethical issues in collecting data? So avoid deceiving participants, आप उनसे false information मत दीजिए। Respect potential power imbalance and exploitation of the participants while you are interviewing or while you are observing the patient. Do not use a participant by gathering data and leaving the site, what we have discussed earlier. What quantitative study में आप एक फॉर्म देते हैं पेशेंट को, yes or no उसमें टिक करता है, it is more of close ended question, and you are done with the data collection and you just move on. But in qualitative study you can't do that. Like example, I was doing one of my qualitative research project, what I discussed with you earlier, the experience of patient during prognostic discussion. Then patient started crying. How I can move without empathizing those patients? So, and at least we should offer water, or we should console. And if anything is this, we need to take feedback. How you are feeling now? So it's that's why a qualitative research methodologies, number is not the issue. It's how you do is the issue. Okay. So when you are analyzing data, you might have a certain to influence the patient's perspective. You can use certain there have been reporting that patient has the observer or the researcher has disclosed the only positive results and not the negative results. Like what in my study I found, the patient wants to know the prognosis, but there has been some group of patient who doesn't want to know the prognosis, especially the caregivers. So only projecting the positive outcome and not telling the negative outcome, it is very unethical. And respecting the privacy and autonomy of the participant is important in both type of quantitative and qualitative studies. And the appropriate solution is there in report the contradictory findings and assign fictitious name और डेवलप कंपोजिट प्रोफाइल ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट। आप किसी पेशेंट का एक्सपीरियंस वो आपको अपने जिंदगी के इतने महत्वपूर्ण इवेंट के बारे में बता रहा है, तो इट इज वेरी अनएथिकल कि आप उसका नाम को या उसको कैरेक्टराइज करें या फिर आप उनको बाकी उनका डिस्क्लोज करें इंफॉर्मेशन को, तो वो एनोनिमाइज होना चाहिए। एंड सेम थिंग इज एप्लीकेबल when you are reporting or when you are sharing the data. Do not plagiarize, which is very important. आप चीजों को अपना एक de novo study करिए, चीजों को just replicate मत करिए, उसको हम plagiarism बोलते हैं। Avoid disclosing information and what harmful for the participants. Communicate in clear, straightforward and appropriate language. ठीक है, किसी छत्तीसगढ़ के पॉपुलेशन को मैं इंग्लिश में समझा रहा हूँ, उसे समझ में नहीं आएगा, आई एम डन, मैंने तो समझा दिया। It should be culturally accepted. Your explanation should be culturally accepted also. And share data with others. Do not confine to yourself, because हो सकता है आपका data दूसरों के लिए important हो। Guidelines for permission, American Psychiatry Association 2010 guidelines are there. How we should report, how we share and share the data. And it should be in the more of composite story. It should not be an individual story, because उससे patient identify हो सकता है। और it use unbiased language, what we have discussed earlier. Storing of the data, ideally बोलते हैं कि 5 साल के लिए it should be stored in a very anonymous place, जहां पर वो सिर्फ investigator and co-investigator को पता होगा। And do not disclose without information to the from the participant. Take a consent from them. डू नॉट डुप्लीकेट द इंफॉर्मेशन और डू नॉट पीस उसको खंड कभी भी क्वालिटेटिव स्टडीज को आप उसको पीस मिल मतलब खंड खंड करके आप अपने रिजल्ट को मत बताइए, आप जैसा है वैसा ही प्रोजेक्ट करिए। इन क्वांटिटेटिव स्टडी आप उसको पीस मिल कर सकते हैं, इन क्वालिटेटिव स्टडी पीस मिलिंग ऑफ द डेटा इज इट्स अनएथिकल। Provide complete proof of the compliance with ethical issues and lack of conflict of interest if requested, and state who owns the data from study. It is very important. So मैंने बहुत ही फास्ट बताया, but after reading these theories, you can actually correlate what I have said. Thank you so much for patience listening. I would like to take one or two questions if someone is interested. So chronology, sir, where from starts or where from it's in the flow of the patient. What अगर कोई patient हो सकता है अपने बचपन से शुरू करे और अपने current age तक खत्म, हो सकता है कोई इंसान अपने जवानी से शुरू करे और बचपन में जाए, but it should be in the chronology of patient statement. Pardon, sir? Patient statement, sir. Not AIIMS objectives. Sir, in qualitative research, we don't have predetermined aims and objectives.
Okay.
Most of the time. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I think, sir, we have a subsequent session on that. But yes, for informed consent, particularly in qualitative studies, sir, there is some guidelines, and from the American Psychiatry Association 2010. They have we have sent our own version from the ICMR also, sir. I don't know much detail about taking consent, sir, because I haven't done it in AIIMS Raipur. I've done it in Tata Hospital, where we have a institutional review board designed consent form. So I don't have much of answer for that question, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Avinash. So actually, basically, he's a specialist in palliative medicine. So I would like to extend some of the more of introduction. He has been a very good colleague to me in all these years, and he's a well-known name in AIIMS corridors. Not only in Department of Medical Oncology, he's most wanted by all other departments also, like nephrology, general medicine. You can find him in different wards dealing with different patients with empathy. So that's his specialty basically. And qualitative research is just a part. When I came up with the idea to organize this very workshop, I approached him and he started कि उन्होंने बोला कि बहुत अच्छा ये है. It's a very vast thing, and he helped to design this and break this thing, and also helped me with finding the very eminent resource persons. And he has very well put his thoughts on need and comparison and introduction, and also the ethical consideration of qualitative research. So, yes, ma'am.
Mostly it is an interview based and you're listening to the stories also. So in that case, the person who is interviewing ideally should be the same person. And then the second thing on that, it happens that we may not be able to focus all the aspects what the person is narrating and what he is telling in interview. On such cases, nowadays we have an audio visual, so we can have an audio recording, we can have a video recording. And if you are doing that, that is the most important thing where the ethical consideration comes into the play. So that is important when you are doing the audio or the video recording, then definitely they should be well informed and their permission should be taken. As and when it is required, it may be displayed also. Because sometimes we are just taking it for the data collection, where the patient identity is not disclosed. Whatever he is saying, you are just making a note of that. But sometimes it happens with qualitative research, you just show their videos or you display their audios also. For that, the specific consent needs to be taken for. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
now it's time to converge and dive in deeper. So we'll go to the next session. Before that, I would like to state that this workshop is not going to quench your thirst. It is going to increase, because we are giving it in a very short pill form, so that you won't be getting all the information, but it will increase your thirst for knowledge and to know more about qualitative research. So our next speaker today is Ms. Asha Albuquerque Pai. She's an postgraduate in MSW, that is Masters in Social Work, and PG DHRM and NET qualified. She is now pursuing a PhD in leadership program from MAHE, that is Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. First, I would like to welcome her to the dais. Welcome, ma'am. She has conducted multiple research projects funded by Government of USA as a project manager, and is also a recipient of Best Discussant Award. With over 9 years of teaching experience in social work and management, 6 years of experience in research, she brings her with her experience on and off the field, and has presented multiple papers nationally and internationally on topics related to social work, HR, social entrepreneurship, diaspora, and leadership. She's a skilled project manager with over 15 years of working experience in the hospitality industry at the management level, and also as an administrative officer of the Academy of Palliative Medicine. Now, I request her to take over the dais and give her detailed view on developing qualitative research protocol and qualitative data collection method, which is the most important part. Once after this introduction, now we are going to dive deeper. So I request her to take over the dais. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Pai. It's a privilege to be here. And thank you, Dr. Avinash, as well. So before we really dive into this entire qualitative way, they have given me a very large topic, so I'll try and do justice to that. Okay. How does that go? Yeah. So what I'm going to cover in this session will be in-depth interview, IDI, focus group discussion, FGD, how to write a method section, sampling and qualitative research, and a small introduction to mixed methods. So before we do a deep dive, I would like to mention three very simple but very important points in qualitative research. So in qualitative research, we're looking to understand, we're looking to explore, we want to make sense of what's happening. So we use very neutral language, like in your research questions or in your AIIMS, you need to use very neutral questions like, what do we understand? What do we aim to explore this idea, this phenomena, or we want to discover something, right? So these are the kind of terminologies that we use. Please avoid using quantitative terminologies like relate, impact, determinants. We are making a comparison. We don't use these. We don't even go into these areas. So this is something very important for you to understand. The second point is about personal identification. Generally, we say it's going to be confidential. Now, in qualitative, if you say it's going to be confidential, we are collecting their data and we are going to share that data. You cannot say this is going to be confidential. You have to very clearly say your personal information will be confidential, or we will keep you anonymous. So make that a very clear, distinction when you're doing qualitative. And third, the people we are interacting with are our participants, not respondents as in qualitative. Why are they our participants? Because they are co-creators in our research work. We are sharing their entire understanding, their life experiences. They are sharing with us. They are co-creators and they are called participants, not respondents. Okay, so these are three simple but very important ideas in qualitative. Now we will deep dive into IDIs. Okay, so like Sir has already mentioned, In-depth interview allows us to collect a large amount of data about behavior, about people's attitude, about their perception, the way they think and understand certain phenomena or their life experiences. So it is both for the researcher and the participant who can explore. We are both exploring together. We are both deep diving together, right? It's a journey that we are taking together. So like sir has also said, there is a lot of scope for changing of direction. As you are deep diving into this understanding, certain concepts will come out. Like, for example, I am studying research and studying about capability-based research. But as I study this research, I found the concept or the construct of vulnerability coming up very strongly. It was not part of my framework. But then I said, this is important. It has come up with 3-4 people. Let me deep dive there. Let me take a small diversion and see the importance of vulnerability in leadership, how it strengthens, how it weakens, or how it helps them build capability, right? So it gives you a lot of scope for moving around. It's sort of scope for maybe taking a deviation, which is taboo in quantitative. You have to stick to your subject, right? Then it is an independent research method, and you can adopt multiple strategies in going forward. You can choose. So what is the research instrument, right, in-depth interviews? You can use a structured or a semi-structured interview guide. So if it is ethnography, that is you're choosing a community or a group of people and you want to sort of get into that group and understand, then it can be very open. Or if it's a phenomenology as a paradigm, right? So we are definitely not using a questionnaire in qualitative. It is an interview guide. So basically it is guiding us in, okay, these are the possible questions or the possible outline that we can ask our participants. So it could be structured when you have a group of set questions, but of course, while you do the interview, someone is talking about something, you can't say, okay, stop, finish now, my next question. You can't do that. You have to have a flow, right? Semi-structured is when you have a broad guide, but you are free to sort of deviate. You are free to give probes. You pick up something important from them. Okay, come on, let's get more into that area. So semi-structured gives you much more flexibility, and structured, if you're just starting into quantitative, maybe that will help you do the transition. So like I said in the questionnaire, what you definitely do is you have a broad guideline. Okay, I want these main 5 questions. And then you kind of give a probe. Suppose I am asking a particular leader, what is valuable to you? Now it's a little vague, no? So they'll ask me, what do you mean? Then you give them an understanding. What is it you mean? What exactly are you trying to get at? And they get an understanding. So you give them small probes, you give them small feelers, right? So this is the kind of ways you kind of structure your guide, and we'll talk more about that. Am I too fast? Okay. Yeah. So if I'm too fast, please feel free to say slow down. It's too fast. I'm okay with that. Okay. So I will now talk about the interview guide order. Okay. How do you make an interview guide? You start with an introduction, because this is a one-to-one, right? You talk about yourself, you talk about your research, you talk about what are you going to do with this data, because people are going to share really personal things with you. You have to make them very comfortable that how are you going to keep this data safe? So give that introduction, be very clear, be very transparent in what you're doing, right? And then the question came up about consent. So you also take consent for participation and you take consent for recording, right? So consent can be taken in writing, consent can be taken orally and recorded, and consent could also be taken verbally, but you need to have some sort of record for consent. Bear in mind, if you're doing ethnographic research, you need consent from the gatekeeper. Suppose you're going to a community, the head of that community, you need to get consent also from them first. Then you go to, maybe if you're doing research in a family, you get consent from the head of the family. So you have to bear in mind there are various stages of consent that you need to take. Like, for example, if you're working with children, definitely you have consent of the parents. If you're working with children in school, you need consent of the principal of the school, then of the parent, and then of the child. So you need 3 stages of consent. Is that question clear, sir? Okay, and then, so this background is given to the participant, and then we start with the opening question. So this is just to build rapport, to make them comfortable, right? We have all been to barber's shop when they are little, comfortable. Then you start telling stories, no? You go to a some comfortable area. So you need to get these people comfortable to talk. They have to trust you. They have to be comfortable in the atmosphere. And you build that by starting a conversation. So you can start with general demographic conversation. How old are you? What background do you come from? Or something like that. Maybe in the rural areas, people are more, happy to tell you their stories about their family. It may not be so in the urban areas today. They are a little, privacy is a very important factor. So you need to be very clear with the kind of audience you have. So this takes like an hourglass shape, very broad. Then you come to your prime questions about your research. So these are your key questions, maybe 4 or 5, not too many, right? So talk about your key questions then, and very important to use the language that is understandable by the interviewee. So for example, you might say, you may use the word pregnant, and a person from that will not understand what pregnant is. Like from the place that I come from, they say, are you in the family way? It's understood that that means pregnant, or you may say being with stomach. So use the local language, the local jargon that they are comfortable with, and they get the same idea that you have, okay? Don't use very medical terms. They are going to see stars. Use the local colloquial words. And after you've got your key data, and then you go to your closing question, when again you slowly disengage your participant. You engage your participant, you disengage your participant, you kind of thank them for their time, you give a summary, or you paraphrase what you have understood, or you summarize what you've understood, and things like that. You slowly go to the disengaging of the participant. So this is your basic structure for an interview guide. How do you prepare for an in-depth interview? So your interview guide is ready. Now you need to pilot it. Okay. Is it taking too long? Is it too short? Are you rushing the person? Is your introduction not satisfactory? So please look at all these things. Our piloting in qualitative is very different from quantitative, because here you're trying to see, is your data rich enough? Is the data answering all your research questions that you're asking, or you're not getting sufficient data? Then maybe you need to change your questions. You need to broaden your questions, right? So then you have to reflect on subjectivity. It's called researcher reflexivity. You are an individual and you are dealing with another individual. And we know, and in life, we always come with different perceptions, different understandings. Now, this is going to influence our research. Whether you like it or not, my perception of the other person, my perception of this topic is definitely going to influence what I am receiving, what I am understanding, what I am interpreting from that data. So be very, very transparent with yourself. You need to know where you stand on the subject. Are you very motivated, very excited? Then you'll interpret everything also like that. Or are you very negative about the subject? You're going to interpret everything like that. So be very transparent. Where are you on that subject? Okay. And then you look at power relation. So what is power relation? In any conversation we are having, there's always some sort of power. The person who is more senior, the person who has more authority, the person who has more knowledge is always in a higher power than you are. In any relationship, that any time we are talking, right, we are aware of it. The same thing happens in research. If I, as a doctor, I'm going to interview a patient, what is the power relation? The doctor will be in a higher power. Now, this can be adverse for your research. It could also be good, or it can be bad. Why adverse? Patient feels, "Arey, Dr. Saab is saying something." No, and you get scared. The patient is scared. He's not open enough to share with you. Or he may think, "Arey, he's the doctor. He knows everything. I need not explain these things." And you will lose a lot of data because the patient thinks he's already aware. Why should I explain it? He will know. And you're going to lose data, right? So you need to figure out how do you reduce this power balance. For example, when I was interviewing leaders, I was interviewing very senior leaders, C-suite leaders. They did not know my previous background, that I've also been in corporate. So they thought I'm an academician. She does not understand this jargon. She does not understand the way we do. So what did they do? They explained a lot to me. They gave me a lot of examples. It's like this and this happens, and I'll give you an example. I'll tell you about the story. So I got a lot of data, very rich data. I allowed them to feel that, I am in a lower power, because that gave me very rich data, right? They were explaining to me and they said, "See, you may not know this jargon. It means like this. It means like this." I was like, okay, yes, is it so? Okay. And I got a lot of data. So even though this power balance sometimes is negative and positive, you can use it to your benefit. So this is a very important concept that you need to keep in mind. It does not come up in quantitative. Where to conduct your interview, right? If you're talking about something very sensitive to the patient, you're interviewing a patient with AIDS maybe, or cancer, they don't want to be identified by the people. You need a secure room. You need a safe place, right? If it is something very sentimental or is going to cause pain or suffering, it would be ideal if you took them to an open area, a garden area, where you feel relaxed, you feel comfortable, and you're able to share and speak. So a right atmosphere is needed when you're interviewing the patient. Don't just take them in a busy hospital, just come sit on this chair and ask questions. It doesn't happen like that. We have to take a lot of time and empathy and understanding. Do you need to make appointments maybe? So think about that as well. How will you be seated? Enough space. The person should be comfortable. You should be able to watch the body language because, in qualitative, we also note down our understanding from the person's body language. How interested, how scared, is what they're saying and what they're feeling. Is it matching? Why is it not matching? So body language needs to also be looked into. And lastly, it would be ideal if you had a recorder to record the interview and a notebook for you to write down your own notes, your observations. Something has struck you during the thing. You are not able to coordinate all these things. So record the interview, but also have your notebook and take down your points as things strike you or as some important point hits you. Have both. This notes is called field notes, and it is also used in your data. It's part of your data. Okay, conducting the interview session, like I said, is also very important. I'm a trained counselor, and so it was very easy for me to conduct the interviews. I felt I got a lot of rich data because a lot of social skills are involved. How you build a rapport with somebody, how you are making them comfortable. Are you empathetic in your understanding of them? So somebody is telling you some very sad story and you're just busy with that interview guide. Okay, what question I have to ask next? It immediately gives, you're not interested, you just want data. And that person is going to immediately clamp up. He's going to shut up or she's going to shut up. Then you're not going to get your data. Your body language. Are you bending forward? Are you interested? Are you genuinely interested? See, these social skills have to be developed, and probably you will need a session on social skills if you're doing interviewing or FGD. I think it is extremely important to have these social skills. Motivating them to talk. So there are various skills I've put there. We need not go into all of them. Okay, so with that, I've given you a brief introduction to IDI, and now we'll understand focus groups. Okay, so focus group discussion is a very interactive discussion between 5 to 7 or 8 people is an ideal number. You pre-select them, and it's led with a trained moderator, focusing on very specific set of issues. So you come with the clear agenda. These are the ideas we want to discuss. So this is what we want to talk about. So what is the aim is to get a very broad range of views. We're not talking about not going in depth, but here we're getting a broad range of views over a period of say 60 to 90 minutes. And you create an environment where participants feel comfortable and safe to express what they feel. So when do we use focus groups, right? When we want to explore a new topic, we don't have much background knowledge. We don't know what it's about. We want to get the feel from that particular group of people, that particular community maybe. So here we bring people to discuss their ideas, to get an understanding. These may be issues, these may be problems, these may be something that we need to work on. So when you're not very clear, you conduct a focus group to get an idea. Then to get a range of views. So you, for example, you may have a focus group with a doctor, with a nurse, with a patient, with a family member, and your paramedical and your social worker. You get a range of ideas within one, say, palliative care, how different people are viewing it and what are their different needs. So you get a range of ideas. Understanding a typical behavior or socio-cultural norm. For example, stigma. We did a stigma study with both cancer patients and patients having HIV and then duly diagnosed patients. So here you understand what is the stigma at different level with both the patient as well as the family member. Oh, I'm so sorry. Understanding a group process. Okay. So for example, decision making. How do they take decision on whether to go for a treatment, or how do they take a decision on whether to continue with something, or maybe to go from allopathic to Ayurveda or yoga? How do they take these decisions? So understand the entire group process is also a good idea to have an FGD. And then finally, if you're doing a mixed methods research, then an FGD can be part of the research understanding. So developing your discussion guide is on the same lines of developing an IDI. So you have a list of topics that you would like to discuss, or you can even have a series of actual questions that you note down and used by the moderator to guide the discussion and keep it focused on the research topic. Because, you know, when a group of people get together, you can start at Kanyakumari and you can reach Delhi. So you need to kind of keep your group on track. So you need to have that guideline. The outline of topics for the discussion guide is identified during your design cycle. So we can have both inductive and deductive approaches to guide the development. So inductive is what is coming out from your data, and deductive could be from your theoretical framework or from your conceptual framework. So let's look at how an FGD guide is developed. Again, you start with an opening question, which kind of breaks the ice, all different people coming together in one setting. And then you have introductory questions, which is very broad. It's kind of to warm up the participants and get some sort of group rapport. You can ask some little difficult questions, which, you know, little debate takes place. And then you move from that broadness to your specific, to your point of view, your specific questions. So you can have transition questions, right? Get into your key questions, maybe 2 or 3, not too many. And then again, go to a closing question where you summarize everybody's view, or you ask them after you've had a discussion. Now, what do you have a change of thought? Do you have a new understanding? So you can also get that feedback from the group, because when people discuss in a group, there can be new knowledge that comes. So that could be a closing question, or it could also be a summary of everybody's views. So this is pictorially how a group discussion will look. Please avoid the first one where the moderator is asking all the questions and everyone is directing the answer to the moderator. So it is not a question interview session. You are encouraging group discussion, right? So when the group is discussing, again, you'll see there will be power dynamics. There will be group dynamics that takes place, and you want to understand that as well for your particular research question. So encourage the idea on the right-hand side where there is interactivity. You are asking the question, no doubt, but there is interaction that becomes much more rich. So pilot testing of IDI and FGD. What are the ideas that you need to look at when you're piloting? Was sufficient information given in the introduction of the group discussion? Are the people there understanding what you're talking about? Why are we here to discuss it? They have to be very clear about it. Did they get sufficient information? Are they still not sure what they're doing there? So that has to be clear, right? Were all the questions understood by as intended? Did they understand it differently? Do you need to change your questions? Do you need to explain it better, perhaps? Do any questions need to be reworded to improve your clarity? So you may have to change your language. Maybe the terminologies you're using is too scientific, something simpler for people to understand. Does the structure of the guide work well? So there should be a flow. It shouldn't be something that's breaking. One should lead to the other. That flow needs to be there, right? Will the information gained help to answer your research question? This is most important. If the data you're getting is all over the place and you're not really focusing on what the question is, it's not going to be useful. So at the end of the day, the research question needs to be answered. Will the information, yes. So is the guide long enough or not too long enough? Ideally, 60 to 90 minutes is the best. More than that is too long, and less than that may be too short. Data will not be rich enough. So to give you a little comparison, IDI versus FGD, In the in-depth interview, you're looking at narratives like Dr. Avinash has already explained and personal stories, right? In FGDs, you are looking at opinions because there will be a tendency in your group discussion for people to speak in the third party, for people to represent their family or their community. They will not generally not say, I feel, it's we feel, it is said, you get that third party kind of, so it's more an opinion and stories also. About others, it could be themselves, but they will represent it as others. So here you have personal subjectivity. In an FGD, you will have your group subjectivity. So you should be able to differentiate the two. Here you will have an individual or a social context, and there you will have a more community context or the community point of view. I love qualitative research for the simple and the main reason that it's very creative and it's very innovative. Being a creative person, I'm able to understand, or I feel close to this sort of methodology, because in addition to those main topics, main methods, you have also other sub ways of looking at it, like photo voice. What is photo voice? For example, you're doing quality of life, you want to understand, you tell your participants, take a picture every day of the most important thing that you're doing, the thing that you like. Now, this picture, when they come to you, you say, okay, speak about this picture. And you'll see amazing insights that come out from it. If you just sit and ask, like, what is important in your life, they may have to think, no? But you say over a couple of days, over the month, take a picture a day. Now, everybody has a mobile phone. It's not difficult. Take a picture a day of something classic of that day, something that represents the day, something that tells you about your well-being, whatever. Somebody will take a picture of going to the temple. Somebody will take a picture of a good meal. Somebody will take a picture of family time. All this is quality of life. Then you say, come on, explain, share what this picture tells you. And you'll get very rich data, beautiful data that comes out of it. The other thing is storytelling with objects. I attended a session on this storytelling with objects, and I thought to myself, okay, this is like photo voice. What is so new or different about it? Then the facilitator told us, come on, you pair in groups, and you look at your room or your house. You identify one object that is dormant. That means we all have a lot of things in our house that we don't use for the last 10 years, but we don't throw them out also. So I was just looking around my room. What is it that I have for 10 years and I'm not used? Then I thought books. I have plenty of books and I have boxes of books. And sometimes I've not opened those boxes for 10 or 20 years. I have books from my PG, from my social work days. I have books. And I thought to myself, I don't know what struck me, but I said, okay, I'm going to take books. And then when we came back to that pair, and then I was thinking, but I don't know why I keep all these books. So the other person encouraged me to, dig into that. And then I realized the dormant object is equal to my subconscious. In my subconscious, I have a yearning for academics, for learning. And I was in management in a hospitality, and I changed my career at the age of 38 and started from scratch in academy. So I did not realize that this yearning was there. And I did not realize the books that I'm collecting is significant of this yearning. So you get very deep insights, very deep that I was not aware of. And the other person that I was talking to, he said he had a small object on his table. It was given to him when his mother passed away. He said, I had it for 20 years. Maybe I don't look at it often, but it is there. And then he was able to tell the connection with his mother and that object. So it is the insight you get in these kind of programs is amazing. It's phenomenal, right? So this little object can bring thoughts and memories and make a lot of connections for the people. So tell them, bring this object that is most important to you and speak about it. So these are also ways that you facilitate the interviewee on sharing more deep knowledge about a particular program. Then you have journal writing, where you can encourage them to write every day their thoughts, and then you bring the journal and you analyze the data. You can use social media conversations, you can use Twitter chatter, you can use music, you can use observation. Observation is the main tool, but I've put it here because it was not part of my outline. So both covert and overt observation can be, used. So we now, is any doubt in this part? You want to ask anything? And then we move to how to write a method section. Yeah, okay. So how to write a method section? So broadly, these are the areas that you have to cover in a methods. These are the subheadings: study setting and design, case and participation selection, which is more like sampling, participant recruitment, data collection, data analysis, the researcher's positionality and reflexivity, and ethics. So in your study setting and research design, I will broadly tell you what to cover. So you have to talk about the data, where the data was collected, explain what are the activities that takes place in that site, in that location, and you have to justify the choice of the location. Why have you chosen this? And why do you think this is suitable for your research? Everything needs to be justified in qualitative, because only then we can have rigor and we can have transparency and validity of your data. Second is, were you having any collaborators and what were their involvement? It has to be spelled out. Then you explain why have you chosen qualitative as your approach. Are you searching for some in-depth analysis? Are you searching to explore something? So you talk about that. And what is the design that you have chosen? Again, you justify how suitable it is for your research. Why could quantitative not be taken instead? Why have you chosen this? So everything needs to be justified. And then very important is you talk about the research philosophy, because these are experiential, these are understandings. Research philosophy becomes very important. So you explain your ontological and epistemological stance. When I was first introduced to this, it took me a few weeks to say the word ontology and epistemology. It took me a few more weeks to understand what is what and the difference between the two. And then another few more times to explain it to somebody else. So I feel you, I understand you, I was totally there. But this becomes very important because this tells you what is your worldview. How do you view the world? And this is definitely going to influence your data. This is going to influence your research. So then you ask how this has influenced your choice of research approach, your research design, your research methods, right? So we'll talk a little more about that for those of you to whom it is new. So ontology is basically the study of reality. Does reality exist? Whether I am there or not, does it exist? Or do I create reality? Or is my interaction with you creating reality? That means your reality is different, my reality is different, somebody else's reality different. So we have different realities. Then we look at constructivism, or we look at social constructionism, right? So then we look at epistemology. What is epistemology? The hows and whys, the questions. How is it possible? Why is it possible? We are trying to understand how this knowledge is created. So how this knowledge can be acquired, how this knowledge claims can be justified, right? So we look at an interpretivist approach. So it is very important for you to sort of explore these areas, because this is a basis of why you're choosing a particular research design and approach. And it's also going to give you a strong foundation that it is a suitable approach to take. The axology talks about the researcher's position, your values, your beliefs, because again, that is going to influence your research. And then finally, the methodology is the process and the approach of the research. So when I was struggling with these terminologies, I came across this book and I put it down there, A Short Guide to Ontology and Epistemology, Why Everyone Should Be a Critical Realist by Tom Fryer. I suggest that you read it. He makes it very simple, very funny, and he deconstructs these terms beautifully. I mean, it's very basic, of course. You can then read, hi-fi books, but to just understand these terminologies and grasp it and get a hang of the subject, this is a fantastic book to read. So please do get it. It's available online, or I could send the PDF to Sir and he can distribute it. It really made my life easy because I was able to grasp those concepts. But these are very important concepts, and it needs to be explained in your methods. We look at now recruitment. How are we going to identify who is our target population for my research? Who is this group that I'm going to contact, right? So what are your strategies of locating these participants? Will you make a flyer explaining this is my study, those of you are interested, please come? How are you going to distribute this flyer? Are you going to put it in the hospital walls? Are you going to give it to particular people? Are you going to send emails out perhaps? Are you going to use social media? Today, everybody's on social media. It is so easy to reach. Are you going to use referrals, word of mouth? to build a pool of your participants? Will you contact organizations or associations or clubs or particular therapy groups or, where people gather? So you also have to explain this. How are you going to recruit your participants? Then case and participant selection. So generally we use the purposive method, but convenience sampling is used, where it's you use the population that is convenient for you to reach out to, or self-selection where people volunteer to come and give you data on a particular subject. Then you can use snowballing. Snowballing is also a very interesting sampling method, wherein you want to reach out to a very specific target audience that is not visibly known to you. For example, people who are addicts maybe, or prostitutes, or people with HIV. How are you going to find this particular group when they are not going to advertise to everybody they are? But what happens with these particular target groups, they will always know other people who are in this similar group. So you contact one and say, can you refer me to another one? Then it goes to another one. You ask that person, can you refer me to another one? So that is called snowballing. It snowballs into a particular number of people, right? So these are for very target, very focused kind of groups, which are, you don't know, where to find them. And then you have purposive sampling, where you have a very clear inclusion criteria. I want this particular kind of people. They have to be 8, 2, 3, 4. So you then have this inclusion and exclusion criteria, and you follow it to the T. So that is purposive sampling, because you want a very specific data from a very specific group of people. So in purposive sampling, you also can have quota sampling. For example, when I'm looking at leaders, I looked at middle level leaders, I looked at senior level leaders, I looked at male leaders, I looked at female leaders. So I had 4 quotas there. Now, when you have quota sampling, then your sampling becomes much larger and then very much more difficult to deal with. Is that clear? Shall I move? Okay, so data collection methods should be described in detail in your method section. If you have used observation, you have to explain what are you observing, what resources or equipment will be used for your recording the observation, who is the person who is observing, is that person a trained observer, do they have some training in this? Because observing is not that simple. There are so many things that get involved in observation. If you're using in-depth interviews, you need to explain how will the prompt guide or interview schedule, interview guide be developed, who is conducting the interview, are you doing it by phone or by person or online, and how are the interviews being recorded. If it's focus group, you need to say who is leading the focus group, and how are the focus groups being recorded. Unlike an interview where you can record it, in a focus group, it's going to be a royal mess if you're going to just record it. So you need to have a separate person who's transcribing. You need to have a separate person who's moderating. Maybe you need to have 2 or 3 transcribers, each one transcribing each person's words, and somebody just looking at body language. It becomes so much more difficult. So that has to be recorded. The more detail we take, the more validity our research gets. In your data collection, you need to specify, are you using semi-structured or structured interview discussion guide, and why? Justify. Was it observation? How did you conduct it? Was it face-to-face, online, over the telephone? Why? Everything has a why. You have to justify. Was it recorded? Did you transcribe it? Generally, they say transcribe within 48 hours, because then you forget what has happened when you're transcribing. So you need to do it very soon. Are you back translating it in case of language change? For example, somebody has given me the interview in Hindi, and I am writing it in English. So I translate it in English. Then a total different person has to back translate it from English to Hindi and check if the interview and what the person has translated is matching, because in that translation, you can lose out a lot of important data and understanding. So back translation becomes important for validity. Do you have field notes, like I was telling you earlier, mentioned, memos, journal entries, all this is used as data. What is the duration of your IDI in FGD, or your observation, if it's ethnographic study, your stay in that particular village or community or group? Then you talk about the coding process. How have you de-identified your participants to keep their anonymity? How have you stored your data? Is it transferred? Is it password protected? All these little minute things have to be mentioned. Have you done manual coding? Have you used a software? Which version? Which one? Why? Sorry, it's pretty heavy, I think. Is it? They've given me this topic and I wanted to make sense of it. Okay. Then you talk about your data analysis. I will not go into the details because somebody is already taking a session, but then you talk about which type of analysis you're using. Why is that analysis appropriate to my particular study? Okay. Very important. Then you talk also about your researcher's positionality and reflexivity. What is your position? How do you position yourself in the research? Are you positioning yourself as an insider or an outsider? So I told you in the research I was doing with leaders, I was an outsider. But sometimes the way we position ourselves can also be an insider. And the people can view us as an outsider. There are a lot of dynamics that takes place, in this. It's not that simple, it's complicated. So this has to be stated in your research. So the person who's reading your research can also understand, this person has looked at it from this point of view. This researcher has looked at it from that point of view. That is why this result, they should be able to deconstruct what you have done based on your explanation, right? So insider view is called the emic view and outsider view is called the etic view. Then you also talk about the power relation, which I've explained in the earlier slide, which power position you have taken, which power position the interview was, and has that made an influence on your research? Because that will come in your limitation. Finally, you conclude your method section with ethics. So you have to state here the participation information form. Have you given, thank you. Have you given all the information you need to the participant? Are they very clear about what you're doing and what you're collecting and what you're doing with their data? Have you got their consent forms and the process? Then whatever is your ethics approval that needs to be got from your institution, the IRB or ethics committee, what is the process? What is your ethics approval number? It has to be stated in your paper. Then you may require CTRI clearance will have to be got. Depending on the type of research, you may need a clearance from ICMR. If you're collaborating with a foreign researcher or you're getting foreign funds, then HMSC clearance will have to be got, and this takes a really good time. So you have to be well prepared for it. And then if you have any conflict of interest, you need to state that, excuse me. Now we go to a very interesting topic of sampling in qualitative research, which our dear quantitative researchers will never understand. Because I did my protocol presentation and it was like almost had a fight with the people there, and they were not able to understand why I'm having such a small sample. And they were asking, but how long will you take for your interview? I have no idea. It's qualitative. I don't know how long they're going to speak to me. No, you should have an average idea. You should have a rough estimate. I was at loss of words how to tell the person. I said, madam, you may take 15 minutes to tell me your story. The other person may take 2 hours. I have no idea. So it was a difficult situation when I started at qualitative because it's very difficult. They're very different from quantitative. So defining a sample size a priori becomes difficult, I would say. But it depends on how homogeneous your participants are. The more homogeneous they are, maybe you can have a smaller sample. And if they're not homogeneous, you will definitely need to increase your sample size. People generally say depends on saturation of data. That again is a very tricky subject because I did like 20 people and I thought I had saturation. Then I said, let's do a few more. After doing 3 more, then I got an outlier. I said, suppose I'd stopped at 20, I would not have had this rich data. So this is a little tricky, but generally what they mean by saturation of data is more or less you're getting the same responses from the participants and there is no new data to be found. So because in qualitative, we are looking at richness of data. We are looking at variety of views. So when you feel that variety of views is not coming, it's getting restricted now, nothing new is coming, that is more or less, you can say saturation of data has been obtained and you can stop with the number of samples that you are taking. So if you're giving a protocol, you have to mention some sample. So what you do is you say, I'll take a minimum number of this much. So they allow you then to go forward or stop at the minimum, right? So if you're doing a thematic analysis, roughly 20 to 30 is a safe number to take. You would generally get saturation within that amount. If you're going for interpretive phenomenological analysis, which is really digging deep, more than 6 is driving you mad. But you can take a larger number, but then you cannot go case wise. You cannot interpret each person. You'll have to take topics and look at all the cases. So that's a different, that's a whole new subject together. But since it's an introduction, I'm just giving an understanding. 6 to 15 people is an ideal size. If it's thematic analysis, which is fairly common, 20 to 30 people is also a pretty good size. So this is Saunders' onion. He gives you a very large view on the different philosophies you can take, the different approaches you can take, inductive or deductive, and then the strategies based on those philosophies and approaches. What are your choices? You can go for mono, multi-method or mixed methods. What is the time horizon? You want to do a cross-sectional or longitudinal, and then you can, then accordingly, you can select data collection and data analysis. This again is a topic by itself and I will not jump in, but just to give you an idea, you can read up Saunders. He's a very famous, he's got an entire book on that. So that's just to introduce you to the concept. All right, so we're coming to the end of the topic. I'm very proud of myself. I've kept within the time, but then I ate some of your time. I think I got it earlier. So mixed methods research is when you do generally a combination of qualitative and quantitative, right? So basically, when you need to answer the research question, it all depends on the type of research question that's driving your study. And then you decide to answer this question, I need qualitative or I need quantitative or I need mixed, which will make it more rich. So if you want to generalize the finding, then qualitative research may not really suit the budget because it's very difficult to generalize because you're taking ideas, you're taking thoughts, you're taking life experiences. You cannot generalize this to a large population, right? So in a mixed methods research, this comparative weakness is mitigated by the comparative strength of the sample size. So then you can go for a mixed methods. What is the contextualization? So mixing methods allows you to put findings in the context and get a richer detail to your conclusions. So to put meat on the bones, they say, right? So you understand it and then you get more data on that. And then finally, for credibility or to triangulate your data, you use the mixed methods. So you try qualitative, you try quantitative, and you see if it's really meeting at the same point. And then you can triangulate it or you can give more credibility to what your findings are. Okay, so the different types of mixed methods, you have convergent parallel. So what happens here is you collect qualitative and quantitative at the same time. You go parallelly, okay? And then you analyze them separately. And after both an analysis is complete, you compare your results and you can draw your overall conclusions. So you don't mix, you don't get influenced from one to the other. There's no influence. They're done parallelly, analyzed separately, and then you see the results and you make a comparison whether yes, it's making sense, or no, it's difficult, it's different, whatever. The second is explanatory sequential. So explanatory comes first, which means your quantitative data collection analysis occurs first and allows followed by a qualitative data analysis. So you may do a quantitative data and you may get certain hypotheses, but you would like to know why. You want to know how. Then you do qualitative. Or you can go for an exploratory sequential where the qualitative data analysis is done first. So the how and why you understand, you find a hypothesis and then you test it quantitatively, okay? So you can use this design to first explore the initial questions to develop a hypothesis, and then you can use the quantitative data to test or confirm if your qualitative findings were in fact, generalized to the larger population. And my last topic is, was also given when you're reviewing a qualitative paper, what are the guidelines? So these are some of the guidelines a particular journal gives when they review a paper that you submit, but every journal is different and will have their own methods and own priorities. But just to give you an understanding, these are the questions that they will ask a reviewer. Does your article bring a definite new contribution in the area of study? So that depends on your research gap. The study proceeds from a sound theoretical foundation. The literature references are comprehensive and appropriately current. The literature is critically reviewed. The research problem is clearly outlined. When it comes to methods, whether you have described your methods adequately, like I told you, it's very elaborate. It will depend on the number of words of each journal, of course. The execution and implementation, is it appropriate? Is the results correctly interpreted and linked back to theory or literature? And if the data is available, is there sufficient information for the analysis to be repeated? Then is your title appropriate? The overall presentation is logical and systematic. Is it clearly spelled out? The results, if they surprising or not surprising, because everybody wants, they don't want mundane research. They want something mind-blowing, cutting edge, that kind of stuff. Then the format and referencing, does it conform to the requirements of the particular journal? Then what happens is they will tell the review to summarize the most important reasons why this should be published or this should not be published. So then they will come to their own decisions. So yes, I'm done. I hope it was not an express train. I'm open to take questions, but you can also always connect with me if you have any issues or you need reference material. I have tons of it. And yeah, I do have, we have a group on Telegram and I've put the address there. So I'm a learner. I'm an absolute learner. So I keep learning. And whenever I find new data, new methods, new approaches, I always put it up in this group. There are a couple of other qualitative researchers there, so we share data. You're welcome to join. I'm open for questions.
Is there anything called validation once you prepare a questionnaire for asking to your subjects? Do we have to validate that questionnaire?
No, it's not like quantitative.
Get it peer reviewed.
But you need the validation in qualitative is your data answering your research question.
Okay.
But you can validate your findings.
Okay.
So you can go back to your participants and say, these are my findings. Do you find yourself in that finding? Is your opinion heard in that finding? So I'm doing that. After I got my findings, I went back to the leaders. I said, these are my findings. And I've put them in different, this has driven leadership, or these are the capabilities. And they all said, wow, I feel like you're just talking about my life story. So then for me, that's validated. At least I'm validating what they have said, I have understood, and it's coming in my findings. So you can validate the findings.
Okay, thank you.
It's not a questionnaire. We have to get that out of our minds. It's an interview guide. But what did you say for mixed methods?
I mean, you're saying about sequential interpretation of mixed methods.
They're totally two different. You do a qualitative study and then you do a quantitative study. They're not the same questionnaire or the interview guide.
If you're evaluating a questionnaire and according to a specific laid, scoring system, is that an example of a mixed method research?
That's an example for quantitative.
Okay.
In qualitative, it's a totally different approach. You have a guide, you have questions that you can ask, and the data that you receive from that should be giving you an idea to answer your research question. So like Sir said, there is no validation of the guide. The validation is the data you get is answering your research question.
Okay. So it is purely quantitative, the questionnaire.
Yeah, when you say questionnaire, quantitative.
Right. Thank you.
So I can relate to your question, sir. So like this topic, estimation of prognosis in advanced cancer, and to record the experience during prognostic discussion. Like when you are estimating prognosis, you will have some prognostic discussion. So the estimation of prognosis depends on variable and factors will be a quantitative method. And during this prognostic experiment, what was the experience? It will be more qualitative. Both run concurrently. And that is how a mixed method study, what we have done. I actually want to relate with your question. So this is how we do so.
Yeah, the experience part will be qualitative. It's a total different guide.
Hello, madam. Very excellent lecture. It was
you,
really eye-opening session of yours. I just have a carry in that you have one methodology of interview based and the other is a focused group discussions. That the focus group, you need a team leader for that, right?
You need a moderator to lead that
And a
discussion.
moderator,
And to
so-
keep an eye that they are going in
Yeah.
line. Yeah.
So at the end of the focus discussion, is it the opinion made by that group leader is going to be taken care of for your qualitative research, or the each person on that group's view is important for
Each
that?
person's opinion. The moderator will summarize their opinions, not give his own opinion. Summarize the group's opinions.
So once this
That can be
summary,
taken.
we need to collect that summary only,
No, no,
or
no.
the every point of
ev-
each
every-
person has to be noted?
Every participant's ideas have to be noted separately and coded separately.
Okay, thank you.
The summarization is just a feedback to the participants that I've understood you. These are your feelings. These are your views. That is just to, emphasize that.
Can you describe, because these two terminologies always confuse me, positivism and constructivism. What is the main difference between these two things?
This is a big topic, sir. It's going into research philosophy. So positivism is your quantitative approach. So it talks about reality exists. Whether you don't create reality, it exists. Whereas constructivism, I am creating my reality. And if you say I'm creating my reality based on my interaction with you, then it is social constructivism. To say it very simply, but there is a lot, it's a one-day session just for that. So that's why quantitative, no? Reality exists. I'm not going to interpret it. It's there. I just go and find out what it is. That is why you have different ideologies. Anything else?
If the questions are predetermined or predefined or
Yeah, you need some guides, otherwise it will go anywhere at all. So you know what you want to ask, no, the experience or whatever. So first you start broadly, make them comfortable. Then you have your specific questions, not too many, 2-3 questions to get that data that you want.
how about the bias in these focus group discussions?
Yes, that's why I said it is the subjectivity of the group is there. Now, for example, I'm giving you some viewpoint and somebody else gives a very different viewpoint. There is a possibility that I may get bullied by that person. So there the moderator has to step in, has to be very sensitive to the group dynamics.
The moderator itself is a biased, then
Yeah, there you have to talk about researchers' reflexivity.
because that's what happens in most
That
of the
transparency is very important. You have to say, I am a person, this is my viewpoint, this is how I view the world. When you know that, whoever's reading your research will know if this person is viewing the world like this, it will definitely have some interference with the research, and this is possible. Human beings, no? It happens. Yes. So, yeah. Topic guide, yeah. So what happens where we can reduce this bias is we have multiple coders. I code the data, then another person codes the data, and maybe a third person codes the data because we have different views. Then we come together and we try and see how we can reduce the bias. So there are ways of means, I think the other person will be talking analysis. I don't want to step into his subject. So we can reduce bias like that. Because we're not directly interpreting it. No, we have to code it. We remove themes. So we can have multiple coders and we can reduce bias. See, software, sir, is to manage the data, but your analysis and the coding, what code you give is the human being. But yes, a lot of softwares are there, NVivo, Atlas TI, Transact, Deduce. There are some free softwares and there are some paid. They're pretty expensive, actually, the softwares, but I'm sure your institution will have it. I could send some data on the free softwares that are available. I have a list right now. I cannot remember everything. And NVivo and Atlas TI give you regularly. They will give you training sessions online. So you can attend and understand the software. It's pretty good because you can manage a lot of data. You can see the cross connections. You can see different codes in different people, which people are all saying the same things. You can pull out data like that. So managing of the data, the software does. The software does not interpret. It does not code. All that you have to do. The researcher has to do, but it manages it because it's very difficult to do it manually. You can do 1, 2, 3 manually, but after it becomes tough. So it's very interesting, very exciting. Can I get a quick feedback from you? So was it a sixer, went totally above your head, didn't understand, or was it caught? Understood, interesting, you can apply it. I need action, people. Which one?
Ma'am, I have a question. Perhaps it's a bit
I'm
off
sorry,
the
I don't know
beat
who's
question.
talking. Ah, okay.
Ma'am, you were talking about some of the sessions you attended in which you were talking about previous 10 years yearning that some of the dormant objects were there and you need to figure it out. What can be some other examples related to it which can lead us to more introspection?
You're talking about storytelling with objects.
Storytelling with objects, right, ma'am?
Okay, so for example, if you're talking about quality of life, because I know sir said you're doing research in that area. So you can ask them to take objects that represent quality of life for them today. Because generally when you ask question directly, they have to think and they have to analyze, and you may not have time but when you get an object and they look at that object, no, that forms patterns in the mind. And those patterns become very easy for them to speak. So you can tell them, identify an object which represents for you quality of life today.
Ma'am, what can be other modes in which we can find
See,
out?
I told you there is photo voice.
Right,
Then there is also a lot of digital techniques coming up now, which we can use. And I can send you, if you're interested, I will send it to sir.
Sure,
and he can
sure.
forward it to you.
Thank you.
I can send an entire article on how a photo voice paper was written. The detailed methodology is there and you can replicate it. It's excellent.
Thank
One
you.
of my colleague in Mahe has done it. You can come up with new methodologies if you find it interesting. That's why I like qualitative. But you explain, give in-depth understanding how, why, when, what. It should be explained. There should be evidence for it. You can use music. You can use poems, writing, journal entries, a lot of things. A colleague of mine is using music, lo-fi music, and its effect on learning for students. So she's going to create music, she's going to distribute the music, make the students listen to it, and then see its implication on learning. So you can do this similarly for your well-being, meditation, and in yoga. Any other questions? Yes, madam. Thank you so much.
How do you ensure that your contribution is a new one? Like you're as an interviewee, like your research is a new one. Like
the topic I can ensure that it is something new, because obviously we also do a little bit of literature review to find the gap. We need to know the gap. So we need to know that this area has not been already studied. But if you're saying that the person's viewpoint is a new one, that we are not looking at that. The person's view is important, whether it is new or old, or it may be the same. That is not, is that your question? The person's viewpoint or the research topic?
Like you mentioned in a line, like the contribution is a new contribution to the
Yeah,
subject.
that is your research topic, the topic of your research. So that follows the similar pattern of quantitative. You do a literature review, you realize there is nothing done in this area. And so I'm taking this topic, and then you form your question. So that forms the same thing. And it has to be new knowledge, obviously.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
That was quite mind-boggling. And by now, most of us who are used to get the Likert scale ticked by patients are out of our comfort zones. Definitely. And it has left us polydipsic. That's what I can say. A lot of unanswered questions and a lot of things we have learned from this. Obviously, this is a beginning, and I have already told ma'am that we have designed a mixed method study in nephrology in CKD patients. So we have got a lot of inputs from ma'am to how to design the questionnaire and how to ask questions and how to write the methodology. So I thank her for a beautiful presentation, and now it's time to honor our resource person of the day. I would like to request our Dean Research, Professor Dr. Sarita ma'am, to hand over a memento and honor the resource person. I also request Professor Dr. Sarita ma'am to give a memento to our first speaker, Dr. Avinash Tiwari. Thank you, sir. Now we'll take a short break of 5 minutes, and strictly 5 minutes before going to the next session. Can just come back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
The conference recording is now resumed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's resume our workshop. The technical session number 3. So if you think the uprooting, the drilling is over, no, not yet. So get ready for more. The next session will be even more. We are going to deep dive into the data management. So we have a huge qualitative data, how to manage it and how to analyze it, how to process it. So it will be covered in the next session. So our next resource person will be joining us online. Unfortunately, is not here physically with us today, but he'll be joining us from Mahe, Manipal, Karnataka. He's none other than Dr. Salim Jahangir. He's working as a postdoctoral researcher in Health Demography and Transdisciplinary Center for Qualitative Research Methods, Prasanna School of Public Health at Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, Karnataka. His PhD is in Gender, Population and Aging at Department of Geography, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. His title thesis was Gender, Space, Aging and Care Geographies of Elderly Men in Delhi and Kolkata. So he also has a Master of Philosophy MPhil from Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. I request Dr. Salim Jahangir to get logged in. Okay. So his areas of specialization, as I said, population aging, gender and care, urban mobility in global South, climate change adaptation, and qualitative research methods. He has published numerous research papers in national and international journals and also authored various book chapters. He's the course coordinator of certificate course in qualitative research methods. So he's again an apt person to take us deep into the qualitative research. I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bikram Pai, for giving this opportunity to share my experiences in qualitative research methodology. Hello, everyone. Before I start, just a quick response. Am I audible there to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Till now, what we have seen that in this workshop that Dr. Avinish Tiwari has explained about what is the difference between qualitative and quantitative research methods, and Asha ma'am explained what are the different methods of data collections, like how we collect data in the field. In this session, we will talk about like how we will prepare the data and how we manage the data till our end product, like whether it is our dissertation or report or publication. I would like to share the screen for my presentation, and please respond if it is visible for everyone. Is my slide visible? Can you please respond? Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So in this session, we'll talk about data preparation, how we develop codes and developing and coding processes, and then how we analyze the data, and what are the different approaches that qualitative researchers adopt to analyze the data, and then how we categorize the data and we develop concepts out of those categories. And at the end, it is the theory development. Before I delve into the details of the data preparation, I would like to give a brief background of the research cycles, like how we accomplish our qualitative research in a cyclic manner. So till now, what we have seen that in the beginning, what Dr. Avinash was telling, that what is the different, like how we start our qualitative research. When we once thinking about the qualitative methods, it's the design of it. Like it starts from the design cycle. It starts from the research questions. Then we go for literature review, and then we see what are the different theories are applicable to those research questions, and then we develop our conceptual framework from literature review and research questions, and then we adopt a particular fieldwork approach, and then we go for next step, that is ethnographic cycle. In ethnographic cycle, that is which Asha ma'am was explaining, that how we collect data. So in that we develop the research instruments, like whether we will go for in-depth interview guide, or whether we will collect data through focus group discussions, and then what would be the different methods of recruiting participants, and then we collect data, and then we make the inferences out of those data to our analysis. And now I will come to this my presentation, that is analytical cycle. Like after the collection of data, how we analyze the data. So it involves that, like we start from the developing codes, and then we describe it, and then we compare with different codes, and then we categorize and conceptualize, and then we develop theory out of it. And this analytical cycle again can feed the our design cycle, whether our this theory is explaining what we have developed in the beginning, like the conceptual framework, or how our conceptual framework is being applied in our analytical cycle. So since this is, I would like this session to be very interactive. So I request all the participants to ask questions or any doubt whenever you feel that this is, you need a little explanation. So yes, you are free to ask. Before going into the data preparation, I would like to give a brief like background of what type of qualitative data we have. As we already know that qualitative data are all the data that are in the textual format, right? Whether we collect it through IDI, that is in-depth interview guide, or through FGDs. In addition to that, we also consider secondary data like clinical records, or field notes, or diaries, or even newspaper report as a source of secondary data for qualitative methods. And in a nutshell, we can say any form of textual information can be considered as qualitative data, right? And then once we are done with our data collections, we have recorded it. So then what? How we'll analyze it? So first step is preparation. So we transcribe and translate. Suppose we conducted a research on the perceptions of or Ashtanga on the impact on metabolism. So we collected data of different participants who practice Ashtanga, and they have their certain impact on it, right? So generally in qualitative methods, we avoid like impact or examining on assessment, but these are all about perceptions, thought, belief, practices, and certain meaning attached to a certain practices or phenomena, or the lived experiences, we can say. So suppose we have one record of 1 hour interview. So we transcribed it. So if the interview is in English language, then it's okay, we will translate, like we will transcribe as it is. But if we conduct interview in regional languages or vernacular language, so so we have to translate it again. So it depends on the nature of research and the person who have interviewed, and what are the subpopulation or the population of study. So if it is in any language like Hindi, so we have to transcribe first and then translate it. And we have to keep in mind that there should be, there should not be any lose of essential meaning of those transcriptions from particular language to another language. So in the process of transcription and translations, we retain the colloquial terms, particularly which are significant, on topic, like if we are using certain local terms, so which cannot be explained in English or in a proper way. So what we do, we retain those terms to make it more relevant for the people to understand it, for more bringing the enrich perceptions of those things. And that's why we say we generally transcribe it in a verbatim manner, and we should not summarize the recorded data. Like what we listen it, we transcribed it. And we should not summarize in the sense that, okay, we will only focus only those things a participant has explained for the research questions that you have in your in-depth interview guide or focus group guide. So it's not about the researcher's perceptions of transcribing things or the adapting only or noting only those things which researchers think to note, but it's the other way around. Like whatever the participants explain, let them to explain, and you transcribe it verbatim. Don't lose or don't miss any sentence or any word, considering it as less important for your research, because at this stage we never know that what is important and what is not. And then we also keep in mind that when we translate the data or transcribe it, we anonymize the data, that we take out the identity information of the participants, because sometimes you also start from like, tell me something about yourself, the first question of any interview. So the person might have responded like, my name is this, and I'm from this area, my parents are these, and so and so. So for those things, what we do, we generally remove from the text, and we keep it in separate file so that we can make references for those participants. And of course, we take special care of the working teams, because when we say that the qualitative data is a very time-consuming process, so we take help of the research assistants. So a person who has conducted interview may not be involved in transcribing or translating the data. So what we do, you can also hire a person for transcribing separately or translating the data. But a researcher should keep in mind that there should not be any loss of information or the meaning of the information in the whole process of transcriptions and translations. Yeah, so coming to the next step, once we have prepared our textual format of data from audio to text format, and we start analyzing it. We can do it manually, or even we can do it in software. So I will come later that how we do manually and how we do in software. In next session, we'll try to do it in a practical way, like we'll practice in Atlas TI software, like how to code the data. So next step is the developing code from the text. Suppose we have one transcript of one interview. So we go thoroughly of the data, like we start from the beginning, we read it, and then we find the idea or opinion or topic of discussions, that these are like the basic unit of it. Like measuring unit is one sentence. It can be a word, even a phrase, or even a sentence, or a few sentences. So we select particular section and we give a term that we say it's code, right? That section of or a paragraph can be an idea or any opinion or a group of opinions. So we code it based on our requirements. So there are two types of code generally we create when we analyze the data. One is deductive codes and other is inductive code. Deductive codes are those codes which we develop from the interviews guide or literature, or when we conduct interviews, or we take some suggestions from the expert or the stakeholders who already are working in this field. So when we develop the research questions or the in-depth interview guide, we have certain questions. So when the code is referring something which already been asked by the interviewer, so that code be called as deductive code. Whereas the inductive code refers to those codes where those phrases which we code came from the participant's view, which has not been asked by the researcher. So it's the opinion of the participants, opinion of the interview. So there is a term called in vivo code. It means that there is a certain code which we put under the in vivo category, which are really significant or culturally attached to it. there is certain, it can be used as a metaphor, or it can be used as a colloquial term, which has its particular meaning, which cannot be explained in other way. So we keep it in vivo codes. And why do we code it? Like the basic purpose of coding is to get different range of issues in the data. Like from when we go through the data, when we read it, we can get different ideas, different opinion. So just to make it more manageable, we code it. To understand the meaning, what are the meaning attached to particular sentence or particular word that the participants are explaining, right? And then we easily locate those codes when we analyze the data. It's for the better management of the researcher. And what are the different strategies for detective codes development? Is that we develop detective codes from the interview guide, as I was explaining in the previous slide. And we also take those codes from the conceptual framework, right, from the research literature and the professionals. And as I was mentioning, that inductive code is generally developed from the text, that has been explained by the participants. And we try to explore the underlying concepts within those terms, or within those ideas or the responses that we get from the participants. And whether the participants are stick to the questions, or they are bringing new ideas into the questions. Like if we ask, like, do you think that yoga can be very beneficial for your metabolic system? So many participants might have different opinions. So one of the participants might have responded like, yes, I think it's very important because it has improved my metabolic system. And it's a general statement, right? But one says that it's not only about metabolic system, it's also about our family systems. Like it has our tradition and value. Yoga is our way of life. So we believe in that, and we practice it. It's not because of our health or physical health or mental health, but it's also because of our satisfaction, because of our traditional culture that we always practice it. So it has a different meaning to it, right? So to explore those things, we use this in vivo codes. Or sometimes we also use in a metaphoric way, because there are many, in conversations we speak certain things which cannot be explained in a direct manner. Like one of the in interviews, one of the studies I was conducting in Bangladesh, Dhaka, where I was explaining about like what are the difficulties older adults face when they go out for accessing different modes of transport, but particularly the public transport in Dhaka city. So the people we consider it as elderly, but what they call is murabbi. It's a term which is culturally significant for them. They are not elderly. Elderly is a term which is, people say it's okay. Any person who is above 60 is elderly. But when we say murabbi, it means that the person is a respected person in society, who has certain authority in society, and who has role in decision making. So murabbi is similar to the older person or elderly, but it still has a different meaning to it. So in those terms, we categorize as inductive codes. And while we develop the codes, we try to keep balance between the inductive codes and deductive codes. That when it should not be like that, we should not develop too many codes from the deductive way. But we also try to bring out new things or bring out new codes, because the purpose of qualitative research is to explore new things in our research. So that's why the first criteria to develop code is to go through the text, and we have to relate it with our conceptual framework. And when we see that certain terms are coming up, we have to term those in inductive codes. After completing the coding of the text, all the text, whether it is 30 participants or 50 participants, we complete the coding process, and then we make a code book of it, so that we can make reference of those. What are the it's again about the data management, because when we do manually, we cannot keep in mind everything in mind. Like if suppose there are 60 participants and there were many like codes, so For that, to make it more clear and more, so that we can manage it in better way, we make code book in Excel sheet where we give like the overview of the codes. What's the definition of that particular code? When we select certain section of a paragraph, we give name of it like a code, but we have to explain what is that code. And we have to define it based on the context of that, that transcriptions. And then it also helps to guide to coding, because we always try to look into the different codes and different quotations. For example, we select certain sections. So this becomes the unit, that is the meaning unit. We select quotations. So when we analyze in the later stage, we cannot relate it everything on what quotation is under what code and what code is under category. It would be very difficult to remember. So the code book gives easy guide, becomes easy guide for us to relate things. And yes, this is the data analysis process, that how we develop the inductive codes. Like first we read the text, we make the unit, like whether it's a sentence or a paragraph or phrases or a few words. We select it as the quotations. We consider it as quotations, and quotations, from the quotations we develop the code, and from code we make categories. Those codes which are similar to each other, we make a group of those codes and term as category. And once we develop the category, the upper level of category is the concept, because we develop concept from the categories. A single code can also be used for developing a concept, but it depends on the number of quotations that are coming out, or the repetitions of the answer from the participants, whether all the participants are explaining the same thing, or how they consider it in their everyday life. So it depends on the frequency of statements by the participants. So again, it depends on the researcher, how a researcher is developing a concept out of a code or a category. Yes. Since Asha ma'am was also explaining that there are many ways to analyze the data. So generally we say it's in qualitative methods, we have content analysis. It's the process of where we see the frequency of it, like the presence of certain words or subject or a concept in particular text. Suppose we are looking for a content in the newspaper, like from last 1 year, like yoga, the word yoga in everyday life. So we take a newspaper of last 1 month and then we analyze it. We take it. We select how many times the word yoga, the content has been used in newspaper, or certain words, any words or any subject. It depends on the nature of work or the researchers has taken up that particular topic, and then we analyze it. So it basically it based on the content that we are looking for. Similarly, for the thematic analysis, what we do from the interview, we get the people's perspective or the experiences of it, their views, their opinions, and we make different themes out of it. Like we make code group, and code groups can be a theme. Even a code can become a theme based on the requirement of the researchers. And then again, it is the narrative analysis. It's an approach where we see from the word itself is the narration of the people, like how people tell a story and how the participants is telling the story. And you have to also observe the body language of the participants and what are the meaning of those stories to the lives of the participants. So this is the narrative analysis. And similarly, there is another analysis process we call is discourse analysis, where we analyze the language of a particular context, whether it's in social context or the political field. So we generally focus on the language, the terms or the terminology that are being being prevalent in the society. So we try to explore those things. For example, in one of the studies where we were trying to explore the health behavior, the sexual health behavior of the migrant labor in Goa. So they say sometimes they also use condoms, but for condom they don't use the word condom. They say it's the topi. So it's a term which we generally don't know from outside. So it's the context where we have to explore those things and then use it in our research. Similarly, there is IPA, that is interpreted phenomenological analysis, where we try to explain people's personal experience of a particular phenomenon, where we say we explain things in how the mechanism of the occurring of certain phenomena. We explain one by one, with step by step. It's not about like developing thematic approach. It's in IPA we generally explain it in a chronological order sometimes, so that we can have a better understanding of a chain process. And another analysis is grounded theory analysis, where we try to create a new theory out of data, qualitative data. So though it's a very rigorous process, though ultimate product of qualitative research to develop a new theory, that is we call it grounded theory. Grounded theory means a theory which we develop from the ground itself. And the ground means from the interviews, from the participants' perceptions and view. There is certain checklist for making evaluate the grounded theory that I will explain later. And coming to the process, that how we can explain the analysis process in a cyclical manner. Like as I was mentioning that we have data in a textual format, and then we describe it. We describe it and we make it code of it, and then we classify it. Classify means we make the group of those codes, and then we try to connect each codes with based on the requirements, in the sense that if we are trying to develop a concept, it means that we can compare two or multiple codes, or sometimes you also merge two different codes to develop a concept, or then we after connecting we make an account of those things. So we call it as a thick description. It means that when we describe the data, there is certain process within this. Like from data we describe it, we classify it, and then we connect with different codes, and then we make account of those data. So as I was mentioning, that we develop thick descriptions by comparison of different subgroups and categorizing the code families. Code family is a code group. It is synonymously used as code groups. Code groups is the combination of different codes. And then we develop the concept, and then after that we develop the theory. So what is thick description? Thick description means that it forms the foundation of qualitative analysis, because it's not only about the descriptions of the codes that you have developed, it also includes your observations, the body language of the participants, the environment, and the different anecdotes that you have gone through. It's a description of your research of a particular code, which also include or also contrast with the different codes. So that's why we call it thick descriptions, or the condensed reasoning unit, right? And it provides a rich details of it. It doesn't only focus on a particular idea. It also explains different dimensions of a particular topic. And it's a very powerful and engaging accounts of events, because it will give the lived experiences. We can explain it through that thick description. We can see it like from the if a third reader reads it, you can relate to that particular context. And then we compare different subgroup or the codes, because we try to bring different range of experiences of the participants. It also try to identify the patterns of how these codes are related, and how one person's statements or views are associated with other person's statements or views. And then as I was mentioning, that description of code is the identifying issues, whereas the comparison is the refining issues, where we also bring different dimensions to it. And then we categorize it. Like categories, like as I was mentioning, that we take similar codes and similar attributes and make a broader idea. And we categorize under certain groups. Because it helps to bring all the codes or the ideas into certain folder. because we cannot say that all the codes, like for 30 interviews, you might have 100 codes. So 100 codes cannot be the 100 ideas or concepts. So we bring together the similar codes into one group. So we call code group or code family, or we categorize it under certain based on certain similarities or common attributes. And yes, the biggest question is that how many categories we should develop while analyzing the data. But of course, it depends on the saturation. Again, as Ashima was saying, that saturation is a very vague term in qualitative methods, because we cannot explain the what is saturations, because any like even after conducting interviews, when you go for further interviews, you may have new ideas or new perceptions about it. So similarly, when we analyze the data, when we develop the categories and code groups, we generally find that suppose there are 100 codes. So we for each group we take 15 or 16 or even 5 or 10, depends on the similarity of codes. We develop 20 code groups. So, and again, it is very flexible. It doesn't mean that once you have developed code groups or 20 code groups, you cannot change it, or you should not change it. It's not like that. You can always make make cross connections, or even you can break the code group and you can make a new code group for that. We learn this in LSTS software, how we develop code, and then code category or code code family or code group, and how we develop concept out of those code categories. So here, this is the example of like how we develop the category label from the data. So suppose we this is the present this table represents the study of accessing the healthcare facilities for older adults. So we have coded the data. So suppose the first code groups, the groups of code are the service locations. So the participant says the location of the service provider is important for to access the different modes of transport. And then there's opening times of the health facility center, and then travel time from home to health center, and then whether they get different modes or the acceptable and accessible modes of transport, whether they have the physical ability to access those transports. So these are group of codes. These are the codes that we have grouped together based on a common attribute, that accessibility, that is access. And the category label, we term it as a physical access. Similarly, in the other group of codes, where we see that the participants have also explained about the service cost, that these are and then the registration fees and the travel costs and cost of drugs and the low income or the poverty or the income of household. So it refers to the money or the monetary factor of the participants to access health facilities. So we term it as an economic barrier to access health facilities. Similarly, we have developed the cognitive barrier, social barrier, and cultural barrier. So it depends on the different types of code that develop. So it's not necessary that all the dimensions should be physical, social, or cognitive, and cultural. It depends on the nature of codes that have been developed, and based on codes, we have to develop the categories. In between, we have to see what are the common attributes among those codes. And then we see how to develop the theory. First, I hope you remember the analytical cycle. Out of 3 cycles, the last cycle is analytical cycle. It means first we have design cycle, then ethnographic cycle, and then analytical cycle. So we have to follow all the tasks of analytical cycle: the data preparations, data analysis, and then developing code categories and conceptualizing our idea, and then we develop the theory. When we develop theory, we have to identify the explicit reasons. Based on reasons why the particular idea you consider can be a theory, you have to give solid or valid reasons for that. And you also have to compare the explanations of why that when you're explaining different codes, we have to compare with different codes. Even sometimes with different studies, like in the next topic, like explain outliers. You also have to explain outlier. In the means, it means that you also have to see what other have worked on that and how it relates with your study. That it's not only based on your study that the codes can be used for developing theory, but there might be similar studies that have been already been done. So, and what are the different dimensions or things or ideas are also existed, similar in the studies have been done. So you need to explain to the outliers, and then you also need to explain the negative cases, like what are the negative cases have been, experienced by the researcher, and then you have to explain that why what are the drawbacks of those codes, or how, if you were developing this as a grounded theory, so what are the negative cases that you have been found in it. So you have to explain that this is not a perfect thing, that also there is some lacking in it. So those can be considered as the limitations of the theory. And of course, you relate it with your conceptual framework, whether the conceptual framework is being reflected in it, or whether your the new theory is explaining or addressing your conceptual framework. So it's a two-way process. And then you see whether you have used the deductive logic. So since in conceptual framework we have different ideas, and see if all the ideas have come into the theory, or whether the theory is explaining the ideas back in the conceptual framework, right? And how we evaluate the quality of analysis, data analysis. First, we have to see whether the when we are transcribing it, so whether it was in a verbatim manner, and when are the data preparation tasks were described. Like description means different ranging issues, and then is the code development and coding described, how the coding process was done. So we have to explain that. And again, we have to see whether the deductive, both the deductive and inductive techniques were used to develop codes. And then we also have, it should not only mention about the descriptions, it should go to the explanation level. Explanation means the one step ahead of descriptions, where we include the researcher's explanation, researcher's perceptions, and whether the observation or the different the integrative issues associated with those things. Suppose we have gone to ask, to conduct interview for a person who is above 60 years old in a park, who joins in a yoga group in the morning. So he explains that why he comes in the morning, right? So out of that, you describe it like the person named this, Ramesh comes in the morning, age this, but when you see, when we conduct the interviews, you also observe other things also, like how he works, how he interacts with other people. Like it's not only because from the interviews we may not get everything what we observe. So there are some associated things that we also need to explain in our analysis process. So that we call explanations. Yes. So till now, what we have seen that whether the data analysis can be possible manually or it needs software every time. It's possible manually we can do it, but using software gives you advantage that you can manage it in a better way. You can have certain folder where you click it and all the quotations will come under it. But in manually, if you're doing it manually, you cannot remember every quotations or on the quotes where it is there in certain text. For example, if we have to give example from the quotations, we have to bring quotations, but you may not remember. So you have to go through all the transcripts manually to look into where it is. But where if you have done it in software, you click it in a particular code, you will get all the quotations under that code. So it gives it saves you time, and it also helps to manage data in a better manner. Yeah. So yeah. So I'm till here. I will stop regarding this theoretical part of this session. So I would like the participants to ask questions about it, and please don't hesitate to ask at any stage if you think that there was need to explain more, or if you have doubt, please ask. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Sir, can you shed more light on the coding thing? How exactly it is done on the software itself or on paper?
I will try to explain it with an example. First, let me open one transcript and then I will show it. Right? Give a minute. Interviews. I thought, thank you for asking these questions. I thought that I would do it practically in the LSTI. Suppose this is our transcription, right? One transcriptions. I have asked these questions to the participants. This name, his age is these are social backgrounds or the demographic background that we generally don't code, don't explain. But like it's just the verbatim expressions of the interview. So generally we start from here. First, I would like to ask you about yourself. What do you do and about your educations? The participants started telling his name and this, right? So I am this and I live here, right? So he is still here. Suppose here he is explaining that who the person is. So starting with the basic unit, like this sentence can be, this is a 4-word sentence. So this is the measuring unit. We can say it's the basic unit, right? And then again, till here, he is explaining about himself. So this is condensed measuring unit or thick measuring unit. What is this person is telling about self? So we can term it as, like, for example, we can do it here as code as personal information, right? Or a personal background. So this code, personal background, I have, we can start from here since we have to take the questions as well from the beginning. So this section is telling about the personal background. So this is a code. Personal background is a code comprising of different measuring units. So we can do it manually. Means if we have printed paper, we can select it from here, and or we can give a bracket till here, and we write it somewhere here, right? We can do it manually. Similarly, we have to read through all the data and code it. Suppose you have 30 transcriptions similar to this, and for each transcript you have at least 30 or 40 codes. So it will be around, or there will be similarities of codes in the next transcript as well. So if you have 100 codes, you cannot remember everything. So I think it's always better to do in software, because it will help you to manage in a better manner. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to keep in mind every quotations and code at a time. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. Got an idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
And again, I will explain it in the software when we'll start it in the second session.
Sure, sure. Thank you. One more question.
Yes, definitely.
So tell about some softwares which we can easily handle it for coding.
Right. Most of the qualitative softwares, like
those are free first, so that we handle it properly, and then we will learn to other one which is purchasable.
Right. Ma'am, there are few, many software have already come to the market, like Atlas TI, Max QDA, NVivo. All these are advanced software where we use to analyze the data, but all are subscription based. We have to pay, and we have to pay a lot of money for subscribing it. I think if you start, if you want to begin coding the data for learning the these softwares, you can start with the QDA WET, like WEFT WET QDA. Though it is QDA, it's qualitative data analysis, but no software analyze your data. You have to do it yourself manually. Software will help you to group the quotations and codes, and it will help to manage the data. Everything you have to do manually. That's the issue. As we see in SPSS or R, what we do, we put the digits and we select tab this gender. So we get the gender table, and we know, or even we say in regression, we say these are the dependent variables and these are independent variables, and then we take this piece and then we click it, okay, and then a table will come. So the software itself will give you the analysis process, but in qualitative methods, we have to do manually. So I think if you start with WEFT QDA, which is freely available and you can use it as long as you want. So I think that will help you to learn the process of coding and code groups. And then you can start Atlas TI or NVO, which are more advanced, because it will have some features which will help you to make the outcome in a better manner. For Atlas TI, I can say that there is a trial version for that, if you download it and install it, you can use 5 times in 2 months time, right? 5 times, it means that once you opened it and work for a day or 2, it will consider as one-time use, right? But if you use it and close it and then again open it and close it, it will consider as the 2 times use of 2 times. So you can use the trial version Atlas TI 22 version 5 times in 2 months time. So I think if you learn with QDA and start your coding, final coding in Atlas TI, you can use it in 2 months time. Any other question, please? Any other question, please, regarding data preparation or data analysis?
I also request the participants online can write down their questions in the chat, and we'll try to get the resource person answer them by the next session in the afternoon. And any questions regarding software, sir will be continuing his session post-lunch. So he'll be explaining or demonstrating some softwares in the afternoon session. So any questions regarding coding or data analysis, you can ask him now. So I guess you understand the gravity of the situation and the vastness of the subject here. So he's not getting away with the presentation, but the topic itself is so vast and many things are bouncing over. So I understand because I'm also on the same platform, just like you all here. And post-lunch, we'll be having the next session, continued session. So in that, we can learn more about data analysis using the software. And recently, I guess we had back in September, Department of Pediatric Surgery had organized a workshop on Cochrane reviews, how to get that level 1 evidence from clinical, systematic review and meta-analysis, which is a level 1 top. So when we very enthusiastic to write systematic review, and when we reached there with our laptops and the demonstration was on with the RevMan software, so everything was so mind-boggling and it was so difficult. And at least you need 3 years to learn or get that publication of meta-analysis and systematic review to get published. So getting that, it's not only about getting forest plots and all those things. So there is more about it. So obviously, and you don't have to get disheartened, because this is just a beginning, and it's just to kindle the fire and let you learn more about qualitative research. And the next step will be our Department of Yoga and Naturopathy in association with CCRYN. Here we have a research project with mixed method study, which will be procuring a software under this study, and definitely will be arranging another workshop how to get the coding done properly and how to get that analyzed using a software. So you don't have to dishearten, because it's a very concentrated thing we are feeding you here in this one-day workshop. So any other questions, welcome, or else we'll shift to the next, keep the questions reserved for the next session. I hope we'll carry on with the lunch, and post lunch, sir will be again handling up and taking the session. So I just request everyone to come for the lunch, which is arranged outside. Thank you.
And I would request the participants to bring with, if they have any text in PDF format or any format, so that while I will explain the coding process in the software, they can also do it manually, because manual is the first thing that they have to learn it, and then they can do it in software, right? So that will give a better picture of the
So
process.
post lunch, we'll be having a demonstration, sir.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
The lunch time will be till 2:30. 2:30 will resume the session. There'll be 2 more sessions, very interesting. So I welcome you all for that session too. Now I request everybody to proceed for the lunch. नमस्ते।
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
So now we'll resume our technical session on qualitative data management and analysis process. So now we'll get some more understanding on coding and using the software and how to use the software, what are the types of software are there. So then how to do this reporting using the software and analysis and all. So I request Dr. Salim to take over.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Welcome back once again. Yeah. So in the first session, what we discussed about the like theoretical part of data analysis, and then data management, and how to develop theory out of data. In this session, what I will try to do is to practice in a software how to code and how to make code group out of those codes, and how to develop the code family and conceptualize the data. So I will try to explain it in the software of called Atlas TI in 8th version. If you go to the Google search, you can type atlas.ti. So right now version 22nd has come, and but we are working on Atlas TI 8 because our center has subscribed it almost 5 years back. Then 8 was the latest version. But still, almost all the most of the the techniques and the process are same, but few the outcomes will be different in software Atlas TI 2022 second. But almost all similar. Apart from that, there are a few more software, NVO and MaxQDA. I also in hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So without taking any time, I would like to go directly to the software technique, and I would request the participants to stop me and ask whenever they feel that you need any explanation more, or if you have any questions or doubt, right? And if you have any transcript, please try to follow me and let me know whether you can follow the steps that I will do. So first, go to the software like this Atlas TI software. This is the logo of Atlas TI. When you see it, you double click it, and when you will open, this will open like this. And we'll just cancel it. So this is the screen where you will get if you are starting a new software, it means you will have only these two images. First is create new project, and second is import project. Like if you already have done previous project, then you can have this. These are my own files that I have worked on, but we'll learn it in a new project. So first we'll open a new project, click it here, and it will ask for a name of the project. Like we need to name our project to save it further. Suppose we are naming it as Raipur practice, right? And then we have to click on the create option. So it will create a folder for you. It will take little time. See, this has opened a new page for us. So we will see on again, and we'll go back, cancel it, and I will show you where is it. Right, this is the folder that we have created right now, right? See the shape of it, like how it shows. The other folders is having some kind of papers, right? As if there are some transcripts within it, because there are some works have been done in it, but it shows a blank briefcase. It means that it is a new folder where the coding process has not been done yet, right? So you click once in it, and it will open to a new page. Here, this is the page where you will work on. So first thing is that we have to import the data. So we have our data in the format of whether it is in word form or text form, like in PDF, or even we can also upload here the photographs, the audio, text, or even some videos if it is important, because there are many qualitative researchers who work on conducting research through videograph or in a newspaper. So first thing is to bring the data in the software. So as we do in the SPSS, if you are aware of it, that we give the data, we put data, and then we import the data. Similarly, here in this qualitative software, we also add files. So you click it here, it will take you, ask you where the data is stored. So for today's training purpose, I have saved one transcript here. I will work on this to show you as a demo. So this will take little time and it will open like this. Suppose you have multiple data, right? So here in the left, you can see documents. It means there is digit one means there is only one document inside it, right? Similarly, then when we will start coding, this will show you a number of codes here. Again, there is memos. Memos is if you have certain field diary or some memories where you have written somewhere, and you can add those things here. And this is network. This is another option where we try to explain our data in a network manner, like how these are connected with each other. And then this is the document group. Like if we have a document in group, we can there in certain cases we have to explain it, the documents which have to explain together. So we put those documents here, and then it is a code group. Out of the developed codes, we will make code groups that we will also show you in the next phase. And then a memo group. If we have memo, then we can make a group of it, and then network group. If we have any network, then we'll make a group of it. And these are the left in column. We can see all these dimensions. These are the activity that we can see here. If we see the yes, so if we see the logo of it, like first is the home, where we see all these new icons, right? Like the add documents, new entitles. Here you have to explore it, like what are the like new codes. If we have new codes first, I think if we start with coding, then I think all other the icons will get activated. Right? But briefly, I would like to explain that what are the different icons. Like here, this search project, where we can search different things, like what are the documents we have, what are the memos we have, what the codes we developed, network and all, and then go to then code groups, everything that we can see it here. And then in analysis that we can, there's a query tool, like if you click it here, then it will ask like, yes. So if you want to search something, then it will lead to this page where we have to search, whether we have to search in the code group or codes or quotations. So this is the page where we can see, we can search through the terms, through the code or code groups. And this is the place where we can import and export our data. And these are a few additional tools and support that help us to analyze the data. And yes, these are query tools. And it's okay. Let's start with the home page, where we have to do the basic thing, is coding. Is the text visible to you?
Not clearly. Not clearly.
Not clearly, right?
Yeah, now it is clear.
Okay. Okay. So suppose this is our first transcript, that we have to code it. Now, first thing is that we have to go through the text thoroughly. It's the first criteria and most important criteria. So these are the basic or the demographic background of the participants, where we have, it is written by the researcher who has conducted the interview. and this is the beginning, like how I introduced my research project and myself. Like we also taken the oral consent, and we also informed the participants that how long the interview will continue, and we give this as part of ethical concern. We also make sure that the data will be kept confidential and all. So this is how because sometimes we don't get some written consents. In that case, we have to get the oral consent. And we also have to going to record your, or sometimes if you need to videograph certain issues, then again you have to take permissions. Like we have in the beginning itself, we have to take permissions from the participants. So once recorded, transcribed, and translated, this is the first transcription that we're going to quote. And the first started from here. Like okay, this thing is like so. First of all, I would like to share about you. This is the questions the interviewer asked, and the participant's NI is a code name. His full name is Noor Islam. This is an anonymized name because we generally hide or we don't give the real name. So in bracket you can write it. It's anonymized name. But when we report it in the writing phase, when we will mention it in the dissertation or thesis or in publication format, we always mention it in bracket that it is an anonymized name. So we start from here, we select from here, and then see what the person is saying. My name is Mohammed Noor Islam. I am 63 years old. My village home is Sujatpur at Sunamganj area. Before going into the text, of course, the researcher is aware about the background of the research. Since this is the practical purpose, I would like to give the brief background of the study. This study was conducted in Dhaka with the older adults who face certain challenges to access different modes of transport in terms of accessing healthcare issues. And most of the people, older adults, were migrant from different districts of Bangladesh to Dhaka. So first question was, as part of my in-depth interview guide, because the guide itself is divided into three parts. First is the beginning questions, or we say it is the starting questions, so that we make the participants more comfortable to reply. Right. So in those initial questions, we ask, like whenever we start anything to interview any person, we say, okay, we can start with the introductions. Similarly, we start with like, okay, tell me something about yourself, so that participants feel comfortable and they get some easy questions to reply. So even still we do it.
Sir, you're not audible. It's stuck. You're not audible.
Yeah, sorry for the interruptions. I think there are some issues with internet connectivity. I will share it again. Yeah. Okay, so I think when the internet was stuck because I'm not sure. So should I start again from where I started? Like first we have to select the sentences, like what the participants have replied of a particular question, right? So since this is a very small question, so, as we see, the first, this is a complete sentence. My name is Mohammad Noor Islam. This is this meaning unit. Second is I am 63 years old. This is again a meaning unit. My village home is Sujatpur at this area. This is again meaningful unit. So combining these three meaningful units, we can say this can be a code. And because all these meaningful units are similar, saying about the background, personal background. So let's code it as a personal background. So select it and then open coding. Open coding means you are creating a new code. So write it as personal background. And then create. See, there is a new, I hope you can see it on right side. This has been coded as personal background, right? And if you click it on this, this will show from where to where the phrases or sentences have been selected to code it, right? Similarly, go to the next line. The next question is about when did you come to Dhaka? So the participants replied that before I came to Dhaka, I was at Kishorganj, where my in-laws' house is. I had some property there, and I also got education from Guru Dayal Degree College. After completion of my graduation, I joined in a service in Dhaka after 25 years of service. See, in the beginning, he is saying about his family background, and then he started saying about that his educational background. So though this is the answer of a single question, I asked about like, when did you come to Dhaka? But the answer is like, it's explanatory answers. And it's the beauty of qualitative data that we never stop the participants, that I asked you certain questions and the participants is replying something else. Like many participants want to give the background of it. Like instead of saying this, he could have said that, okay, I came to Dhaka 25 years back. That's all. But instead of that, the participants can explain a little bit. So we also have to give respect for their decisions or their opinions. As a researcher, we cannot say, okay, no, I didn't ask these questions, you have to reply like this. What Asha ma'am was telling, the power relations, or the as a researcher, how we structure our power relation between the researcher and the researched. And in qualitative method, we say the knowledge is a co-production. It's not only the researcher's duty or job to produce a knowledge. This knowledge is not of the researcher. It's based on the views or the perceptions of the participants. So it's the product of both, like the researcher as well as the participant. So it's the co-production of knowledge. So what the participants say, coming back to the coding process, he says that before I came to Dhaka, I was at Kishorganj, where my in-laws. So here we can select from the questions and then you can fill here, because this is a sentence which explains about the family background, right? And then he says, I had some property there. So till here we can click, because this is the condensed meaning unit, right? Thick meaning unit. We can select 2 sentences at a time to explain it, a similar thing. So we can give a new code. This is about family background. Create it. And then it says, and also I got education from Guru Dayal Degree College. After completion of graduation, I joined in the service. So we can stop here and we can give a new code, or even it depends on the requirement, how detailed information you need, or how the researcher need different categories of it. If the researcher is focused on the education qualification or the education background of the participants, they can select different sentences and make different codes, or even they can just start from here and you can see it right here. My beginning from here to here, like I resigned from the job. All these are personal background or personal family background. So instead of dividing into 2 code, personal background or family background, you could have coded it like the identity. Identity is the term, is a code. So if we have to define identity in our code book later, like what identity we are referring, the researcher is referring before we start coding. So we'll go thoroughly, like we'll see how we can, connect the meaning unit and content meaning unit to develop codes. Since I can say that since when I started my qualitative research methods, and it was very difficult to understand that how we develop codes. So I request you to please ask questions whenever you think that this needs to be, little more clear. So the beauty of coding in software is that if you click it here, you can see till where the paragraph was coded, and then you have to start from here. Ideally, it should have included this word there. What you will do, you can just click on it and drag it till there, and this will include under this family background now. Or if you think that this has been miscoded, you want to remove this, right? You click it here, right click, and see delete it. This will delete. But right now we will continue with this. Go and open code, give family. Coming to the next line. And I also got education from Guru Dayal Degree College. After completion of my graduation, I joined in service in Dhaka. And then he says about resigned from the job due to health reasons. Okay. And then he says that my elder daughter got married in Dhaka also. So again, he started talking about a family member. So before that, we will select it here. It is about his educational background or service. So we will give a new code. We can say like or working life, or even we can say it is occupation if the participants might have explained a particular job, or we can say it's in service. I'm writing different terms because it depends on the requirement of the researchers, because sometimes you also need to explore like if our objective of the research is to see how occupation of the participants or how occupation of a particular group of population, research population depends on this or associated with this, then in similar way we have to define the terms, and these terms and code that we are making code should be based on our conceptual framework. As I explained in the first session, that how we bring these codes or terms, it should be based on the conceptual framework. And because we have different concepts in the framework where we will try to bring those concepts here, and this is called deductive process, means that we already have certain ideas, concepts that we are using here to order the data. In the process, we will also come to know about inductive data. So let's say about service and create a new code. Then again, it says about my daughter, my elder daughter got married in Dhaka. The son-in-law is a businessman. After my wife died, he requested me to stay with, like, okay, so this is a family living arrangement, right? Yes. There's some issue with selecting, okay. I have given my home on rent. Now I have also started a small business to pass time at this stage. I have a tailoring shop. Okay, fine. Till here, he is saying about his living arrangement. It means that we will term it as a living arrangement. Right. And then see what next the participants do. Now I have also started a small business to pass time at this stage. I have a tailoring shop, my house nearby this mosque. I offer namaz on time and sit. Okay, this is a different phrase or a different the meaning unit. So we'll select it here. It is again about the occupation, the present occupation, in fact. Right? And then this is about his spiritual life. That my house is nearby this mosque and I offer namaz on time. And then this is, I think since this is a shared document, the cursor is not moving properly. Okay, this has been selected. So whenever we will code anything, we have to select those sections. So we will create a new code. Code is spiritual life. And then coming to the next question is, what about your family? So now I again ask the family, who are they? Though the person has already asked, replied something about family members, still I asked about, because one of the question was the objective of the research to bring the living arrangement of the participants, because in later age or among the older adults, living arrangement has a very significant impact on their mental health and subjective well-being. So whether they are living alone, whether they are living with a joint family or adult children, so those things we wanted to explore. So now the participants is replying that I have 2 daughters and a son. My wife passed away 3 years back. My elder daughter got married and this at Dhaka University. My son completed education and looking for a job. We can select the whole paragraph till here, or even we can stop it here, because even this sentence also say that his economic burden. My son completed his education and looking for a job. It means that he has still responsibility to take care of the son. But since we are not going to look into the economic burden on older adults, it might be a research questions for some other researchers. So depending on the research objectives and research questions, the researcher should decide till where can be a meaning unit, right? Or can be a code. So for me, I think we can select till here and can make a code of family members. So, but we already have coded a certain section as family background, right here. So instead of creating a new code, we can put this quotation meaning of condense meaning unit under this family background. So where we'll go list of coding here. List of coding will show us what are the codes that already been created for this document. So we have family background. So we want to bring this section under this family background. Click in this box and click OK. See, the code named that family background will come here. And then the question was, what do you feel about Dhaka city? So it's about the perception of the Dhaka city. And how does the city treat you? Whether the participant, because one of the objective was of the research was to see the belongingness of the person. So whether the person perceive that he belongs to that particular city or the city belongs to them. So these are the some research objectives. So for that we have bring this question because what Asha ma'am was also explaining that our IDI or focus group discussion guide should be based on our conceptual framework. The questions that we develop in the guide should be based on research question, research objectives, as well as conceptual framework. So what the participant has mentioned, that to be honest, I don't really like this city as one should, because people in this city are not friendly and have huge social distance. See, with this sentence, we can realize the person's belongingness to that city. We can quote from here till here, but still we'll see what is the next sentence, whether the next sentence has coherence with the previous sentence or it's a different sense. So exactly, we have to see what is the meaningful unit, like if this particular sentence is in continuous with the next sentence or it has a different meaning. So I think people don't know who is living next door. What I have seen in other places like Kishorganj and in other places, people have a close bond, but here in Dhaka, people have no such close bond. The city is very crowded and congested. I like to leave a cool and calm place. On the other hand, I would say the city acceptable because people respect me. Within 10 years of time, people have come to know. I met with many people and developed good rapport. So in the beginning, he says that I don't like this city because the people don't like to, there is no assimilation because the person has migrated from different districts to this. On the other hand, over the period of time, like he spent at least 10-15 years in the city and the people have come to know about and make some relation with the city dwellers. So again, he says, okay, but till now, I think there are few people whom I can contact, and I have developed good rapport with them. So these are two contrasting meanings. So what we can do from the beginning, what is the similarities? Like, okay, here till here, the participant is saying that doesn't like the city. So what he's saying, honestly, I don't really like the city, or should, because people in the city no more friendly. What we can say about city is perception about city. Generally, we keep the term or the code very short, not in detailed phrases, but there are some few unavoidable words that we should mention, but otherwise we will try to make a precise word for coding. So this is about the perception of the city, but it's a negative perception, right? And again, it's about what I have seen over the place, like it's comparing with other places to Dhaka city, and then how the city is, and then but still, suppose for this practical session, suppose till here the participant has mentioned about his association with the people in the city. So this is again about what? This is about again the perception of the city. So what we'll do, we'll, instead of creating a new code or giving code, going to the list of code, since the immediate before the immediate previous code was this perception, and we would like to code the second one, same one, we will go for quick coding. The quick coding option will bring the quotation under the previous code. Here, perception of the city. I am keeping these two codes, the same code in two different places, because this perception is about, it's a negative perception, whereas this perception is about a positive perceptions. Because when we will explain the code, we will mention that. In contrast, like when we will explain what is the perception of the city of the participants, we will explain that the participants or this person doesn't like to stay in this city because the people are not well bonded. So in contrast, he has developed good relation with the neighbors or his friends. He made friends or some social network over the period of year. So these are two contrasting statements. That it means that we're comparing the statements, right? So that's why we keep two different codes, similar codes. The next question is about, what about your relatives in Dhaka? Okay, this is about, suppose I'm not going to reading detail thing because it will take lots of time. And the most difficult part in qualitative research is that it's a time-consuming process. For example, the collecting data itself is very time-consuming. You never know that how long it will take to conduct interviews or conducting focus group discussions for 10 focus group discussions. It may take more than 1 month time, or 10 for 20 or 30 participants for in-depth interview. It may take more than 40 days. From my experience, what I did for this postdoctoral research in Dhaka, that for 30 older adults, I had to spend more than 45 days for conducting IDIs. And again, when you transcribe it, you have to listen it and then translate it. And then when you will code it, you have to go through it. It will take lots of time to analyze the data. So you have to be very patient about it. And of course, you always have to stick to your data. So next question is, this question is about your relatives. So where they are. So I'm going to, suppose I have read, I read this statement and I want to code like social network, right? Because a social network is a deductive code, can be a deductive code, because in the theoretical framework of the conceptual framework in the beginning of our research design, we developed it as the social network of older adults might have a good or positive association with the subjective well-being, right? So we create a new code here. So next is about what is the daily routine. Suppose here till here it says about daily routine. Create a new one and then say about daily routine. I'm doing it first because we have to also complete the writing process of the qualitative research. So this is the beginning of it. We have to code it, and then we will see next few minutes, we'll see how we report qualitative data. The next is about health. Suppose this is a term like Murubi, right? How is your health condition now? I ask this condition about health condition. what the participant has replied is that, see, most of the Murubis means here we can write it in bracket that older adults have some health issues at this stage. He is generalizing the answer that I generally go to PG, that is postgraduate, for hospital for my heart checkup. I am taking medicine from last 2 years. Moreover, I have high BP, for which I have to check regularity. See, when the person replies in the text of the manuscript, the sentences may not be grammatically correct, because sometimes we also transcribe things the way the participants responded. So we write exactly what they said. So the sentences when we speak, we may not speak grammatically correct sentences. So it's okay. We can code. Still, we can code it, but when we'll explain it in our report, we will rectify that. So this person is suppose till here he is saying about health condition. So about say about PG, and then BP, and also we can say it's health issues, right? And then,
Sir, sorry to interrupt.
Sure, definitely. Yes. Please ask.
In the previous code, we have quick code. You have made a quick code.
Yes.
So how to make out whether one with negative perception and one with the positive perception? Do we have to mark there, or we have to group it separately later on?
We have to group it separately, because this is, I kept the same code because both the codes are of the perception of city. This will be a code, but when we'll explain or describe the code, we will explain it. Okay.
So we have to group it later on as a negative perception codes.
Or even you can just rename it as a negative perception, right? So what you will do, you will select it and then go to a list of codes. Since we are not, because there are other codes in the perception of city, you just delete it. Not this one. You delete it. Suppose you have done some mistakes, so you can easily delete it and select it and say open a new code, say negative perception, right? This one. So about the perception of city, you can group these two codes later. It depends on your requirement. It doesn't mean that if you're creating or not creating a separate code is not not a good analysis. The analysis itself depends on the requirement of the researcher, whether what particular context the researcher wants to explain, wants to bring out, or wants to explore it in detail. Right?
Fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other question regarding?
No, sir. Thank you. Carry on.
Are you able to follow the steps that I'm doing it here on software?
Yes, sir. We are getting a bit of clarity now.
Okay. And then the next question is about, I will code this text quickly in 10 minutes, and then we'll explain about the writing process of qualitative methods, right? So, okay, when do you need to travel? Because another dimension of our research was to look into that, what are the purpose of mobility, right? Why people used to go outside. So the person is saying, I travel only when I have some urgent work. Suppose I have to go to medical center. I travel when I have to go to job bazaar or material center. So these are some purposes of traveling. So we can, it's a new meaning in it, right? So we have to create a new code that it is purpose of traveling. Or just simply say travel. Next is, what transport do you use? Suppose there's a different modes. These are modes of transport that people use. And then, where do you go by directions? Somewhere the participant might have responded like, I take rickshaw. It means then one of the objective of the research was to look into how frequently the older adults use rickshaw, which is the main modes of transport for inter neighborhood mobility for older adults, because it's a general idea that for older adults, the long distance travel drastically reduced. So how they access different neighborhood resources. So in the response, the participant responded that I take rickshaw directly from home. So the researcher has asked another question on rickshaw use. So the participants have replied that I use rickshaw when I have to go to this particular place or at my cousin place. So we can say the use of rickshaw, right? We can say, because we focus on rickshaw, and then similarly we will go to when to use buses. So this is about bus. So this is about use of bus, right? And then how is your experience using bus in the city, since buses are very congested and overcrowded? So how the participant perceive using buses? Suppose this is about the participant of using bus or using bus, or we can say experience of using bus. Right? And then is how do you find the behavior of the bus driver and conductor? The behavior of, suppose till here, or yes, another important thing that I missed here, that suppose the whole sentence is quite large sentence where the participant has responded. So when we go through it, we can find some other thing also. Like, see, if we go through, like, I have used bus many times for short distance as well as long distances. I used bus when I went to this place. I'm scared of using bus for long distances because the road condition is not good. I really feel difficult to ride in bus. It is so congested and suffocating. Nowadays, I don't even use bus to go to this place. I take train. Most of time, I have seen the drivers are careless and reckless. That's why I avoid bus. See, this is about the experience of using bus. Here, the person is saying something different from the using experience. Is the reason of not using bus because the drivers are careless and reckless. So I would have continued using it if road condition would have been better and the bus condition would have been both are so pathetic that I stopped using bus. So here, though you could have we already have coded the whole paragraph under one code, and still, if you go see minutely, there are a few other things also embedded in it. So what I can do here, I can say that yes, nowadays I don't even use bus. Experience of bus is not using bus or negative perception, right? Negative perception. This is a code within a code. This was a main code, but this is not mandatory that since you already have coded something, you cannot code other thing from the same text. It's not like that. You can code as long as you want that these are can be coded differently because you have certain concept. You want to explore things, and these are also related to all those concepts. So you can develop codes, many codes out of one paragraph. Even if you can code it again, suppose this is scared, so safety. Suppose here it's talking about that he doesn't feel safe, so suffocating, or you can say it's a risk of using this, right? So there are three codes for this paragraph. One is experience of using it, one other is like negative attitudes, negative perception of it, and other is a risk of using it. So we can always see what are the codes we already have coded. These are the codes. And then again, we're going down to it, like how do you find the behaviors of the bus driver? So this is about behavior of the bus driver, right? Or behavior of the transport. And similarly, as you mentioned, bus is mostly congested, so you get seat inside generally. This is about comfortability. Right? They don't get seat, or whether they get it or not, how comfort it is. Cool. What problems do you face when the travel in bus? This is problem in bus, or the challenges in bus. or you can say various, whatever terms you would like to use. And various names. And then say, what is your experience of traveling bus and stuck in traffic jam? So this is about traffic congestion. Make a new code of traffic congestion.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Can you give an example of code in Vivo and auto
Yes,
coding?
Yes. Here the person, see, some of the Murubis have some health issues at this stage. I generally go to PGs. So Murubi is the elderly term, right? Elderly. It is used for elderly. So, we can use this as in Vivo code. Suppose click here, we can go and coding in Vivo so it will show you somewhere health issues, right? We can go here and change the code name, like code in Vivo health issues. Where is it? Code here. Just let me check. Here we can put it as right, and then go to list of codes. This will show you a different code. Some of spiritual life perception, risk of using words, perceptions, modes, living element. What is there? I think something is hiding in. Experience of use, family background, living modes, negative. This one. This is in view code. Select it and if you want to rename it as, you go to the codes here, double click it, and this is code. You go and rename it as in view code. Rename it. So you know this within this in view code, what the term we have used, it is Murubi. Because in Vivo code generally explain about certain terms and some phrases that has certain cultural meaning to it, or it's different from the paraphrase, or it's a metaphor that you use. So it is always identical. So we keep it in separate code, right? Similarly, in the text itself, when we are coding it, if we get some new certain terms that we are not aware about it, or which are very much contextual to that particular location, place, or which is among more prevalent among the participants that the researchers don't know about it, or when we are not aware about the utility or use of that particular word. So we code it as in Vivo code, right? Let's see if we see come across with other in Vivo terms. How safe is the bus travel? Okay, so sir, is it clear that how we code something in Vivo code under in Vivo code? Hello?
Grouping. It's there. Next stage.
I didn't get it. I couldn't hear.
Sir was asking about the grouping of codes that will be in the next coming phase. Yeah.
Yes, grouping of code. I will first we have to complete the coding of the whole text, and then we will go to the grouping of codes. So I will quickly go to finish this coding process. How safe? This is about safety, right? So this is another term like RESA-RESI. This is called a colloquial term. We sometimes we don't have exact term which can be explained in other languages. So similar meaning is like competitive mode. So here we can say it's the individual code, right? This complete and then put it here. Skillful driver. So it's about the driver skill of transport personnel. And then it says about quality of transport management. So this is about transport management, right? And then how is bus service here? And what is its availability? So this is about availability of the bus. And then this is how is experience with rickshaw riding? What problems do you face during that time? So suppose this is has been use of experience of using rickshaw. And then this is about experience of using CNG, that is auto rickshaw. CNG. And then coming down, what is your experience of walking or footpath? It's about walking experience. And then next is about what the participant is saying is what is your walking and what problems do you face when you cross roads? This is the challenges of crossing road. Because since this is the first transcript, you have to code everything, and everything will be new codes. Most of the thing will be new codes. In the next transcript, almost similar answer would be like okay, I face a problem while I cross road. So the statement will be different, but the code can be the same. So you can put different quotation under the same code, because the questions will be similar to all the participants, right? The answer might be different. So the answers will be, the quotations can be coded under similar code. And then how do you select your modes of transport? This is the modal choice. So you put it as a modal choice, right? Or then time of travel time. And this is about affordability of expenses, whether the modes of transport are expensive or affordable for the participants. And then this is about in accessing of your health access. Right. I'm broadly using the term using broad terms because since we are not going through the text itself, ideally we should read each and every sentence and we have to code it. This session is, since we have very limited time, we have to code it fast, so that okay, just suppose we have done till here like expectation from government, so we are ending it. So this is about interventions, right? So now just save it, Control S, and it will get saved. Or even in between, you should save the project, right? So now we have, similarly, we also have to code all the transcripts. Suppose we have 30 transcripts and we already have coded, and we have 35 codes of 30 documents, right? Now coming to this codes, we have how many codes? All these are codes, right? And read the codes like affordability, availability, and then barriers to using bus, behavioral transport personnel, comfortability, and then daily routine, experience of using bus, experience. So suppose we would like to make a group of codes, because these are common or similar codes like experience of using bus, experience of using rickshaw, experience of using CNG, experience of walking. So let's make a code group called experience of using bus. It's our new code group. We make a group name is this one, right? So let's take other code under this group. This is again another similar code. No, this will go under this. And CNG again. Here. We have two codes right now under this code group. We have to take this. Similarly, this is also right. So this is a code group. Code group of what? And we term the code group as experience of using modes. Means what are the experience of using different modes. One mode is bus, other mode is rickshaw, another mode is CNG, that is auto rickshaw, and walking. So similarly, we can create another group for it, like barriers, or we can say barriers or challenges, right? Drag it and write it, give a new name, code group. So you can say barriers or challenges, right? Create it. There's one code within it. Challenges of going here. No, this is challenges of using code rules. Take it here and put it on the. Why it is not taking? No, it should. In barriers, challenges, this challenges, crossing road. Control Z, bring that. This is not challenges. Where is challenges? Say it as if we are not thinking it. Or if it is not working here, so you can go to code groups. Here, click your code group which we want to work on and select the codes from here, right? This is the easier way to do it. So challenges, click it here and then click it on this arrow. It will go to this under this code group. Suppose you want to bring another code which is similar to this barriers is challenges on barriers. Suppose this is again a challenge. You can give. And remember that it's not necessary that if you bring one code under one code group, that you cannot use that code for other group. No, you can use a code for multiple code groups. It depends on the researcher's requirement. And it is so flexible that you can create, even you can relate different code groups. So one code can be used for different code groups. Other code, okay. So let's make challenges, health issues. Okay. Health challenges. This is a code group, health challenges. Right? Go to the code group manager. Click the health challenges code group name. This will show here. And then you select the codes that you want to bring under code group, like health issues here, right? And then say accessibility, or even health issues. I mean, health issues, you say the affordability of transport, that it is too high cost for moving in auto rickshaw. So this, suppose you want to bring this as part of your research requirement because you want to look into the affordability of modes for health access, right? So now we will stop here. Like we have created two code groups. Similarly, you can also use create different code group, like what perception of the city. So we just click it here, perception of the city. We go to the code manager group, perception of the city. See here what are the perceptions. Within that, you can use transport personal behavior, perceptions about like the affordability, or even you can say availability is also difficult for the people. Sometimes what is the this perception about city is negative perception of the city. Somewhere we coded, right? LM, L, yes, negative perceptions of persons. You can select both of it and then click it in the arrow. This will. So here we got 5 codes under this, right? Similarly, you can create another code like background, like this is the background. Say for example, in background, you click it back here. So personal background, you can start P. And bring it down, then you can see where it does codes. Where is the personal background? Here, family background. Suppose daily routine. We can also use it as daily routine as personal background. Or we can say living arrangement. And also part of the background. So we created this code group for living arrangements also, right? Okay, suppose we are done with code group in a group. Even one code can also be in a code group, like a theme, because the main purpose of doing or developing code group is to make sense or develop theme out of different similar codes. So in this stage, we can also develop theme from a single code. It's not necessary that we have to develop theme out of code groups. So we can go down to code and develop themes out of it, right? If the code has multiple quotations, if the code has, the frequency of using that code or frequency of the statements of the participants are so much that we can develop the theme out of that, right? So the next step is that just what the purpose of doing code group is that the code and then code group, and then we can relate to the we have to develop the description of it. So how we will describe it? So in the description process, I mentioned in the beginning, in the first section, that we have to compare it. So just try to see the linkages between these. What are the connectivity between these groups? So what we'll do, we'll go to the, like these are the codes and these are the code groups we have, right? These are code groups. Suppose we want to see the relationship between barriers and health challenges. Right click to open network. It will open a new page. The page will look like this. Click it here, fit, and then see. This is the barriers code group. Experience of walking, experience of crossing road, behavior of transit person are 3 codes. So these codes are related. So we can we can see how this experience of even what we can do. We can bring the relevant quotations added to this experience of walking, right? Here is the quotation under this. Similarly, we can see what is the quotation under it. So like add neighbors, quotations. We also want to see if code group has relation with some other codes. No, it has no neighbor codes. So add neighbors, go to the quotations. I think all the codes have certain quotations. And suppose you think that this quotations is also associated with this experience of walking, because when they walk, they the transport, they also have fear of getting accident, because the transport personal behavior is so fearful that the participants really scared of using footpath or even moving road. So if you want to make a relation, you have to click it here, then drag it and put it here, and it will link it, right? Similarly, if you want to see relation between the codes, This is a code. This is challenges of crossing road and experience of walking. So suppose is this part of it, it will show that what is the relation between these two codes, whether it contradicts with each other, whether it is it's the same thing, or it is a property of it, or is associated with it, or is a cause of it, or part of it, or you don't have to name, you can just relate it. Simple association. Suppose this is also associated with this, like road crossing and walking, right? So this will show the relationship between these two codes. Similarly, we can also have this relation with this walking with transport personnel, right? We can say just it's a cause of it. So this network tree network shows the relationship between, or the connectivity between the group codes, right? And we can make it like different way of linkages with this routing and then layout, like whether we want to put in a circular format or in a hierarchical top down or bottom down or left. You can experiment it as you want. So just for the sake of understanding, we keep it as a circular one, right? And then you save it. You save it, you name it various, right? You already have set it. And suppose you want to export it, because this will be where? Here, network, right? Double click it. Here. Click it here, quit window, and suppose you want to put it in a Word file. So you cannot directly copy it from here. So go to the export, and then you can export as bitmap or express. So see it is how is it? We can save it as bitmap. Let's see. Save it in TIFF image so that the resolution is high enough to represent in the Word file. Suppose you want to put it in here. I'm saving it because we use it later, right? Because now this coding process is done, right? And this is the now we have to bring the outcome, the last step of it, right? This is the code group. You click it here, right? Code group is the background. Bring the need to export it, right? Where is it? Where is? Sorry. Right, and this is your code group, right? Background. You want to export it, make a report of it. Export means report. Export here, we export means the code book. Yes, and there is a step I forgot to mention about how to export it. Like there is code, we mention code, and we export it. So this will show you what will the code, and then the code groups. So export it and see what it shows. This is only background. We don't have to select. We have to select it here. There is the code here. And then export it. See, these are the codes, and we can understand which code is under which code group. Like availability is under perception about city, and then experience of walking it is under the experience of using mode. So here this will make our understanding of the data more easier. And here we have to make comments, means we have to define the code, right? So affordability or affordable in the sense that whether the can earn on different modes of transport. public transport. Right? So this is our definition or explanation of like availability. Whether different modes are available for adults. Right? So these are definitions that we are creating it because these are very significant one. We have to explain it when we report for publications or for writing it. We have to define it our codes because these are codes that we have developed it out of the text, right? So about that. Then we will go for final outcome, the code group. The code group of suppose we need to explain the person, the city. It is no. And person from the city. You can here report, we will have to create a report, we will get download and we have to save it as suppose it's a perception, right? Save it in a particular place where it is asking, then save it here. Similarly, you have to make report of all other code groups and see what is there. This is about what was about it. Like this was on health challenges, right? This was in health challenges, right? Suppose we are done with this report. We have to make all code groups, report of all the code groups so that we can get the text format of the data. Now see, what is it? Perception. This is the stage where we have to read again, that we have to develop the thick description. Now the step of description or developing thick description is started. Like you go through the text and read how the participants, behavior of the transport person. That I would like to mention one incident. Once I went to Dhanmandi, I had a bag in my hand. The bag was quite heavier. It was very crowded inside and I had to come as input. When I went inside, one young fellow requested me to give my bag to me, and I gave. He stood up and offered the seat to me. I liked that, but I didn't like the behavior of the conductor. Another day, I was carrying a bag and the bus was full of passengers. When I was not able to go inside, I stood near the gate, but the helper was shouting, go inside, go inside. But there was no space inside. So see, what we can guess or what we are getting out of these quotations that, so we have to explain it ourselves. This should be our own language, how the participant, this is the thick description, this is the final outcome of the analysis process from where we will use it for different purposes. So how we develop it, develop the thick description is that thick description is the condensed a writing of the, that is called explanation. It was the description and the next stage is explanation. The participant has, or the most of the participants, suppose there are many quotations, so most of the participants mentioned that buses are very crowded and the most difficult part of accessing bus is to get in or get off. In addition, behavior of transport personnel also create barriers to access buses. These are your interpretations, right, from the text. This is called developing of thick description, right? For example, Noor Muhammad, his name, 868 or 9, has expressed that when she was traveling from this place to Hanmoni, for example, she faced difficulty in getting into a crowded bus, right? And then you give the patients. So still here, copy it and then you paste it as quotations. So how do we do? You can make it in italics and say who is the person has said it. 68. She was a tailor shopkeeper. Explanation, right? So this way we develop the thick descriptions. We have to give our own like observations, and then we can also from the observation, we can also from the observation this being, or from the movies, or what you can say. It has also been observed that older people face challenges walking over the footpaths because of congestion, or say poor condition of the infrastructures, right? So this is your observation as well. So you've included this, right? So you can use a photograph of this poor infrastructure facility. So, and sometimes when you see the from you can also add this barrier facility. Like when you this network we use in methodological section. This is, I will explain it later. But this is the way of developing thick description, right? Once you develop the thick description of all the core groups, now the writing stage comes. So I would like to share the screen of how we write the report of it, right? It'll take only 10 minutes then. So it depends on the purpose of writing it, whether we are writing it for as a part of our PhD research, or whether it is for writing research paper or scientific articles, or for newspaper report, right? So if we are writing theses or articles, then it's for academic purposes. For academic purposes, we have to give certain write the protocol or the steps of writing qualitative data. One is that first we have to explain about what are the research questions, what are the research objectives, and what are the underlying theories that we are using to collect data, and from the beginning, and what are the methodology. We have to explain methodology in a very strong manner, because in qualitative methods, people question about the validity of the data. Right? In quantitative methods, there is no question of validity. There is some test, like if test or student test and all, but in qualitative data, the test or the we can do the reliability of data sometimes questionable, but it's again the scientific data where we have to mention the steps or the procedure of methodology of doing conducting qualitative methods, what was the fieldwork approach, what are the ethnographic approaches, and how research was conducted. You have to explain minutely, and then how the data was analyzed, and we also have to explain about our reflexivity and the position reflexivity, that how the participants observe you and how you observe or how you see the participants, whether you are looking at from your own perceptions, or you are also including, and this reflexivity and positionality will come at different stages. And stage of collection data, the stage of writing the qualitative methods, because when you will write or develop the thick descriptions, you will remember all those fieldwork activities, whether like you were started writing from their perspective, or you're using your own perspective. So you have to be very careful what perspective you are using. Sometimes you have to go, and again, deeply influenced by their perception. Sometimes people also get, the researchers are also often influenced by the sensitive issues, so also become more sensitive and sophisticated was word. But being a researcher, we have to be very strict to the data. It means that sometimes we have to play the role of an outsider as well as insider. It depends on the requirement. And then again, we have to write the results. So we have to present the results in different parts. For example, sometimes we have to present our data for result of our policy making. Sometimes we have to present it for academic dissemination platforms, right? And then we have to be creative in a way that we have to write in a different manner, different from the traditional quantitative method of making frequencies and tables and chart. But in qualitative methods, we make a different the representations, like we explain it, and then sometimes you also use different symbols to express it, right? And then you also have to keep in mind that who are the target group, whether we are writing for the academic group or professional group, or we're trying to giving voice to the people, those who have been researched. As I mentioned in the qualitative research methods, we always consider it's the co-production of knowledge. We give equal value to the voice of the people, and we also give value to the participants creating this knowledge. And whether we are writing for the scientific articles or PhD or thesis or policy brief, or whether we are writing for the funders of the research, or whether we are going to write a newspaper article or editorial page. So it depends on the requirement. And then what would be that structure? I will explain it in a way that what would be the structure or standard structure of it. But in general, we think, and yes, sometimes many qualitative researchers, particularly the feminist scholars, they claim that the structure also is similar to some quantitative methods, or we can also have influence of the positivist approaches. I know this term is very social science perspective, where ethnography researchers use it. It means that it has certain rule, regulation, guideline that the people follow. Positivism, this is the reality, and you have to follow it. And when you test it, the same result will come. So this is the approach where people generally adopt. But for qualitative methods, we also adopt certain, basic or the structure of it. But we have different flexibility or different new ways to explain it, the different method, like in background or methodology, we explain in a different way. The results are being presented in a different way. We discuss in a different way. Yes, whether it is for research article or for a thesis, we have to give detail of the methodology. So because this is the strength of the qualitative research, that how we conducted it, so that the people who are from quantitative perspective should not be able to question the validity or the reliability of your data. And you should interpret your findings with reasons, with comparing with different perspectives and different perspectives of the people also, right? And yes, make arguments, stories of your data, depending on the objective of research and depending on your target group. You explain, you adapt different approaches. Whether you will adapt the narrative approach, whether you will adapt the content analysis, whether you will adapt the thematic analysis, it depends on the requirement of your data and the nature of data that you got. Right? Suppose there is some outcomes based on the perceptions exactly, and you have to divide into different things. For example, here in this case, where we have developed this, that there are certain things. One is background, other is perceptions of the city, other is the experience of using different modes of transport. So we divided we group the code in a certain manner that the codes are similar to it, and all the code groups can be a theme. For example, experience of using modes, it can be a theme. So based on one theme, we can write a single scientific paper that what is the experiences or the challenges of using different modes of transport in Dhaka. So we can give we can write results based on those things. So it can be a paper. Right, and then of course we keep in mind that we should always be very honest about our reflexivity and positionality of the researchers, and we should always be stick to the data. We have to be very groundedness on that. That we should not go away from the data. Rather, we have to be very strict, and because sometimes in qualitative data, it's very possible that researchers also get influenced by the sensitivity of the researchers. And then we use the quotations, as I showed you here, that how we use the quotation in the thick descriptions, right? So, and then this under one paragraph, there should be too many quotations, or even not too little quotations. Like we should give maximum 2 or 3 quotations for one paragraph or one thick description, one paragraph, because we have to also explore the range of opinions, right? And then we also have to keep in mind that why we're using quotations, that whether the quotations using are linked with the text, or basically the purpose of using quotation is to giving the context of that particular study, right? And whether we give the relevance of it, so that when the reader goes through the your explanations, like here in this paragraph, when someone is going through it, we can relate it, and when they will use this, read this quotation, they can relate his position, that how like the reader will be taken to the ground. And yes, this is another example of the thick description paragraph. Like we have developed like this. In contrast, the few professionals women identified. This is the part of one of the studies that we have conducted. That women identified that their mother-in-law or other extended family members had an influence over the fertility decisions. Right. So this is one opinion, and second is about this is another opinion. So these are examples, right? That these are the typical examples of it, and these are the range of opinions on this particular behavior of fertility, like how the women, the young women, and the in-laws influence on the fertility behavior of women. And this is again the another approach, case study approach. That this is a typical example of how we develop the case study. First, we write some, we explain or develop thick description of a particular case. Like in case study is again it's a quantitative term, or we can say it's a positive idea, but still we are using it in a different manner. That okay, case can be a participant can also be a case study. So we explain it in detail, like his background, his way of life, and the occupation, and everything, and the based on our questions and objectives, we explain what is the result with the participants' life, right? And with the reading of this particular case, the reader can understand the whole story of that person. So this is another example. Like we start with this writing. Like when you are writing result, you can start with this case study, and then again we explain it. And then how we evaluate the quality of reporting. That we have to keep in mind that whether the style of writing is appropriate, like whether it is fulfilling the objective of the target group of people, like for whom we are writing, whether they will be able to understand the writing. For example, for policymakers, they don't bother about the methodology. How we can mention a little bit of it, like we adopted qualitative approach, but we generally don't give details of it. For scientific research articles, for the journals, what we do, we give detailed explanation. Who were the people involved in the research, how many people were involved in the data collections, who transcribed, who translated, and how long it takes, and when the data was collected, what is the context of it, that I will explain in this next slide. So, and then whether this methodology was transparent enough, or whether the approach was appropriate or not, whether the research question was coherent with the data or not, whether the data are grounded or not, whether the researcher has adopted interpretive approach or not, whether the reflexibility has come, whether the data reflects conceptual framework, whether the conceptual framework is reflective in the data or not. So it's the two-way process. Our result will also explain our conceptual framework, and conceptual framework will also be applicable to our data, right? And we also need to, the context of it, we have to reflect the context of the data, because in qualitative data, it's very important to reflect the context of it, right? And then we have to also keep in mind that whether the results or the thick descriptions are culturally appropriate, because we should not hurt the sentiment of the study population, right? And we have to follow the ethical issues, right? So go to the last slide. This is the standard reporting of qualitative research. First, we mentioned the title and abstract. In title, we give a precise or concise description of the nature of the topic, whether it is ethnographic study or we using multiple qualitative approach. So we mention that, and then in abstract we give like what are the purpose, objective, research, results, and then discussions and conclusions. So we generally give it as we do with other research methods also. So then again, we have introductions, like we frame the research problem, like what is the research background a little bit, little bit of background, we also give it to get the context of it. And then what is the purpose of research questions? We mention about the research questions and objective very clearly in the introduction part, that we have to mention what are the research questions and what are the objectives of it. And then we explain in detail the methods of it. As I was mentioning the qualitative approach, then what are the approaches, right? And then we have to mention about the context and the sample strategy, like how we strategize our sample, whether it is a purposive sampling or the zoomable technique. These two are generally we use in qualitative methods. And then whether the ethical issues pertaining to the human subjects were taken care of. Data collection methods were how data was collected. And data collection instruments and the technology, whether we're using audio recorder or mobile recorder or any other method that we are adopting, or whether we are videographing the interview. And then we have to explain the unit of studies, like who are the populations, study populations, and who are the sub-study populations. If it is a different age group, then we have to explain that these were the older adults, these were the young adults, and these are the adolescent people, these were the male, these many people were male, and these many people were female. So we have to explain everything about the study populations. And then we have to explain the data process, how we process our data, how we manage our data, because in qualitative methods, it's very difficult to fight with your data. That yes, these sometimes some of the reviewers can also question like these data are not reliable. So we have to explain the process, how we develop, how we have started from the beginning, and how we write the qualitative research results, and then data analysis. As I mentioned, that how we analyze that, we have to develop themes and then categories, then we have to develop concepts, and then this particular if we are able to develop a grounded theory. But it's not necessary that for every research we have to develop a grounded theory. Theory development is a very rigorous process. It's not easy task to develop a theory and to get recognized by the worldwide. But still we can try it. There are certain process, and we can follow all the analytical cycle, and then we can have this solid reasons with rationale, and we have to check everything, and again we have to compare with other studies, and then we can claim it. Okay, this is the grounded theory. And then again we have to explain the result and findings, and interpret whether we are approaching adaptive interpretive approach or phenomenological approach, or it's a discourse. So it depends on the nature of the study. We can explain and adapt different risk methodology approach, right? And then as we discuss it, like we discuss it with different, we compare it, and then we again explain it with the other studies that have already been done previously. And then we mention, as we mentioned in any other research studies, conflict of interest and funding and all. Yeah. Yes, I will stop here. I think I took longer than the prescribed time. Since qualitative research is very time consuming, as I mentioned in the very beginning, that it needs patience of the researcher to conduct it. Sometimes we get lost in the data, and sometimes we have to come back, come out of the data and see from the distance, like zooming in and zooming out. And in that process, it takes lots of time. So yeah. Yes. Any questions regarding it? Please raise your questions.
Any questions?
Stop sharing here.
You have wonderfully described it, Dr. Jaggi, sir. And this is Avinash, sir. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank you so much. This was so tremendous and hard work. And ladies and gentlemen, please have a big hand for him. He has wonderfully explained everything. And we would like to take one or two questions, please.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to take questions. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Very good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Yeah, what a wonderful presentation you have. And we definitely in different domain when what I says and edges we received by your lecture. But there is the code. There is the code. This is the famous statement of the Carl Pearson. But there are two discrete codes. One is the original code, which is encrypted by you, and another one is the code of error correcting code. Definitely, there is the code, means there exists the error. How the error will be minimized because different uniqueness is there, because every person get the different interpretation. Then how the interpretation is the unique, because the finally the data is the fact, nothing else. Then how we minimize the error by the any error correcting code? My question is that there exists any error correcting code parallel to the your coding technique? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, sir. See, what we, Dr. Avinash, should I respond first, or we will take some other questions as well?
You can carry on with your response.
Okay, yeah. So, sir, as I mentioned in the first session, that when we try to explain the grounded theory, there is certain, some issues, that the negative issues that we also need to explain. So from there, I would take here that how we address the error of code or errors in the developing process of code. So we have to explain it, that if is there any issues, negative issues when we were developing the codes, right? For example, when we are coding the transcript, we saw there is a negative perspective and positive perspective, and then we forgot to mention it, the negative perspective. So we deleted it and then recreated the code, right? But again, when you already have developed the code, it means that you have gone through your data, and that is to be considered as valid, because you have taken from, have gone through the scientific process of detective and inductive method. And ultimately the data, that what the participants have replied, is considered to be the truth, and we go with that, right? And it's as we do in quantitative methods, that there are some sampling error and all. So these are already been should have been addressed before we start the recruiting the participants. So that case, it is not applicable exactly to the qualitative methods, that sampling error is there, because sometimes we say there is the biasness of selecting the participants, because in qualitative methods, the most difficult part is to access the participants. So if we are applying the purposes sampling and snowball technique, so first I approached a person with certain purpose, that the person who had certain criteria, that what is fulfilling my objective of the research. And then I asked the participants, do you have, do you know another person who have similar experiences of doing this as you have? So he will refer some person, or she will refer to some other person. So that might be a bias, because the person might refer the researcher to a known person, right? So in that case, I think the researcher should keep in mind that whether the person, how the person is related to it. And after the interview, they should also keep in mind that if the results are being similar to it, like exactly when Asha Ma'am was explaining that what would be the population of the study, whether it the homogeneous perspective or the heterogeneous perspective. So I think when we once develop the code, it means that we have already addressed the issues in it, right? Yes, Dr. Avinash, yes, you're not audible.
It's not mathematical, it's manual. There is no mathematical or error correcting code.
Yes,
You have to manually
yeah.
do it and make sure, because
Yes,
it's a
sir.
qualitative thing.
Yeah.
What you are referring to is quantitative data.
Yeah, but exactly the minimization is our objective. Finally, the result is a different result in the different domain. But how we minimize? Only my question is that definitely coding is there. There is error, but how we minimize?
Getting it peer reviewed will be the best thing,
There.
I guess.
Yes, the peer review is the best option. Only my question is a software point of view. Is there any software, there is an inbuilt error minimizing software is there? No. Yeah, like that. Okay, thank you, sir.
The software doesn't have any a scope or any technique to rectify any error in the coding. It's you are doing it manually. You are selecting it and putting it under code. So it's not automatic, it's manually. So you have to correct it again manually. If you think that there is some issues with coding, you have to go back to your codes and then rename or recode or reconstruct and delete it and create a new code.
I really appreciate the patience of Dr. Salim Jahangir while dealing with an amateur audience like this. And I really appreciate that. And with this session, we got a lot of clarity what exactly the qualitative research means. And it's also a disillusionment for most of us who were getting the data from the data entry operator, what he has, and directly uploading it to the SPSS or whatever the software or the Raman software. So it is not as easy as it sounds, where or else we hire a biostatistician statistician to do the job. So we have to come out of that perception and get ready for the hardships and manual labor. So that's all about qualitative research. So I thank you, sir. Thank you for.
I would like to add
enlightening us.
something to it, if you give little time to me. With this, I'm working at this TCQM, Transdisciplinary Center for Qualitative Methods at Prasanna School Public Health. We also offer fundamental of qualitative certificate course, particularly certificate course in qualitative research methodology. So anybody, if you are interested, please, you can contact and we can have, attend those programs. And we can. And secondly, we also offer advanced qualitative methods where we work along with the researchers. Like if you already have collected data, you have data, but now you need to analyze it till the writing process. So we work with it.
That's exactly what we need, sir.
Yes. So these two courses that we offer from TCQM. So you are most welcome. And if you are interested, please, you just mail or inform Dr. Vikram Pai, and you can mail me. I will share. Next, we are going to start this fundamental of certificate course in qualitative research methodology from March 2023. So yeah, you can of course attend those events.
This itself we were discussing just now. So it is exactly what we need. And to keep up the momentum, we'll definitely contact you regarding.
We'll be happy.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Now, carrying on the session, today's last session, the most important one and apt thing, because from morning till now, we have learned what is qualitative research. And the topic, workshops topic is qualitative research methodologies in yoga. So the yoga part will be dealt by our expert, none other than Director of CCRYN, Central Council for Research in Yoga and Naturopathy, the autonomous body under Ministry of Ayush, Dr. Raghavendra Rao. So Dr. Raghavendra Rao completed his BNY's degree from Mangalore University, and he completed his PhD from S. Vyasa University, Bangalore, in yoga and cancer care. He has completed several research projects in rheumatoid arthritis, pre-diabetes, and CVD risk prevention using both yoga and naturopathy as interventions at various institutes like S. Vyasa, MS Ramaya Hospital, Bangalore, and HCG, Bangalore. So he was also a collaborator and usher at PICRC NIH Fellow at UCSF College of Medicine, San Francisco. He also completed Indo-US study on yoga and pre-diabetes in the same UCSF School of Medicine in San Francisco. Then he joined his major work where he joined as senior scientist and head of complementary and alternative medicine program at Healthcare Global, or famously known as HCG. So he has more than 89 research papers in the national and international research journals. He's a member of Ayush Research Portal, Government of India, and he has won several awards for his service in the field of research in yoga and naturopathy. He has set up a department of CAM at Healthcare Global Enterprises, which is accredited by European Society for Integrative Oncology, and he has experience of conducting global clinical trials and was heading the CRO, contract research organization named TriStar. And with that, he has vast experience in conducting and designing protocol and getting it published. So he has also undergone NABH assessor training by QCI, and he has recently joined as post of director CCRYN, and it now quite for quite a bit of time. So now I request Dr. Raghavendra Rao sir to deliver his talk on relate the entire topic what we have learned in the morning with yoga, that is qualitative research in yoga, where he'll be explaining us in detail about research designing and how to apply this qualitative research in yoga. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of AIIMS Raipur. I welcome, and over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vikram. Can you, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
So
sir.
I'll just share my screen now. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you all. And I'm sorry I was not able to be there in person today for this workshop because I was needed here in the ministry for some urgent work. But anyway, I've been just popping in and out of the workshop today since morning, and I've been hearing to some interesting sessions going on there. It was a wonderful. Last session was really wonderful, where you had to see a hands-on approach on how to do the qualitative analysis. And this is very much required because this is one part of research which is really missing. This is very much important in our context, and I'll come to that why it is important later on. So as we go ahead, if you want to look at popularity of yoga today, the amount of research is going on in yoga is tremendous, enormous. And if you look at if you use the keywords meditation on PubMed, you get 9,569 articles. And if you use the keyword yoga, you get 7,542 articles. Reason why you get different articles as for meditation and as far as yoga is concerned is because meditation became more popular in the Western countries in the 1960s, even before yoga as a part of the intervention came into being. Okay, so a lot of meditative traditions like mindfulness technique, Maharshi Maheshwari Yogi, standard transcendental meditation, and so on and so forth. Many of them started popping up in US, and a lot of interest was there on these meditative traditions, and that's why you see large number of articles on meditation compared to yoga. If you look at the articles from 1973 onwards, just talk about RCTs. So when you talk about qualitative research, we don't mean RCTs, because RCTs is mainly to do with your quantitative research. 900 articles on RCTs on yoga, 1,022 on RCTs on meditation. Okay? And if you want to look at the exponential increase in yoga articles after 2014, that is when International Day of Yoga was coined by UN. You can see here, in 2009-34, you have about 4,309 articles. In the sense, for past 75 years up to 2014, you had 2,934 articles in yoga, keyword yoga. As in last 7.5 years, 1/10 of that period, you have double the amount of articles on yoga. Okay, it's an exponential 1,000 times increase in number of articles on yoga. Same thing with respect to meditation as well. You see the number of articles on meditation 75 years is 4,048. In the last 7 years or so, 7.5 years or so, it's 4,952 itself. So there's a tremendous popularity and use of yoga and meditation in various aspects of care as well, where they're using it as a therapy. Recent article which I want to quote, which is published in Journal of American Board of Family Medicine, and there they have done a very nice survey on looking at electronic health records. Okay, total in the last 10 years, 30,976 patients and 2,398 clinicians, 41 clinical service departments were affiliated with yoga notes. In the sense, they use the term yoga, either they prescribed yoga or they wanted to ascertain whether the patient was doing yoga in their clinical notes. This is very, very important. This showed there's a 10.4-fold increase during a 10-year study period between 2006 to 2016 alone. So 2.6% of these patients had at least one mention of yoga in their notes. So this is again a qualitative study where you're doing a data mining, looking at EHR, and to find out various aspects of yoga here. Other aspects of the study also was there. They looked at barriers and all. We won't come to that. So this is an example of how they really wanted to use, want to look at qualitative research on based on documentation here, clinical documentation here. Okay, and this has been published. And if you see, if you try to find out this kind of qualitative research on yoga, you hardly would find any articles except for 3 or 4 studies which are there, which have some amount of qualitative input. There are mixed method studies also where both qualitative and quantitative are also used, and I'll come to that later on. So when you talk about today's presentation, I will talk about, just make you to recapitulate what is qualitative research, qualitative data, which all of you know about it since morning, qualitative analysis, software, and qualitative reporting. So what I'm trying to do here is trying to put these aspects into yoga research. So I'm going to give you examples and questions, and use qualitative data. So what is qualitative research? It's nothing but development of concepts which help us to understand social phenomena in a natural setting, giving due emphasis to the meanings, experiences, and views of the participants. So you're not doing experimental setting here. You have a clinic, patients are coming to your clinic, they're asking you questions, you are interviewing them to ascertain certain aspects and certain concerns of the patient, You're using them in your qualitative data analysis. Okay, simple as that's a real-time setting. That's where here, this real-time settings, when you start publishing something, there can be a lot of bias as well, because you don't have any randomization, etc. And you have purposes sampling here. And in the last session, I heard that talking about error. So error is nothing but it is an investigator error, basically, investigator bias. If you are not going to be having that bias inside you, inherent inside you, then there won't be any error in your study. So that is what you need to really work to limit your bias when you do the study. When I talk about yoga here, I'm going to give you an example about yoga in cancer patients. Okay, so you know that many of the cancer patients are sick, they receive surgeries, chemotherapy, they receive radiation. Many of them have advanced disease, they go into metastatic disease, go into palliative care settings, and so on and so forth. So one of the primary concerns of any patient which comes to me is, they say there are two aspects of it. One is the positive on the left side, you can see on the right side of your slide, you can see, and the negative on the left side, you can see. You need to be flexible. So for doing yoga, you have to be flexible. Some people they say, "Oh, I break my bones, it's not for me." Okay, so these are negative aspects of it. Can it cause more discomfort? Can it interfere with my treatment? I have fatigue already. I already have fatigue, I can't do yoga now. I can't commute to class daily. Can I believe what my instructor says? Let me check with my doctor. They don't believe the instructor also, the therapist is saying. It is Hindu religion. Yoga has to do with Hinduism. Okay. These are some of the concerns which patients really also have. They even talk to the doctor when they ask these questions to the doctor. Like, for example, I did have some patients of mine, but objection in chanting Om. Okay. They didn't want to chant Omkar. Okay. So I said, don't chant Omkar, chant Akar, chant Ukar, Makar, whatever you want to chant, you chant some monosyllable, doesn't matter. So don't chant Omkar. Okay. So these are some of the concerns which patients have. So how do you document these concerns? Because these are very important, because this helps you to develop a proper yoga module which can be tailored to all the religions, right? It can also help in addressing concerns of various patients. Here it can address concerns of patients who are on cancer. For example, patients with cancer or aromatase inhibitors long time, we can get osteoporosis, and doing more of acute bending asanas can also cause fractures. So we need to be aware of these scenarios. We need to also educate the patients about these scenarios as well. Okay. Some people think doing yoga would improve immunity on the positive side. Yoga would cure cancer. They think by doing Kundalini yoga, I'll be activating my chakras, and that can also have magic powers in curing my cancer. Some people talk about more oxygen, keep pranayama, more breathing. More oxygen means decreasing the tumor cells, killing of tumor cells. So all these things which are there, beliefs which are there, the attributes and the perceptions which are there in the patients can really change the decision of the patient for doing yoga or not doing yoga. Okay. So what's important here is information. Giving the right information to the patient is very, very important. Trying to understand patient expectations is important. Trying to understand patient perception of yoga is important, what yoga is actually. And trying to understand what sort of myths they have related to yoga or related to cancer is also very, very important for us. Because these all cannot come with experimental studies. These all can only come by using qualitative research. This can be really ascertained by doing proper interviews and in the clinic or inside the yoga department or yoga care clinic, whatever it is. Okay. So when you look at the continuum here, you have quantitative data, qualitative data. So initially, scientists in earlier were saying there's no such thing as qualitative data. Everything is 0 or 1. That means it's a form of a measurement. You have something, you don't have something. Okay. They started deciphering all the data into numerical part of it, measurement part of it, objective part of it, it's quantifiable part of it. Later on, they also started understanding that everything cannot be quantifiable. There are certain things which also have to have a qualitative grounding. Okay, Campbell is one who really proponent this theory of qualitative research initially, and a lot of work has been done since then, from 1960s onwards in this area. So dimensions of qualitative methods are fourfold. One is understand the context. For example, understanding context means what? How economic, political, social, cultural, environmental, organization factors influence health. Okay. What is it around the patient? Okay. The environment, the community around the patient, how does it influence his perception of health? How does it influence his way of understanding health? Okay. So all these things are very, very important. For example, patients in a palliative care. So I'll give you an example. What do you mean by palliative? Patients don't know what palliative is. The moment we say we're going to give palliative chemotherapy, that means to think that it's end of life care. So it is nothing for them. So they have very severe, they are terminally ill, they are going to go into hospice care, and they think it is the other way. They don't understand what palliative really means. Okay. So all these perceptions are very, very important, and these are all guided by the environment and stimuli around them. Okay. Understanding people, how people make sense of their experiences of health and disease, like patient perspectives on physical activity, patient perspective on lifestyle, medication, health behaviors, etc. For example, a diabetes patient. Sometimes some people get a diagnosis of a simple disease like diabetes. Okay, they think it's a very big disease for them. Okay, they do a lot of activity, they become physically active, they take upon themselves, etc. There are other people who don't want to bother about diabetes, carry on with their health behaviors, they smoke, they drink, they glutton and they eat more amount of food, they do binge eating, everything they do. Okay, they don't bother about it. So patient perspective changes as we understand one to other. On different extremes. One of them will be too overtly conscious about it and trying to follow things religiously what the doctor says. Some people don't care anything about it at all. Okay, so we still see patients in the radiation department in oncology setting, where in spite of having head and neck cancer, in spite of being counseled not to take tobacco, they come with the tobacco quid in their mouth during radiation therapy. Okay, and we have to make them spit it out. So this is all these are all part of health behaviors and what understanding the people have. Okay, so we can see two extremes of people, and this kind of survey, when it's done, when you do this kind of a qualitative data, you have to look at all the both the extremes. We have to look at we have to have a very good sampling technique wherein we can look at the low socioeconomic strata, middle strata, and the high socioeconomic strata as well. So that across all the stratas, across all the educational status, which can be confounders, across age, across gender differences, can bring about a proper answer to your particular research question. Okay, these are where things can be confounding. These are the thing, but these are called the confounders or errors in the qualitative research. So unless you try to minimize these confounders in your study design itself, when you do the recruitment itself, then these errors can be really taken care of. Suppose you did a study only on youngsters. So this is more applicable to youngsters. You did only on males, it's more applicable to males. Okay, so there comes the bias there, and there comes the error for qualitative research. How you choose your patients. Okay, understanding interaction is another concept. How various actors involved in different public health activities interact with each other, like patient-doctor communication. What does the patient ask the doctor? What does the doctor ask the patient? Simple example I'll give you. We did a survey on these patients of stage 1 and 2 cancer patients, all solid tumors, breast cancer, head and neck cancer, ovarian cancer, lung cancer, and so on and so forth. And we just asked them how many of them practice complementary and alternative medicine. Okay. We had a big questionnaire survey which they filled it up, and we found out our surprise that 25% of the patients in the primary cancer-related treatment, complementary alternative medicine, 70% of these 25% don't tell doctor that they're taking homeopathy, they're taking Ayurveda, they're taking some other kind of treatment. Okay, it only came out when the interview was done with the patient. So this is understanding the patient-physician communication is also very important, because some things patients don't want to tell the doctor, and doctor doesn't want to ask some things to the patient. Okay, unless that those and that's the way only qualitative research will help us to find out what are these things which need to be asked in a patient-physician communication. So afterwards, when we found this was the criteria, then we made a change in our case sheet as well. We made mandatory that patients we also write down if they are taking any other form of treatment. Okay, so this gave insight into that particular aspect of the care. So understanding patients' beliefs and expectations is also very, very important, because what do they expect from these kinds of treatment, like yoga treatment? Does it cure my cancer? Okay, and does it yoga means more oxygenation by doing pranayama, etc. Does it help in increasing the immunity against cancer? They have so many types of questions. Okay, they also ask whether stress has caused my cancer. I don't have any habits, still I have got cancer. The stress is the cause for my cancer. They have no answers to those. So understanding the patient's beliefs, expectations. And I also had one of a peculiar case of patient who was blaming her mother for cancer. Okay, she was blaming her mother for cancer because her mother was very strict with her and was disciplining her, the lifestyle, etc. This lady, this girl, young girl was just had completed graduation, but had a very early breast cancer, and she was too much stressed out. And she said her mother is the cause for all her cancers. So many things are there which happens in a patient which really doesn't get into a record. It is just a conversation which happens between the doctor and the patient, but these things are also very, very important because these things can also really change the way the cancer progression can also occur. For example, if the patient conflict was there between the mother and the daughter, and that conflict would have really prevented the patient from taking the help of her mother as a caregiver. Right? This can have serious consequences to her treatment itself. And that restriction could go on and on. So that patient required a lot of counseling and communication. So qualitative research is about finding what are the barriers, what are the things which can be really addressed to improve quality of life of these patients. It does not have to be necessarily be some sort of a number or some sort of a hypothesis all the time. Okay, so qualitative and quantitative basic differences you already know. Okay, so you have to describe a situation in qualitative, gain insight into particular practice, no predetermined response categories, in-depth explanatory data from a small sample, draws out patterns from these concepts and insights. So all it does is draws out different kinds of patterns, okay, different kinds of behaviors, and ranks these particular patterns and behaviors. So it's basically what it's doing is ranking them. Okay, this is the more dominant among all these patterns. Okay, and then based on those, you can use it to do more other amount of quantitative research later on. So illustrative and explanation, individual responses are more there. It's more of theoretical compared to statistical you see in quantitative. So again, more if you want to look at research question, it is more broad, it is contextual, it is flexible. Example, needs and expectations. Whereas in case of quantitative, it's a patient satisfaction. So you give a satisfaction questionnaire, ask the patient to rate from 1 to 10, how much satisfied is it with the care given by the hospital, care given by the nurses, care given by the staff, okay, regarding the hospital environment, so on and so forth, on about 10 to 12 questions or whatever it is, and it gives you a number. Basically, out of 80, you got 40, 50, etc. Thus, needs and expectations are different things. So a patient would probably say, I need to have a bar on the bathroom because I have disability. It's very difficult for me to go to the bathroom. That's something different thing which cannot be really quantified in any sort of research. It's more qualitative in nature. Okay, so expected outcome is not predefined. The emergent research question, example, themes, you can get thematic choose out of it. I'll come to the themes later on. And it is more of observational in kind rather than deductory or experimental in kind. And it is prone to biases. That's what I was talking about. Errors in qualitative research is nothing but biases. So if you want to confront the bias, you need to have a whole broad population, broad age, broad gender, okay, and then do this thing and try to find out what confounding factors can really be there in that particular research question you're asking, and it will minimize those biases, minimize those confounders. So these are nothing but errors in your qualitative data. And then you have qualitative versus quantitative. Again, you have sampling. It is open-ended, structured protocols, flexible. Most often it is purposive sampling. Those who give more time, who give consent to take their data, ready to give you audio interview, okay, where you can record their interview as well. So the people you want to take, right? So as compared to quantitative, it's always random sampling. So it depends on interactive interviews, depends on structured data collection, and results which gives a lot of meaning and experience and views. This is very, very important. Qualitative data is more about giving a meaning and experience and views of the patient. And these qualitative data is much important because it's known to improve the quality of care in a particular healthcare setting. So if you want to really improve quality of care, you won't go with RCT trials or anything of the sort. You go with qualitative data. Okay. And how do you do this qualitative analysis? I'll give you an example of patients' needs and expectations on being admitted to a palliative care unit. So you do an interview first, ask them how old are you, how do you come from, you are being admitted to a palliative care unit for the first time, how have you been since you are arrived, what is the association with the palliative care unit, and remember the moment you were asked about being admitted to a palliative care unit. So you keep on asking some sort of interviews, slowly go into the second part of it where you ask more detailed kind of questions. Go to the details of it later on. Similarly, if you go into patient comes to yoga department in cancer center, how old are you, where are you from? You know about yoga. So please tell us about what you know. We ascertain from patients what do they know about yoga. So what is their perception about yoga? What are the treatments you are currently taking? Do you have symptoms since starting cancer treatment? Are your needs and distress being addressed by the team here? Do you think yoga will help you deal with your cancer? Okay. Then second interview, as you go down, again, one more, you perceive yoga. How do you perceive yoga would help you? Do you have concerns regarding yoga for your condition? Do you feel that you don't have energy, stamina, flexibility to do yoga? Do you think you can't do yoga? So these are questions which a doctor probably can ask if the patient doesn't ask these questions. So we usually don't give leading questions in the interview. It is only given as a prompts are given to the patient to elicit more information from the patients. Okay, this is how an interview should start progressing. Get more and more information regarding a patient. So this is how we want to get qualitative data on yoga. This is how we do. The context here would be probably cancer patients. So I'll come to the context and themes later on. So here, for example, this is my theme. Okay, I have a topic: patient needs and expectations from yoga department in a cancer center. This is my topic. So what are themes I had? I want to know about information about yoga. I want to know about patient needs and expectations from yoga. I want to know about the patient's qualities required of a yoga therapist from a patient's perspective. I want to know about what is it like being treated in a yoga therapy unit inside a cancer hospital. Okay. So what is the categories, purpose of yoga department, type of yoga practices? I break it down further department. So clarity on yoga, clarity on the type of practices, clarity on the purpose of yoga, what this yoga can really do. That is what is an example of course which I do for the particular interview. And patient needs and expectations from yoga department. I talk about symptom improvement, quality of life. I talk about reduction in distress. I talk about immunity, improvement, immunity, resilience, better coping with stress, and stress and situation at home. Also social concerns, finances, team and visitation concerns for yoga class, dependency on yoga caregivers. Like if I ask a patient to come for 3 times a day for a week, the hospital, she is dependent on her caregiver to bring her to the hospital and take her back. Patient is sick. Okay, there is a time constraint, there is money, financial constraint, and there is dependency on somebody else. So these are all some of the concerns which come out with the interviews. And patient expectations. They need to have on. They want to know that the yoga person is knowledgeable, as he is honest, and is very patient to listen to the patient. So listening ability is very important. Okay, should ascertain feedback from the patient after doing yoga class. You just do the yoga class. Did the yoga class help the patient or not? Don't know. You need to ask the patient how much did it help. So can you do anything more to address his concerns? These are important. And if there's any negative perception regarding yoga, regarding safety of yoga practices, safety of yoga practice associated with religion. Okay, so all these things, fears have to be allayed, especially if you find some Muslim person or some Christian or some other person from other religion into practice yoga. I did have a pastor coming and doing yoga with me. He never had this concern. Okay, so some people do have concerns. Some of the nuns who had breast cancer did have some concerns regarding yoga. So they were very upfront about it, and they were talking to me, and they said, "We don't want to do these practices. We would like to do more of asanas, more of breathing, no chanting, no mantras, nothing." Okay, so we were happy with that. Right? So we need to be looking at some of the perceptions what they have. Some of them can be guided by their own religion also, the religious beliefs. We need to respect that as well. Okay, so positive perceptions again. Sorry, this is again negative perception is again opinion contrary to oncologists. For example, oncologists would say to the patient, do this yoga, it will help you to reduce the stress and help in this thing. Suppose the yoga therapist says that do the yoga, don't take the medication, your symptoms will go away with yoga only, you don't need to take this medication. That's contrary to what the doctor is telling. Right? So yoga practices will improve my health, yoga practices will improve my anti-cancer treatment, that's all fine. But you need to have proper communication between the doctor and the yoga therapist, and that cohesiveness should come between itself. So if there is a conflict between what doctor is saying and what the yoga therapist or physician is saying, there is going to be a problem. So that can be a negative perception as well. Okay. So response from interviews like palliative care unit, I won't go into details regarding this. So palliative care, for example, if I see more details the same way the teams, the example I want to give is patient expectations and needs in a palliative care unit. Okay. Information about palliative care. Okay. You need to improve quality of life, is a place for dying, lack of information, source of information. They think palliative care is nothing but it's a hospice care, most of the patients. This is very, very important for them to allay this particular fear. Palliative care doesn't mean end of life care alone, doesn't mean hospice care alone. It is very, very important for us to educate the patient. Situation at home, social concerns, finances, vision for future, quality of symptom management, quality of life and symptom improvement. Okay. And communication, respectfulness, honesty, taking time. All these things are some of the important aspects. Negative perceptions in cancer patients would be lack of information, too intense treatment. They feel they don't want to go with the treatment because too much, for example, taking highly emetogenic chemotherapy, too much of nausea, vomiting, anticipatory symptoms. They don't want to come and take next chemotherapy at all. Okay, so these are some things which you need to really understand when you want to do a qualitative study. So you break up this, you make this particular kind of a chart before you start doing any sort of study, and try to make these are some of the important things could be there. Then start doing the interview, then you can see what quotes these things can come. Okay, it's very easy to do that kind of things. So approach analysis was both deductive approach. Okay, so like what I just told you now, or inductive approach. Okay, so for example, in deductive approach, do patients with advanced cancers have differing needs and expectations than others? Okay, but you don't know what it is. So you're just going and taking complete data of all of the patients, both with early cancers and advanced cancers, and then trying to find out what is the difference there. Okay, inductive approach is needs and expectations of cancer patients in palliative care setting. So you know what is it you're trying to work on, the palliative care setting of cancer patients. You're only working on that particular thematic approach. Okay, it's called inductive approach. So a lot of tools are there. You can use summaries, you can use self memos, record, you can use a researcher diary, you can have audio recordings of the patients. So all these notes can help in developing the paragraphs which you saw for doing qualitative research analysis. Okay, so terms using qualitative data, you have theory, themes, characteristics, coding sorts, indexing. I think you already have gone through all of this. I won't go into details of this. So these are various principles of qualitative data analysis. One is understanding the people differ in their experience, understanding of reality. Example, fatigue versus pain. When you go for a cancer patient, when a poor patient is there in radiotherapy, he really doesn't know how to discern what is fatigue and what is pain. Sometimes pain is also perceived as fatigue for them. Okay, a lot of studies have been done in that show that people perceive pain as also fatigue. Okay, the social phenomena cannot be understood outside its own context. It can be context bound. For example, family members want to prevent the patient from knowing that they have cancer. They have a conspiracy of silence. They collaborate with the doctor, with the onco-physician, not to tell the patient about the diagnosis. This can create unnecessary isolation and anxiety. Okay, and those kind of things are happening. It's very difficult to do qualitative study. Okay, because the patient will not be able to tell what she has, and we should not be knowing about her diagnosis, and it will not be knowing that she had cancer or anything. Okay, so that again becomes a problem there. So qualitative research can be used to describe phenomena or generate theory grounded on data. Understanding human behavior emerges slowly and non-linearly. So whatever comes out of a qualitative research is not expected rarely. So you can expect some things which can come out of it when you already have an inductive approach. Some things may also come out, some new things may also come out when you start going deeper into respiratory phenomena of this qualitative research. Okay, exceptional cases may yield insights into the problem or a new idea for further inquiry. For example, we were looking at patients doing rounds, integrative oncology rounds in the hospital. We were treating patients with fatigue, we were treating patients with anxiety, depression, sleep disorders, and myofascial pain syndromes, etc. But we had never treated patient with dyspnea. So we thought patient is having lung cancer, has pleural effusion, and dyspnea is going to be there, and I don't think yoga can really help. Okay, that was our perception, our doctor's perception that time. So we just thought, let's try doing some things for patients. Let's see what can be done, because patient is always on oxygen. The moment you take out the oxygen, the breathless again, and oxygen saturation dips the patient. So we start training the patient in a prone position, sitting prone position, Shashankasana. It's called a rabbit pose. Started to treat them to do breathing exercise, deep breathing in that particular posture. And what we saw was, doing Shashankasana, which when they have dyspnea like this, when they have pleural effusion, they're able to breathe much easier. Okay, and their oxygen saturation was still maintained. Okay, this is one thing which we could tell patients that they could do this at home. Whenever you have distress, when you feel your oxygen levels are low, this could be, you don't require oxygen supplementation. This could be done in borderline cases, and this we learned only after experience. Okay? When we saw, and this also was done by one of the patients themselves, was crouching and then trying to breathe. Then we understood you could do Shashankasana for the patient. Okay, and it was working wonders for the patient. So this is something which will really come out of discussion with the patient. Okay. So process of qualitative data, as you already seen, organizing the data, identifying the framework, sort the data in the framework, use framework for descriptive analysis. Then you have what is called second order analysis also. I won't go into details. So you have the software for doing this. So what you do is you transfer the data. The software is also available called HyperTranscribe, and transfer the data. If it is a different language, you can use System as a translator for audio recordings. Again, there are problems with these particular audio recordings. It's always not accurate. Okay. Once you do the transcription, you have to clean the data. A lot of spelling mistakes, errors, all those things have to be cleaned up. Label the data, structuring and familiarizing the data is very, very important. Okay. Understand attributes, very important. As you go through all the paragraphs, you need to make your own notes. What attributes have been answered? Is there any new attribute coming up in your explanation in that particular interview, and go in deeper into that. So identify framework is always, it can be two types. It can be explanatory. It's guided by the research question or theme you have in hand. Exploratory, just going through everything and then finding out and making your own themes. Okay, guided by the data. So once you do the framework structuring, you label, define the data, you make a coding plan, etc. You code the data, modify the framework, enter the data using computer packages, which you saw right now. So many computer packages available. I'll just show you the details of it. And you have range of responses in categories, identify recurrent themes. And if there's exploratory research, if the themes are more recurring, you just stop it here only. And if you want to look at different aspects of qualitative analysis, one is called content analysis. Verbal behavioral data is there. Yoga, its impact on lifestyle. Narrative analysis, meaning how yoga helped the person. You can go narrating about how it helped somebody. Discourse analysis, spoken written interaction, concerns regarding yoga. Framework analysis, development of themes, perceptions regarding yoga. Model theory, development of hypothesis from data in a given population. Okay. So does Shashankar help patients with dyspnea? Does pranayama help in phonation and speech head and neck cancer patients undergoing radiotherapy? Okay. So some important aspects are there which can be really understood by using different aspects of qualitative analysis. Okay. So I'm going to give you an example of clinician documentation, thematic content, and framework analysis. Clinician documentation, example, what are the key elements of yoga as a therapy in cancer? Do a thematic analysis. Patient says like this. Female patient, age 32, married, breast cancer. Patient had mastectomy with axial clearance 3 months back. No on chemotherapy, has CANV, induced nausea, vomiting, has sleep problems, has right arm pain. Had undergone 8 sessions of yoga therapy. Is now able to sleep. Pain reduced by 50%, and nausea still persists. She has to continue her sessions and do the practice at home. Okay, this is what is written by a case record. So here, it tells you a lot of things about patient also already doing yoga here. Patient has already got respite from yoga here. Some aspects of symptoms still persist, which are not available to our yoga intervention. Only she may require more number of classes. So it tells you how much duration of yoga intervention is useful to impact these kind of symptoms, and tells you various aspects of how you can address these symptoms, how you can address coping here, how you can establish illness understanding in these patients. Okay, you can discuss cancer treatment with these patients, discussing yoga practices and the intended use. Which yoga practices are useful for nausea, vomiting, which is useful for managing fatigue, okay, which is useful for facial pain or arm pain. So all those things are very, very important for us to really tell the patient about what could be really best for them. Okay, so this is clinician documentation. Yoga therapy introduces a thematic content analysis. Same way, yoga clinicians conceptualize and practice for cancer patients. Okay. Focus group analysis is done by focus group discussions. How do you think yoga therapy helps patients build a relationship with the patient? What are the strategies? Okay. It talks about all aspects of it. What are physical symptoms? What are emotional symptoms? What is it? How much this bother you? And how much are going to come up in future? Okay. And understanding between the yoga clinician and the doctor again is very, very important, because contradictory approach can become more divisive. Okay. So all these thematic themes you can take out and put in a framework analysis and go into that. Then you have a patient clinician conversations in clinical setting is called framework analysis. And here you build up symptoms. What are symptoms are there? Quality of life is there. Symptom management through yoga is there. Encouraging a patient to caregiver to self-manage symptoms with yoga. You break up all these into different sections. Okay, and to see how much of these are really answered in the interview process. This is called framework analysis. Your structured approach you have here. The structured approach of being framework to all these aspects, to be able to narrow down your team will be very, very more focused and becomes much easy and reduces the amount of, it will really answer your research question. We just keep talking here, some patients will be talking about their families, they'll be talking about the children, we're talking about somebody else, neighbors, whatever it is. You need to have a framework for discussion because patients don't get much amount of time with the oncologist. They would get more time with the yoga therapist because they spend 1 hour with him by doing yoga there. So you do not have to spend more time on talking other things. And if you have a focus questionnaire like this, you see the proper amount of content which can be used for generating your qualitative data. So these are qualitative softwares. I won't go into deeper. So all this you're seeing what has already happened and how to use these softwares. Just had a review of it. I won't go into details on this. These are different types of qualitative softwares. Unfortunately, you have to pay to get them, except for some of them like OpenCode and other things which are freely available. Okay, and you have trial versions available. You can use the trial versions of most of these softwares. So to choose software depends upon the type and amount of data. Okay, depends upon whether you're doing a structured inductive approach, structured framework kind of analysis, or a open exploratory kind of analysis. So based on that, you can choose different kinds of softwares. So I myself don't have much experience with all these softwares. I've used NVivo, I've used the Atlas thing, as well as the OpenCode sometimes, one time. So not be much thing to talk on this. So again, this is all about qualitative research. You do have qualitative research mixed with quantitative data as well, mixed method research. So here, for example, if I ask a question, how do patient perceptions on yoga therapy relate to differences in test scores on anxiety following a yoga intervention? So I need to have a look at the baseline patient perceptions on yoga. I want to collect the data qualitatively. I want to see how much these qualitative data is having influence on the anxiety scores, quantitative analysis, using a Spielberger's straight rate anxiety inventory or a hospital anxiety depression scale. Okay, how does patient expectations and beliefs on yoga reduce symptom scores? Again, this is again a mixed method design. You want to look at patient beliefs, expectation. Patients who had more higher expectations, they have reduction in symptom scores. We don't know. So that is again a very important aspect to really study also as well. So this is called a mixed method study design, very much useful, especially in case of yoga setting. Why? Because here there's a lot of questions when it comes with yoga intervention when doing RCT. One, you can't blind a yoga intervention. Okay, sham yoga interventions are really not sham yoga because there's nothing like sham yoga here. Okay, and what they say is the effect of yoga maybe because of the time given to the patients. Okay, and amount of interaction you're doing with the patient. That could be one of the biases and confounding factors with the yoga thing. The third, they also talk about expectations on yoga is so high because of the popularity of yoga, that expectations would also make the patient feel much better, and it can be a placebo effect, we call it as. And that could be a placebo effect of yoga intervention. So all these are some of the important aspects which are there, and this mixed method study design will probably help in cutting down those barriers, as well. So this is about my talk. I didn't want to go deeper into this because you had a very long day and too much of gyan will just go over your head. So thank you, and I would like to ask, see if you have any questions on this.
Any questions? Are you satisfied? No answers? If you say so, I think our entire purpose of this workshop is defeated. You can't be satisfied. If you say, I'm astonished, amazed, curious, restless to know more, then we think the purpose of this conference or workshop is served. So with this curiosity, keep up this momentum, and we'll soon, our Ayush and Integrative Medicine Department will carry on with further capacity building workshops like this. And another point, what added by Dr. Salim, there are interested candidates can also inform me so that they can join certificate courses. So as usual, or as always, Raghavendra Rao sir's presentation is very clear and no beating around the bush. He's just cut to the chases and very clearly, like a flow chart. He explains everything, and it looks so easy. And when provided, if you are skillful enough to extract the data and then document it properly. So that's the important point. Any questions to Raghavendra sir? Yeah, yes, please.
My curiosity about this qualitative research is that because it's based on experience, it doesn't follow any questionnaire or and when we go across different like social aspects or education qualification, and also how are we is this research only going to be carried across one particular criteria, or if when we mix criteria, so how are we going to get a common result out of it? Like suppose some, and also the perception of pain for a person with high tolerance can be different, and for a person with low tolerance can be different. So in such cases, if we go with explanatory things, and some may say I am feeling much better because the person has a high tolerance. So in such cases, how this qualitative
That's where I think that is where qualitative data really comes into play, because pain is something which is a very subjective experience, and
Yes,
you
sir.
really cannot objectify pain. And
Yeah.
you go by patient's own this thing. And if you as a visual rating scale, VAS or NRS, you want to use the pain scale to numerical rate on the chart, you're getting a score, and based on that, you're giving your pain medications, right? So that is again still subjective again. And if you want to go qualitative part of it, will talk about what aspects of pain patient is going to be talking about. Okay, and that gives you more insights on pain than just making a pain patient rate on a NRS. Rating scale. So that is where in some of these conditions where it is more subjective in nature, qualitative research really helps, because it captures so many other attributes. The patient may not necessarily have pain. The patient may be having fatigue, maybe confusing fatigue with pain. Okay, and because it's not able to function properly, maybe confusing fatigue with pain. So understanding that aspect will only come by asking the patient more detailed questions and going more deeper into his particular symptoms. That's where qualitative research really plays a very, very important role. There it is more subjective in nature. However you try to objectify pain or other symptoms using questionnaires, what kind of data you get with qualitative interviews is much superior to what you get with NRS or any other scale.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Sir, thank you, sir. Very good afternoon. Yeah, my question is on approach on research. You mentioned there are the two fundamental topics, that is the deductive approach, and another one is the inductive approach. But in research methodology, one more and dimensional approach, that is the contradictive approach. Can we include the contradictive approach to the research methodology, basically for qualitative research? Yeah, thank you, sir.
Contradictive research, by meaning what sort of thing? Can you give me an example of yours, contradictive research?
Contradictive research, sir. Inductive means there is the process to be further. Deductive means there is the random step.
Yes.
Contradictive means this not possible. For further data we have, and finally we neglect the hypothesis and process the further result. Therefore, this is the contradictive approach, sir.
The contradictive is where you try to find some things which are unexplained. Unexplained phenomena has occurred. One of a incident has occurred. For example, I'll give an example of a patient. Same with yoga only, I'll take it up. Patient CA breast with lung mets undergoing radiation therapy. She had a metastasis in the hilar region, and she was practicing Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, hyperventilation breathing practices, Kapalabhati, Bhastrika, etc. Referred to the yoga department by the medical oncologist, because she said to the medical oncologist she is practicing yoga. So they referred to the yoga department, and when she came and when we asked her, she was doing this, we asked her to stop it. Okay. So she did not stop this practice. Within a matter of a week, evening, I get a call from her husband saying that she was doing this pranayam. She's just fallen, she's collapsed on the floor, she's not able to breathe. She had an open pneumothorax. Okay. So one of the event which is occurring sometimes which you can't really fathom, which is going to happen. Those are some things where this contradictive approach is there, and that really it's very difficult to fathom that in qualitative data unless you go deeper into that and then taking more notes on that, sir.
Yeah, exactly,
difficult
sir.
to do that.
Yeah, because yoga is effective for the curing cancer. This is the statement, but the contradictory is yoga is not effective for curing cancer on the basis of data. On the basis of data, that is the different approach, because deductive and inductive both is consistent, but the contradictive sometimes we require for the testing the hypothesis, sir. Yeah, it's a great answer. Thank you very much, sir.
So the take home message is, in most of the quantitative approach, the anecdotal evidence or anecdotal data is degraded, saying that it is not useful. But this workshop has shown us that even if you extract the anecdotal data properly and in the form of interview and present it and document it, it can be equivalent to empirical data and it can be published. So that's what we can learn from this workshop. So now it's time to conclude today's workshop, and I thank Director CCRY and Dr. Raghavendra Rao sir for his wonderful talk and enlightening speech presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram. I thank the team at AIIMS Raipur, especially Dr. Avinash for enrolling you and your department in convening this workshop, and also thank Dr. Naveen Salins from Mahe for getting this team here to come and conduct this workshop. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, on behalf of Raghavendra Rao sir, I request Dr. Vadiraj sir to take a memento, and I request Dr. Ashutosh Tripathi, Medical Officer Homeopathy, to hand over the memento to Dr. Vadiraj. On behalf of Dr. Salim Jahangir, I would like to call upon Asha ma'am, and I would like to request Dr. Adnan Mastan, Medical Officer Unani, to hand over the memento. Thank you, and thank you for all the audience today for your patient listening and being here with us and making this workshop successful. I thank everyone. Right from the beginning, from the director, AIIMS Raipur, Professor Dr. Nitin M. Nagarkar sir, and our both the deans, Dean Academics, Dean Research, and all the faculties today here with us. I thank everyone, my colleagues and my CMBI team. Everyone are here, and all the audiences and the people who have joined us online. So I thank everyone, and a good evening to all. I request to everyone to go for a high tea and yeah. The tea is served right outside.